Welcome, welcome. Hold on. Whoop. Hello. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. I am feeling better. And so? Welcome, Crespian Sea. And so, we are back to, Raging Loop. I'm feeling better. I am not fully healed, but I am better. I am better to the point where I feel like I could definitely read a visual novel. So I think that's what we're gonna be doing. So I'm gonna stop this. And we're gonna start this. And then we're gonna do this. So I can open this now. Actually, let me just check that it works before I do that. Also need to do this. Okay, so that does work. See if the audio works as well. Just double checking, you know. I did test all of this before stream and it does seem to work. It's always nice double checking once it starts. This part is always louder than the rest of the game though. Alright. So we left off doing basically what surmises to the ending of this game, I believe. I'm not sure, because I haven't finished the game before, but I believe this would be the ending of the game. And we got key 3, which is one of the keys that we would like to get. Game over. I'm not going to watch the hint corners, or this hint corner at least. Personally, I haven't been too big of a fan of the hint corners. They have been funny little things, but they usually drag out, in my opinion. So I'm just gonna skip it. So here requires 3 and 20. So we had 3 and 20. We don't have the other 2 that are required. So let's have a look. I know that there was one here. But I also believe that there was one more down here that only required 20. Yes, here. So I'm going to go for this one first because it only requires 20. And then we'll do the other one after. Ask Hisako a question. Oh, interesting. Yeah, because now we have prior knowledge. Oh yeah, it just came back to me. I was the me that had been crushed by a million sheep. I somehow forgotten that. The looping was kinda irregular this time, so my memories weren't maintained properly. Anyway, since I remembered it now, I figured I had to ask her something. What is it for Sheishi-kun? I said I was going to get some fresh air and caught up to Mamiya-san. In this timeline, she was a wolf, so she wasn't very stable right now. And with the whole snake act she'd pull tomorrow, she'd go completely out of control. I'd have liked to have talked to her in the timeline where Hashimoto-san was alive, but I imagine it'd be hard to find a chance to talk to her then. I remembered it at a decent time though, so whatever, I'd make it work. I have more questions about the old stories here. About the batter? I don't think that ever leave the realm of imagination. There's no point in talking about it, is there? Acting like she didn't know, huh?
いや、そうじゃなく、そのちょっと前に気になったことがありまして。
No, I'm interested in something that came up before that.
狼、蛇、猿、カラスについては、眷属信仰とか蛇神の例を挙げておられましたよね。
You gave some examples of wolf, snake, monkey, and crow shrines, right? Even named some snake gods.
雲については何かないんです。
What about spider?
あー気づいた
Oh, you noticed. She giggled in a somewhat creepy manner. Apparently it was easy to talk to her if it was about her speciality.
実はちょっと雲の眷属については心当たりがなくてね勉強不足だわ
I actually don't know of a single place worshipping a spider servant. I need to read up more.
でも確かにあんまり聞いたことがないですよね。雲の神様。
But it's not like spider gods are common, right?
そうなのよね雲の妖怪ならいくつか心当たりがあるんだけど
Yeah, I know a bunch of spider yokai though.
ムカデなら毘沙門天の使いなん
Oh
だ
hell
けど
yeah.
ほら武田信玄のムカデ衆とか知らない
I know that centipedes are Bishamonten's servants. You know about Shingen Takeda's centipede army, right?
ああ、ムカデは前にしか進まないから武将のシンボルには人気があったとか。
Yeah, it was a popular military symbol because centipedes can only go forward, right?
そうそう昆虫じゃない虫のお仲間ってことで勘弁してくれない
Yeah, isn't that good enough? They're close to spiders, right?
いやー、厳しいでしょ
I wouldn't say so.
よね
I thought so.
世界的に見ても雲絡みの神って結構希少なのよね
Spider gods are rare even if you look at the rest of the world.
う。そうなんです。
They are?
ええアフリカのアナンシとか北米のイクトミとか
Yes, there's the African Anansi, the North American Iktomi.
他にもインディアン系の神話にはなぜか雲モチーフが多いんだけど実はちょっと面白い仮説が
Besides that, there's a lot of spider-based stuff in Native American myths, and I have a theory about that. Oh? She looked behind me, so I turned around and saw Yasunaka-kun.
すみません。何されてるのかなと思って。
Sorry, I was just wondering what you were talking about.
ああオカルトのお勉強の続きよ
Oh, we're just continuing the occult lesson.
僕が聞いたんだよ。さっきの空気だと続けるの難しそうだったから。
I asked about it. It was hard to continue it in the dining hall.
なるほど。でも、あんまり良くないですよ。
I
この状
see,
況で密談は。
I see, but you shouldn't have secret chats in this situation.
それは確かだけど、伝説を掘り下げとくのは大事だと思うからさ。あと、単純に興味深いし。
That's true, but unraveling the legends is important, and I'm just interested in it too.
それは同意見です。ああいうのが民族学って言うんですか？
I know what you mean. Is this what you call folkloristics?
いやいやそう名乗ったら怒られるわよ神話オタクトークというか伝承ゴシップっていうか
No, no, no. The actual specialist would get mad if you called it that. It's more like mythology, not talk, or folklore gossip. I'm already failing to speak.
興味あるなら、君も聞いていけば。その方が僕らも疑われずに済むし。
If you're interested, you can join us. It'll make us less suspicious.
そうだな。ちょっとなら。
Good point. I guess I'll hang around for a bit. We weren't saying anything that was worth hiding anyway.
雲の話をされてたんです。
Were you talking about spiders?
え雲について間宮久子のとんでも仮説
Yes, I have an outrageous theory about it.
実は上松家はオブジワインディアンの末裔だったんだよ
Holy crap. Look at her face. The Uematsu family is actually descended from the Ojibwe Native Americans.
なんだって？
What?
どういうことなんです？
What does that mean?
どういうことなんでしょ
Yeah, what does that mean?
ネタが通じないと見るや即座に見捨てたわねまあいいけど
You abandoned me the moment you realized that the joke didn't click. Oh well.
ドリームキャッチャーって知ってる
You know about dream catchers?
アトラクションか何かです？
Is that an attraction or something?
はい先生、僕知ってます。木と紐で作った網みたいなモビールっぽい釣り飾りですよね。
Oh, I know. It's the net thing made of string and wood. The mobile-like decoration.
正解。あれオブジワ族っていうインディアン部族の民芸品なんだけど、あれ実はクモの巣を模してるの。
That's right. Those things were first crafted by the Ojibwe Native American tribe, and it's actually based on the spider's
悪
web.
い夢をクモの巣に捕まえていい夢だけが子供に届くっていうのがドリームキャッチャーの名の由来。
Like it says in the name, it catches all bad dreams and only lets through the good ones so that children can sleep well.
さらにこのドリームキャッチャーの起源に関する話にはアシビカーシっていうキャラクターが出てくる。
Also, the story about the dream catcher speaks of a spider woman called Asibikashi.
なんか似てない？植松家の話と。
Sounds like the Uematsu, right?
本当だ。黄泉の夢から人を守ったっていう雲と似てる。
It does.
すごい。
It does. The spider was set to protect people from the dreams of Yomi. Amazing.
じゃあ植松家は本当に何百年だか前に日本にやってきたインディアンが。
Then the Uematsu are actually Native Americans who came here centuries ago?
安永くん、騙されてはいけない。
Yes, Nagakun, don't be fooled.
Eh?
Huh?
まあ 0.01% くらいの確率で当たってるかもしれないけど、多分これは偶然の一致。似たような伝説なんて世界中にあるし、その全てが単純に同一物だっていうのはちょっと苦しい。
Well, there's the faintest sliver of chance that's true, but it's probably just a coincidence. There are similar legends all over the world, and it's hard to argue that they're actually all the same thing.
あれだ、日本人は実はユダヤ人だったとか、源義経はジンギスカンだったとか、そういう説もあるんだよ。
There are even theories that Japanese are actually Jews, and that Minamoto no Yoshitsune is actually Genghis Khan.
チンギス・ハン。
What? Genghis Khan?
信じちゃダメだってば。こういう珍説奇説は T と蝶の字は形が似てるから元は同じだレベルの奇弁を含んでるものさ。
Don't just believe it. These theories have as much basis as the one that says that I don't know the I and J, I with a thing and J have the same origin because they're similarly shaped.
そういうものなんですか。
I see.
世の中には道楽やら妄想やら支援やらで学問してる人も多いし、往々にしてそういう人の方が声が大きいの。
There are many people who get into these things out of boredom, delusion, or over a grudge, and they're often the loudest ones.
人の妄想が夢を生むことは認めるけどね。それはあくまで害のない範囲で分別を持って楽しまないと。
I will admit that people's delusions are a source of dreams, but you should enjoy them with discretion. Oh,
話がずれたけど、さっきの話についてはさすがにインディアンの血筋なんて話はなかったにしても、
I went on a tangent there. But anyway, no, I don't think she has Native American blood.
すっごい大昔に口伝で伝わった伝承がたまたま残ってたとか、関連性が見つかる可能性もゼロじゃない。
But I do believe that it's not unlikely that it could be related to some very old folk tale.
なるほど。
I see.
ところで、二人はユングって知ってる？心理学の基礎を作った一人で、いろいろ夢のある概念も提唱してる人なんだけど。
By the way, do you know Jung? He was one of the fathers of psychology, and he proposed some fantastical concepts. I thought that said fanatical concepts.
倫理の参考書にちらっと載ってたような。
I think he was in one of my ethics workbooks.
集合無意識の話ですか？
Are you talking about the collective unconscious?
それにはつながるけど、難しい話はとりあえず置いといて。
It's related, but I'll leave the complex stuff aside for now.
ユングはさっき言ったみたいな神話や伝承の類似性は人類が共通で持ってるイメージから生まれると考えた。
Jung believed that similarities in legends and myths are born because of mental images that most of humanity can relate to.
人種も時代も関係ない。人間という種に普遍的なイメージ。似た神話が離れた国や文明で生まれるのはそのせいだって。
Race and era don't matter here. It's a universal image that all of mankind understand. It's why similar myths can be created in different places and
随
cultures.
分思い切った推論ですね。それよりはさっきみたいに歴史のいつかに伝わったって方がありそうな。
That's a bold assumption. I actually think that what you said about history being the prime influence here is more likely.
異論は当然でしょう。でも彼はそう考えて、そういった人類共通のイメージを原型と名付けたの。
He has detractors, of course, but that's what he believed, and he gave the name archetype to these common
そ
images.
していくつかの原型を定義した。トリックスターとかアニマとか。
And he defined several such archetypes himself: trickster, anima, etc.
その中で雲はグレートマザーという原型を象徴するものとされてるの。
Among those, the spider is considered to symbolize a great mother.
グレートマザー。
Great mother.
そう、大いなる母、すべてを生み、慈しみ、愛し、束縛し、執着し、貪り食って生み直す。大いなる地母神のイメージ。
Yes, the mother that gave birth to all, loves and cherishes all, as well as the one that binds all, obsesses over all, then consumes it all, only to birth them again. It's an earth mother sort of entity.
雲は人類に共通的にそういうイメージを抱かせる、またはそういう行為や感情を想起させるってことらしいけど、
Humanity collectively sees that in the spider, or thinks of such things upon... Humanity collectively sees that in the spider, or thinks of such things upon seeing it, apparently.
もしそういう原型があるとすれば、遠く離れたアメリカ大陸と日本の全く接点がない2つの集団の間で、
If there really is such an archetype, it'd be no surprise that something embodying the idea of a spider weaving a net protecting the sleep of the... It'd be no surprise that something embodying the idea of a spider weaving a net protecting the sleep of the children
この眠りを守るために糸を紡ぐ雲みたいな原型に基づく信仰が生まれることはあり得るかもね。
was born in both America and Japan with no real connection between the
う
two.
なるほど。そういうのを調べるには心理学も関わってくるのか。
I see. I'm guessing that's a psychology subject.
いや、まあ私はあくまでそんな夢物語を提案するだけの無責任な立場だから本気にはしないでね。
Hey, well, my role here is just presenting some weird fantastical theories. Don't take it too
で
seriously.
も夢物語に対していろんな学問上のアプローチがあるっていうのは新鮮です。
But the fact that there are many ways to approach these theories is new to me.
でしょ。だから私はこの集落の信仰をちゃんとした方法で調べることができれば相当面白いと思っちゃうの。
I know what you mean. I'm sure I'd have a lot of fun if I could analyze the local faith properly.
面白いって言うとまた怒られるかしら。でも本当それでお金が出るなら自分で調べたいくらい。
Would saying it's fun make people mad though? But really, if I could make money off of it, I'd investigate it myself.
そういうのどこで勉強できるんです？間宮さんは大学で学ばれたんですか？
Where can you study that kind of thing anyway? Did you learn it in college or
あ
something?
れ安永君は放送志望じゃないの？
Huh? Didn't you want to be a lawyer?
ええ、もちろんですよ。
Yes, of course.
大学は自分が勉強したいことを学ぶところだっていうのが私の先生の口癖だったけどね。
My teacher always used to say that college is a place where you learn what you want to.
もし気が変わったら紹介するわよ。大学の文化人類学部の先生。
That is the first time they've censored anything. That took me by surprise. If you change your mind, I'll introduce you to a cultural anthropologist from Beep University.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. Mamiya-san left him a business card and says he could contact her at any time. You can continue to ask her about folkloristics, looking really passionate about it. I really appreciated how people could bond over academic subjects in the most unexpected of places. Well, I actually had another question myself.
兄ちゃんさっきから何やってるの？
Nichan, what are you doing here?
ごめん。もう戻るよ。すみません、いろいろ。またよかったら。
Ah, oh yeah, sorry, I'm heading back. Sorry about that. I'll talk to you again if you don't mind.
ええ、いつでも聞いて。
Not at all.
兄ちゃんってば気が多くない？
You sure get
ちょっ
around.
と待って。一体何の話？
Hold on, what do you mean? Perfect timing from Haru-chan.
もしかして一人の未来ある若者を泥沼に引きずり込んでしまったかな。
I feel like I might have ruined the future of a promising youth.
泥沼ってことはないでしょう。いや、オカルトライターとか言ったら、若干人生の泥沼じみてるかもしれませんが。
Ruined is a big word, though I won't deny that being an occult writer isn't an ideal occupation.
ひど。でも否定できないな。
Wow, so rude, but I can't deny that.
彼が学者さんを目指したいと思うなら、それは誰からも後ろ指刺されるようなことにはならないような。
But if he wants to be a scholar, I don't think anyone would make fun of him.
不採志くん、理系ね。
You're in sciences, right?
ま
I guess you could say that.
文系の金にならなさっぷりをなめたらあかんぜよと言わせてもらおうかしら。
Let me just tell you that you shouldn't underestimate how little money liberal arts majors make.
失礼しました。そうでした。
I'm sorry, I completely forgot.
ムカつくわ。ともかく、私たちも戻る？
Now I'm annoyed. Anyway, should we go back to?
その前に、
Before that,
さっき、雲の妖怪なら思い当たるっておっしゃいましたよね。一応、どんなのがいるか教えてもらえませんか？
you said you know spider yokai, right? Can you name some?
それこそジョロウグモとか火を操ったり赤子を抱かせてきたり伝承によってイメージはまちまちだけど
Well, there's the Jorogumo. Depending on the legend, the image it gives off is a creature that commands fire, embraces children.
大体は妖艶な美女で男をどうこうする妖怪よね。
But mostly it's an enchanting woman that does something to men.
源頼光が退治した土雲はでっかい雲だけどやっぱり美女に化けてるし
The Zujigumo defeated by Minamoto no Yorimitsu was just a huge spider, but it could transform into a beautiful woman.
どっちかっていうと、雲は毒婦の原型なんじゃないかって気がしますね。
Hold on, I need a picture of this. Oh, wait, hold on. Can I not take a picture? I hope that took a picture. Sorry about that. That is a really funny quote. Sounds to me like the spider's archetype is evil woman.
言えてる。ブラックウィドウもそうだしね。
I know what you mean, there's black widows too. We laughed a bit, chatting with Mamiya-san was always entertaining.
妖怪についてはあとはモブ的な大雲伝説がちらほらってところかしら。
There's also some legends about minor spider yokai, I guess.
近世の創作も入るなら雲の糸は神田田が救ったのはただの雲だけど糸を垂らしてるのはブッダだし。
For something more modern, there's the spider's thread. Kandara spared a simple spider, but the one who let the thread down was Buddha.
なるほど。上松家の装束は仏教と混ざってますもんね。関係があるかはさておいて。
I see, the Uematsu's clothing has Buddhist influences too. I don't know if that's relevant though.
あとはもう雲の神といえば創作神話とかしか思いつかないわね。アトラクナクアとか。
Besides that, all I have is pure fiction, like Atlak Naka.
そっちに行っちゃうと、他のお守りも全部考え直しですよ。
「
If you go there, you'd have to rethink all the other guardians.
言えてる。ティンダロスの猟犬にバルーシアのヘビ人間に猿はいたっけ？ウェンディゴ？
That's true. The Hound of Tyndalos, Valucius Serpent Men, Monkey. What's good for a monkey? Wendigo?
しかし、なんででしょうね。日本に雲の神が少ないの。
I wonder why there aren't many Japanese spider gods.
不気味だからじゃないかしら。 やっぱりモンスターになるのが関の山だったとか。
Because they're creepy. Ending up as monsters must have been the best they could do.
八百万の神の国なのに猟犬の狭い。
Unexpectedly shallow for the country that came up with the concept of the Yao Yorusu, that there's a god in everything.
もう少し真面目に考えるなら、神道的には今の日本は天津神のものだからとかは。
If you think about this more seriously, then it might be because Japan is the country of the Amatsukami.
天津神ですか。
Amatsukami?
そうそう。雨の水上主に始ま
Oh
っ
my
て、
god.
イザナギ、イザナミを経由して、アマテラスや天孫、ニニギにつながる系譜。
Right, now they're really putting me through a challenge. Yep, the lineage started with Ameno-Minakanushi, then going to Izanaki, then Izanami, then Amaterasu, then the heavenly grandson Niniki.
ちなみに、ニニギの3代後が初代天皇である神武天皇だから、そこから続く今の皇族は天津神の末裔になるわね。
The first emperor of Japan, Jinmu, came 3 generations after Niniki, so the current imperial family would be the descendants of Amatsukami.
イザナギ、イザナミの前に神がいたんです。
There were gods before Izanaki and Izanami.
結構いっぱいいるわよ。あの夫婦は国と神をたくさん産んだけど、天地開闢と同時に神は生まれてるから。
Lots, or tons, they created the country and lots of other gods. But there were gods born alongside the creation of heaven and
そ
earth.
れはともかく、そういった天の国、高間ヶ原をルーツに持つ神々が天津神で、
Anyway, gods with roots in heaven, Takamakahara, are considered Amatsukami.
一方で高間ヶ原を放逐されたスサノオを筆頭とし、地上の世界に住み着いた神が国津神たち。
While those who left Takamakahara ended up living on Earth like Susanoo or Kunitsukami.
で、ある時に天津神たちが芦原の中津国は俺らが仕切るって言い出して、あ、日本のことね。
Then the Amatsukami said that they'd control Ashihara no Nakatsukuni. That's Japan, by the way. Why don't you just say Japan, please?
したもんだの挙句になんとか交渉成立。国津神たちはかの出雲大社に陰性して芦原の中津国の支配を譲り渡した。
After much wrangling, they ended up striking an agreement. The Kunitsukami ended up living a secluded life in the Isumu Grand Shrine and handed control over Ashihara no Nakatsukuni to Amatsukami.
その後、さっきの神武天皇は都を作るために統制をやって、長スネ彦っていう強敵や数々の土雲を
After that, Emperor Jinmu traveled east to make his city, then defeated powerful enemies like Nakazune Hiku and the numerous Tuchigumi.
あ、この土雲は妖怪じゃなくて先住の地方豪族に対する別称なんだけど、とにかく彼らを征伐して。
That's not the yokai, by the way. It's a derogatory name for the clans that used to live here. Anyway, he conquered them.
それでようやく今の大和の国の基盤ができましたよというのが古事記ベースでいう日本の建国神話になるわけ。
And finally built the foundation of the current Yamato. That's what the Kojiki says about the creation of this country.
そんな難しい話だったんです。僕はイザナギイザナミと天の岩戸とオロチ退治ぐらいしか知らなかったな。
Huh? It was that complicated? I only knew Izanaki, Izanami, Amano Iwato, and the defeat of Orochi.
まあ、これだけ権威主義的な国だから神話もごついのが必要だったんでしょう。っていうと不敬になるかな。
Well, it's a pretty authoritarian country, so its myths represent that. That's kind of disrespectful, isn't it?
ともかく話を戻すと、国津神はしばしば天津神に嫁入りしたりして血脈は継いでるけど、主流として語られることは少ない。
Anyway, back to the matter at hand. Though Kunitsukami married the Amatsukami, in some cases they're rarely considered to be the main ones.
日本神話の世界では男系相続が基本だから必然。この国は天津神の末裔の国ってことになるかな。
In the world of Japanese myth, the male lineage takes precedence, so it means that this country belongs to the descendant of Amatsukami.
それこそさっき言った蛇の神大物主なんかは国津神だけど天津神の方がやっぱりメジャーでしょ。
Consider the aforementioned snake god, Umononushi. He's a Kunitsukami, and you can see that Amatsukami are more prevalent.
久石くんの口からさっき出たお話もスサノオはちょっと微妙だけど、まあ大体天津神の物語と言えるし。
The story you mentioned, the one about Susanoo, is pretty vague in that regard, but you can still interpret it as an Amatsukami story.
そうですね。
That's true.
だから実は雲の神とかもいるけど、そういう地を這う虫や動物の神々って国津神にカテゴライズされちゃってて。
So yeah, there are spider gods, but they've been categorized as Kunitsukami.
大国主や大物主みたいな一部を除けばみんなドマイナーとして忘れられたのかもってね。
And if you ignore Okuninushi and Umononushi, they're all very minor.
なるほど。なるほど。
I see, I see.
いや、非常に興味深い話でした。なるほど。
Well, that was interesting, I see.
ごめんね、ちゃんと答えを出せなくて。
Sorry I couldn't give you a proper answer.
まあ、どっちにしろ時間潰しですから、むしろ付き合わせちゃって申し訳ないです。
Well, I'm just killing some time here. Sorry for bothering you.
いえいえ、こっちも気が紛れたわ。
Don't worry, I enjoyed it
ち
too.
えみちゃんとモッチーにも教えてあげようかな。
Maybe you should tell it to Chiemi-chan and Mochi too.
その二人も神話に興味が？
They're interested in myths?
そうみたいですね。
I guess so.
しかし戻るのやだな。食堂はどうしても息が詰まります。
Man, I don't want to go back there. The dining hall's too tense. Anyway, I left a line that pretty much implied that I knew who the wolves were. Maybe she'd start panicking and kill me. That'd make things easier for me. Nothing? I turned around and saw no one. So she ignored it, or maybe she just broke things off for her own safety. I might have underestimated her. She clearly wasn't the type of person to panic and kill someone in daytime and suffer the corruption. I had no choice then. I considered trying something or another in this timeline again, but in the end I decided to just jump into the Saranaka. The things I'd learned today made it impossible for me to sit still. It was such a major key to this mystery. I had to bring it to the me in the next loop as soon as possible. After gathering my resolve, I took a step forward. Gravity vanished. Right before I died, I thought about my one regret. It was the chat from before. Talking about history and the occult alongside Mamiya-san and Yasunaka-kun was a lot of fun. Yasunaka-kun seemed to be enjoying himself too. What a waste. I got to talk about this settlement's interesting history. Had a lot of fun doing it, and shared this pleasure with Yasunaka-kun, yet it'd be all gone now. I felt like I'd just gained another reason to end this nightmare. I'd love to chat with them about the occult as normal people, not just as potential wolves or humans. Maybe we'd drink over it. Too. Oh, right. Yasunaka-kun was underage. I crashed into the ground. Key 9. Very nice. Bad ending 12. No. Chart. Okay. So that was that one. I have that one. I have that one. Deadlock. That's that new Valve game. Okay, so I think everything's here. So I have that one. Now I can do this one. Because I have 20 and 3, so I didn't the new key that I just got didn't change that. I got 9. I got key 9. So let's see if I can find something where I can use 9 at. Not there. Not because I'm gonna, but just so I know. Okay, so this is the next part. Here. I'm gonna do this one now. Skip. Talk to Kyonosuke. Interesting. At that moment, my head was flooded with information. It felt like my mind was crushed by a million sheep. Crap, why did I forget? Did my memories carry over in a weird way because of the methods from back then was weird? Well, then again, this wouldn't be the first time my memories didn't carry over properly. Maybe I should have counted myself lucky for remembering at all. I had tons of things to think about. About the beast in the village. The giant monster. The dream enveloping Fujiyoshi as well as the looping the sheep had told me about. But this wasn't the time to worry about that. Went back to the Nosato mansion. Doorbell.
ごめんください
Excuse me. Doorbell.
ごめんください
Excuse me. Doorbell, 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 doorbell.
気合空虚の草むらに豚のムクロがシャウトする
I'm not singing that. In the jungle of the decadent void, the Buddha's corpse shouts out, "Rawr."
トンチでピンポンラッシュしながらぶっしゃりロック歌ってるのは誰だ
Who's singing the Buddha's Ash Rock while hammering my doorbell?
僕でした
What the hell? Me.
君か頭おかしいのは君かなんだ君はさっきまで普通の青年じゃなかったかね君は
Welcome, Ring ring. You? Have you gone mad? What's wrong with you? You were a normal youth until just a moment ago?
いえ正気ですご存知なんですねぶっしゃりロック
Perfectly sane. And you know the song?
何かねたまたまどこかの店で流れていたのを覚えていただけだがね
What about it? I simply remembered hearing it at a store.
えヒンジャスレイバーはご存知ない
Huh? So you don't know the Hinja
い
slaver?
やまあ知っているがね
Well, I do.
ああやっぱり僕はモライモーンが好きです
I knew it. Personally, I like
えら
Moraemon.
くマイナーな貧者を第3部ならブラック土下座あたりが定番なんじゃないのかね
What a minor Hinja. Black Dogeza is the way to start. Is the way to go starting with part 3.
ああブラックドゲザが5体集まってブラックドゲザリアンになるところは圧巻でしたね
No, I really love the part where 5 Black Dogezas gathered and became the Black Dogezarian.
野里さんはオタクですね
You're an otaku, huh?
君もだろ
So are you.
へ
What the hell?
えいやマイナーフラッビーの話題で親睦を深めている場合かもう用は
Wait,
ないだろ忙しいんだがね
They censored again. They've done that twice now. And specifically in these 2 bits. What the hell? Wait, this isn't the time to bond over minor Flash movies. You don't have any other business with me, do you? I'm busy here.
野里さんを 分かってくださる方だと見込んで相談があるんです。
I have something to tell you. I believe you are someone who would understand.
一体何だというのかね。
Hmm? What is it?
僕は今から突拍子もないことを言います。一般的には正気じゃないと思われるようなことを。
I will say something absurd now. You might even doubt my sanity.
いや、現実と虚構の区別がつかないと言ってるわけじゃないんですよ。むしろ一般人よりつく方でしょ
Well, I'm not saying that you can't differentiate reality and fiction. In fact, you can probably do it better than the average
う。
person.
ただ虚構じみたことが現実に起きたとき、それを受け入れる素養があなたにはあると見た。
However, I do believe you have a decent ability to suspend your disbelief.
待ちたまえ。何が何だか。
Wait, what are you getting at?
劇場版作品をご存知ですか？同じ日を、学園祭の前日を繰り返し体験し続ける。
Do you know that movie where someone is repeating the day before the school culture festival over and over again?
ああ、あれか。まあ傑作だからね。教養としては知っているが、それが。
Oh, that one? It's a classic. Sure, I know it. What about it?
僕は同じことを体験しています。
Something similar is happening to me right now.
待ちたまえ。
Wait,
もう数時間で、皿長に霧が立つ。読み意味の宴が始まり、多くの死者が出る。
mist will rise from Saranaka in just a few hours. The feast of the Yomi Perch will begin and many will die.
君は何を。いや、その前に。なぜそんな言葉を知っている。
What are you? Wait, why do you know that term?
そして、あなたも死ぬ。
You will die too.
質問に答えたまえ。めったなことを言ってるんじゃないぞ。
Answer my question. Stop saying ridiculous things.
そうは言っても、信じられないのはわかります。
I understand if you don't believe me.
僕は何十回か、この数日間を繰り返し体験しています。そして死亡し、また巻き戻っている。
I've repeated these few days dozens of times now, and with every death, I loop back to square
そ
one.
のため、この集落の事情はほとんど知っています。たった今ここに来たよそ者なら、知り得ないようなことを。
That's why I know a lot about Yasumito, including things that no newcomer should know about.
あなたが大卒の医師、医学博士で、鴨志田近持の叔父にあたる禁煙者で、植松里香子に思いを寄せておられるとか。
You are a doctor of medicine, graduated from Beeb University. Chikamochi Kamoshida is your nephew, and you have feelings for Rikaku Uematsu.
しかしそれを言っても納得してはもらえないでしょう。どこかで調べたことかもしれませんしね。
However, I'm sure that's not enough. I could have easily looked that up
し
myself.
かも、僕はあなたを助けるとかの目的で来たんじゃない。おそらくあなたは今回も死ぬ。
And what's more, I didn't come here to save you. It's likely that you'll die this time too.
しかし、話を聞いていただきたい。
But I would like to ask you some
今
things
回ではないいつか、読み意味の宴を止めるために。
so I can prevent the feast from happening in another timeline.
本気なのか。
Are you serious?
ねえ、
Yes.
なぜ私にそれを。
Why come to me?
僕はこれまで何度も宴に参加し、あなたの人となりを見てきました。まあ、素養についてもそうですが。
Through the many feasts I've been in, I've come to understand what kind of person you are. Your nature,
あ
basically.
なたは、話せばわかる方だと踏んでいます。
And I believe that you are a person who can understand things if they're explained properly.
上がりたまえ。
Come in. There. He led me into the well-furnished reception room. The inside was as fancy as the outside. The village heads had to be a really wealthy bunch.
物珍しいかね。
Is it that curious? He returned from the kitchen carrying a set of black tea.
すみません。
そう
じろじろ見ちゃって。
Sorry for staring.
時代錯誤なのは私も感ずるところだ。気にしないでくれたまえ。
I think it's outdated.
どうぞ。
I think it's outdated too. Don't worry, have some tea.
ああ、すみません。お構いなく。育ちが悪いもので、何か無作法があったらご指摘ください。
Oh no, no need to fuss over me. I'm of poor upbringing, so do tell me if I'm not drinking right or something.
やかましく飲まなければ結構だ。
I won't mind if you drink how you want.
承知です。 しかし、この部屋も先々先代とやらが用意なさったものなのですか？
Thank you. Now, was this room prepared by the head of the family from 3 generations ago, your great-grandfather?
どこでそれを聞いた？
Where did you hear about him?
ヨシンバ、君が言うように、そのループ旅行者だとかだとしても、野里の者が家の恥を語るとは。
Even you are a... How do I put it? A looper. I do not believe the Nosato would tell you about the stain on the family name.
あれだ、他の長者の事情を知る者が君に吹き込んだのだな。目的はなんだかよくわからんが、詐欺とか。
Did another village head tell you about it? I don't know what he'd want, but he must be some sort of
あ
swindler.
なたですよ。
It was you.
何が？
What?
あなた自身の口から聞きました。鴨志田近持君との関係性が悪化を極めたとき、あなたは彼へ言い捨てていました。
I heard it from you. When your and Chikamochi Kamoshida-kun's relationship became worse, you told him this.
お前は先々先代にそっくりの狂人だ。と。
You are as much of a madman as your great-great-grandfather. He closed his eyes and groaned, then laid back on his sofa.
興味深いから話だけは聞いてやろう。というつもりで招いたのだが。
I invited you inside out of mere
そ
curiosity.
こまで踏み込んだことを知っていると、信じたい気さえしてくるがね。
But if you know that much, I might even believe you.
信じていただかないと困るんですが。とはいえ、もう証拠っぽいものは持ち合わせていないので。
I need you to, though I don't have anything I would call evidence.
代わりに、僕がこれまで体験してきたループの記憶を、あなたに聞いていただきたいと思います。
Instead, I will tell you of the loops I experienced.
むしろ口頭無形と思われるかもしれませんが、それでも、あなたには信じていただきたいと思っています。
It will probably make it seem even more absurd, but I still want you to believe it.
脳書きはいい。早くしたまえ。
Enough with the build-up, get to it. I drank the fragrant tea and spoke. About the time Yasunaka Oribe won as a wolf. About the time Chiemi tried to kill everyone, and the time she failed. And even how at the end of that time Kyonosuke, for some reason, had killed Rikako-san, and then I killed him. Finally, I told him about the time I became a wolf and sacrificed my companions to win. Though I kept quiet about the sheep and the giant monster for now. It was hard to think that he was the main culprit behind the loop, but there was no guarantee that it wouldn't leak out somehow. Thus, I only told him that I was hanged because Mamiya-san found the flashlight. I also mentioned that Kyonosuke died, too, and that I'd heard of the thing about his great-grandfather then. After about an hour of talk, he stood up to get more tea. He poured it in, and I gladly drank it. Unlike before, it was herb tea. Tired from talking, I let the pleasant scent of the tea wash away my fatigue and eyed him. He was hanging his head, looking down at the tea leaves floating in his tea. He then took the cup in his hand and drank some of it and looked at me.
確かに、口頭無形だがね。
You're right, that does sound
し
absurd.
かし、この口頭無形な場所で起きそうなことでは確かにある。
However, it does seem like something that can happen in this absurd place.
信じていただけるんですか？
You believe me?
極めて強く興味を持ったとは言っておこう。しかしながら、聞くほどに思うことがある。
I will simply say that I'm more interested in this than ever, but the more I listen, the more I wonder.
君は私に何を求めている？そこまでその読み耳の宴を見てきた君ならば
What do
わ
you
かることだろう。
What do you want of me? If you have seen so many feasts, surely you know by now.
私はそんな苦境において何かをなせるような器ではないと。
I'm not a man who can do much in such a dire situation.
無関係なところから話すようですが、あなたのそのスタンスが、僕は未だによくわからないのです。
I'll start with something seemingly unrelated, but I don't quite understand that opinion of yours.
当初、あなたはただの傲慢で尊大な人物にしか見えなかった。後に、問題は長者と安水の対立にあるのかと思った。
At first, I thought you were just an arrogant and haughty person. Then I thought you were just a village head antagonistic to
あなた
Yasumitsu.
は実際のところ、少々地元との折り合いが悪いというだけの人物で、分別も才覚も備えておいでと見えます。
I would only say that you are just a bit uncomfortable with your hometown, and that you actually have good discretion and talents.
時々無茶をなさってはいるものの、おそらくご自分の評判について、客観的な評価もなさっているはずです。
You do absurd things sometimes, but I do believe you look at your decisions from a third-person perspective.
となると、脳ある鷹が爪を隠しているとも思えてくる。
That makes me feel like you're hiding your true abilities.
実際のところ、長者が読み意味の宴に一枚噛んでいることは、ほぼ明白だと僕は考えています。
I honestly am nearly completely sure that the head families are involved in the feast.
となると、あなたは何かを知りながら、それを隠しているのではないか、そうも思えてしまうんです。
That's why I believe you might know something, but are hiding it.
なので、まずお願いしたいのは、あなたが知る安水の、藤吉の裏を語っていただきたいということです。
That's why I want you to tell me what you know about Yasumitsu's and Fujiyoshi's secrets.
なお、先ほどの話の中でも触れましたが、植松家のことのようにデリケートなこともあると思います。
Though, as I mentioned before, there may be more delicate matters here, like the Uematsu family.
ただ、それでも、知りたいです。すべてを。
Even so, I want to hear everything.
私が話下手で場の仕切りもうまくないのは単に私がそういう人間だからだよ。
I am bad at talking and leading simply because I am that kind of person.
知っているかと思うが今の野里の当主は私の実兄だ。よくできた男だよ。知性と品性を兼ね備えた好人物だ。
As you know, the current head of the family is my older brother. He's a great man of character with immense intelligence and charisma.
私は幼少の頃から彼についてばかりいた。彼のそばで好きなことを言ったりやったりしていれば彼がうまく回してくれた。
I've been in his shadow ever since I was young. Whenever I said or did whatever I wanted, he would spin it in a way that was good for me.
それで全てがうまくいっていたものだから私は自分が才覚に恵まれた秀才なのだと思い込むに至っていた。
Because everything went so well with him, I began to believe I was blessed with great
20
talent.
歳になるまでには自分は盆栽で筋道だったものの考え方をするのが苦手な顔面な人間なのだと自覚したがね。
I realized how mediocre I really was by the time I turned 20. I realized I was bad at reasoning and generally a nuisance.
だからここを出たのだよ。かといってあまり馴染めなかったがね。
That's why I left this village, though I couldn't find a place for myself outside either.
唯一馴染めたのが大学の SF 研究会でね。まあ煮詰めたようなどぎつい人間の吹き溜まりめいた場所ではあったが。
The only place where I felt comfortable was the Sci-Fi Research Society. It was basically a hangout for gaudy people like myself.
それでも頭は抜群に良い連中ばかりで留年を重ねた会長は極まったダメさとともにリーダーシップを備えていて。
Even so, most of them were smart, and even the president, despite his many repeated years, had excellent leadership skills.
副会長となった私が彼の横でただ危惧や憶測や辛辣なことを言っていれば彼が全てうまく回してくれたものだよ。
I became the vice president, and whenever I said anything too apprehensive, speculative, or scathing, he would turn it around for me.
私には自分で場を仕切る力はない。それは理解しているのだ。
I know full well that I can't lead.
おそらく君が見てきた私は牧島王や織部安永君あるいは室のやつに役立とうとしたのだろう。
I imagine that the me you know merely tried to be useful to Sir Makishima, Yasunaka Oribe-kun, or Muro.
一方で私はそんな状況でも自尊心を捨てられなかったのだろうね。自分は長者として場を仕切るべきだなどと。
I probably couldn't abandon my pride, even in that situation, a village head like me has to take charge and whatnot.
これもまた私の非合理性だ。まったく
That's so unreasonable.
ろくでもない人間だよ私は。
That's so unreasonable. Unreasonable. I truly am a problematic person.
ここまで言ってきてなんですが、あまり卑下なさらないでください。僕にはあなたが十分に分別ある人間に思える。
Please don't be so hard on yourself. I can see pretty clearly that you're a level-headed person.
それは君があまりにも突拍子もないことを言うものだから、逆に胸の内を素直に話す気になっているだけだ。
That's only because you said things so absurd that I felt like opening up to you.
ついさっき君に応対した私のことを思い出したまえ。いかにも尊大で横暴なつまらん人間だよ。
Remember how I was before I let you inside? A haughty, aggressive, boring man.
まあたとえ君の語ったのが全くの作り話だったとしても、自制のいい機会にはなったと思うべきかもしれんな。
Well, even if you're a liar and everything you said was made up, I'd consider this worth it for the moment of introspection.
君が授業料をよこせなどと言い出さない限りは。だがね。
At least as long as you don't tell me to pay for your tuition or something, haha. My heart ached a bit.
そんなこと言いませんよ。もちろん。
I won't say that, of course. But I was exposing the current him to danger.
さて、少し話がそれたか。君が聞きたいことについてだが。
Now back on topic about what you wanted to hear.
残念ながら、私は本当に家から見限られているようだね。
Unfortunately, the family isn't that interested in me.
それは、つまり、
You mean that...
ああ、長者として知るべきところ、過去のあらましなどは教わっているがね。
Yes, though I do know the basics of what a village head should know.
裏の計画など、全く聞いておらんよ。ああ、ただ、
I know absolutely nothing about what they do behind the scenes, though,
かつて、安水と上藤吉がどういった形の対立関係にあったかというのは聞いた覚えがあるな。
Do you know about the older hostilities between Yasumitsu and Kami Fujiyoshi?
それはぜひ、聞きたいです。
No, please tell me. Unfortunately, barely anyone knew about the village and the feast, or rather, they all converged upon a certain old story. There's a minor bit of knowledge Kyonosuke Shi knew as a village head, and he said that Yasumitsu once rebelled against Kami Fujiyoshi. They didn't know what prompted it, but apparently it had something to do with the water used for growing crops. Anyway, the people of Yasumitsu invaded Kami Fujiyoshi at night, and stole, beat, and killed people. They were all covered in Saranaka's mud to keep from being identified. Kami Fujiyoshi's inhabitants greatly feared their appearance. Thus, after the rebellion, they decided to make things even worse for Yasumitsu, and the inhabitants effectively strangled themselves, apparently.
ちなみに、皿長の泥がうんぬんという件は、藤吉村の独特な死生観、読みがうんぬんという話にもつながると思われるがね。
I believe the thing about Saranaka's mud is tied to Fujiyoshi's unique perspective on life and death, particularly Yomi.
例えば、その反乱がきっかけで、泥まみれの安水人を読み人だとみなすようになったとかですか？
So did the mud and the rebellion make Kami Fujiyoshi believe that the people of Yasumitsu were Yomibito?
それは考えられなくもないが、少々早計だと私は思うね。
That's not out of the question, but not certain either.
すでに安水と上藤吉の住み分けはされており、なおかつ安水が反乱を起こすに足る状況はあったのだろう。
Yasumitsu and Kami Fujiyoshi had already been segregated, and it wasn't unlikely that there could be a rebellion.
泥を塗るという発想も、そもそも皿長が読みにつながるという伝説があって、鼓舞や威嚇のためにそうした可能性がある。
It was likely that the idea to cover themselves in mud was linked to the legend that Saranaka was Yomi and intended to frighten
なる
people.
ほど。じゃあ、その事件はどう捉えるべきなんでしょうか？
I see, so how should we look at this event?
例えば、現在でも行われる新内祭、 山祭りで行われることの理由付けなどか。
For one, it was the reason for the Shinai Festival, the mountain festival that is still held
上
today.
富士吉から出発した狼行列が安水の者をひれ伏させて水をかけるという私から見てもどうかと思う儀礼がある。
They have a tradition to hold a parade of wolves, and it symbolizes the subjugment and bringing down of the people of Yasumitsu.
彼らが農作業の時にかぶる綿布を見たかな。
Have you seen the cloth mask they wear while
え
farming?
え、安水の者が読み人と目を合わせないようにすると。
Yes, it's so that the people of Yasumitsu don't look into the eyes of the Yumibito.
逆だよ。あれは上富士吉の者が読み人かもしれない安水の者と目を合わさずに済ませるためにつけさせたものだ。
It's the other way around. It's so that the people of Kamifujiyoshi wouldn't have to look into the eyes of the people of Yasumitsu, who may or may not be Yumibito.
このように古代じみた迷信に基づいた不条理がまかり通っているのはかつて連中が一線を越えたから。
These old unreasonable superstitions are still alive because they crossed the line once.
それが長者側の言い分なわけだよ。口にすると一層ひどいな。
That's what the village head believes. Saying it out loud, I realize how truly awful it is.
そんな祭りや風習がどうして未だに続いているんでしょ
Why is such a festival and tradition still alive to this
あれ
day?
はむしろ安水にとって重要な祭りと言えるかもしれん。何があるか知らんのかね。
That festival might actually be important for Yasumitsu. Do you know why?
う。ええ、存じません。
I don't.
狼行列は安水中の置き場を巡り住人に水をぶっかけるなどした後安水の集会堂にて名代と会う。
The wolf parade passes all the Okiba in Yasumitsu, splashes water on the residents, and meets the village representatives in the hall. Tei-san, huh?
そこで狼役はいくつかの品を奉納するとともに名代に対して
The wolves,
祭りが滞りなく終わった例として
the wolves would offer some things to the representative, and after thanking them for the festival's success,
少なからぬ金品や嗜好品の類を送るのだよ。
give them a lot of money and other goods.
普段経済的に孤立させて締め上げておいて祭りの時だけ大盤振る舞いをすると。
So they isolate Yasumitsu economically and only pamper the place during these
そ
festivals.
の通り。これもまた上富士吉による安水の支配の仕組みの一つだと言える。
Exactly, you might say that this is just another way Kamifujiyoshi controls
こ
Yasumitsu.
の時の金品は住人の間で分けられ彼らの生活費のかなりの割合を支えていると聞いている。
The money and goods are split among the inhabitants, and I hear it really helps them get
そ
by.
れもこれも彼らに反乱を再び起こされるのが怖いからというわけだ。
This was only done out of fear that Yasumitsu could rebel again.
一応言っておくと野里はこの方式にあまり賛成しておらんよ。固執しているのは藤吉村の長である身車家の方だ。
Just so you know, the Nosato don't approve of this. Only the Mikuruma, the Mikuruma are fixated on it, and they're the top of Fujiyoshi.
それと樋口もか。彼らは彼らで安水を踏みつけるのが合理的だなどと口にしてはばからん不可解な連中だ。
Though the Higuchi are in on it too, they believe that trampling all over Yasumitsu is the logical thing to do. What an incomprehensible bunch.
あなたが知る限りの野里家はこの支配体制をよく思ってはいないと。
So, as far as you know, the Nosato don't approve of this tyranny.
ああ、否定はすまい。あくまで私の知る範囲、その通りだ。
Yes, I can't deny that, as far as I know.
すみません。はっきりさせないといけないので。実のところ、今の野里さんの言葉にも少し引っかかっています。
I'm sorry, I need to make something clear. It confuses me.
あなたは先ほど、反乱は迷信のきっかけではないだろうとおっしゃいました。となれば、 山祭りも反乱が契機だったとは限らない。
You said that the rebellion wasn't the result of superstition, but that means that it's not certain if the mountain festival was caused by the rebellion either.
そして山祭りと読み意味の宴は様式から実務上の役割までかなり関係が深い。
Also, the festival and the feast are closely linked. You can even see it in the methods and roles.
おみきが宴で飲まれたという話かね。それはたまたまなのでは。
Well, you mentioned that the divine sake was drunk in the feast as well. Are you sure it's not a coincidence?
筆記具や縄や縄を切る鎌まで人揃え奉納されるとなれば、少なくとも身車は宴の段取りを知っていると考えるべき。
If they donate paper, writing tools, and rope, it would mean that at least the Miguruma know about what happens in the feast.
というか、ここまで来れば僕は断言すべきでしょうね。
Hell, at this point I'm willing to say it with absolute certainty.
読み意味の宴は安水の圧迫による権力維持を目的として長者により行われている犯罪行為ですよ。
The Feast of the Yomi Perch is a severe crime committed by the head families to intimidate and control Yasumitsu.
さすがに反論させてもらおう。
I have an argument.
君自身が語った読み意味の宴は化け物が現れ、鍵が勝手に開き、超常的な罰則が与えられる怪奇現象だ。
You said that the feast involves monsters, doors that unlock themselves, and supernatural punishments. It's a paranormal event.
それを長者のものと断ずるには、すべての謎に対して科学的説明をつけねばならんのではないかね。
If you are certain that the head families are responsible, I would like a scientific explanation for all the strange events.
そんなものつきますよ。
That's easy.
なんだと？
What?
ただそれを説明する前にお願いしたいことがあります。
Before I get to that, though, I would like to ask something.
このお屋敷の蔵書や資料類を当たらせてもらえませんか？
Can you show me the documents and writings collected in this mansion? I ended up being disappointed once. This house had a storage building, and there were archives there. There had been a lot of documents left by Kyonosuke Shi's great-grandfather, but they'd been sorted after he died. Thus, there was barely anything left, and the record storage was more just general storage. Even so, I insisted on taking a look, and now I was here. It really was just a place stuffed with various things.
この建物はそもそも現状はただの物置として使われているということで間違いないのでしょうか？
I guess there was no lie that this whole mansion really is just a place to stash
Oh.
things.
しかし、たまに人が住んだこともある。
Yes, but we do have people living here sometimes.
例えばどんな方が？
Like who?
先代の当主は隠居した後、野里屋敷にこもっていたようだがね。
The previous two heads of the family lived here after they'd retired.
つまりあなたのお父様も
So your father too?
ああ、移住後、急に老け込んで、猛録した挙句、服毒して死んだがね。
Yes, he quickly grew senile and died of poisoning.
それは本当ですか？いつ頃の話ですか一体？
Is that true? When did that happen?
8年前だよ。
8 years ago.
前回の宴がなされた年。
That's when the previous feast happened.
何？あ、確かに霧が出た後のことではあるが、ではその時も宴は行われていたのかね。
What? Oh yes, it happened after the mist. There was a feast back then.
はい。あなたの辞書で人がたくさん死んだのもおそらくは崩落事故を隠れ蓑にした。
Yes, the official report that people died in the landslide at your construction site must have been a cover for that.
なんてことだ。いや、待ちたまえ。とすると君は私の父が何かを知っていて、そのために死んだとでも言うのかね。
Welcome, Harmu. What? Wait, are you saying that my father knew something and died because of it?
可能性はあります。加えて野里屋敷が 先々先代以降の野里家当主の隠居場所として使われていたという事実。
It's possible, and then there's the fact that this mansion was used as the retirement home of the previous Nosato heads.
僕はここにまだ隠された何かがあると思います。
Any Nosato heads in the chat? I think we might find something here.
あなたが言う藤吉村の支配形式に反感を持っていた野里家というのが本当ならば、なおさらその可能性は高い。
If the Nosato really are against the control structure of Fujiyoshi, that's even more likely.
探そう。残されているとすれば、
Let's look if there is still something here.
隠されているはずですね。
It must be hidden.
しかし屋敷は蔵も含めると広すぎる。まして探すものの大きさもわからないとなると、
But the mansion is too large, and we don't even know what we will be looking for.
いや、ある程度大きなものですよ。探すべきは。歴代のご当主が隠れて書き物や調べ物ができるほどの。
I'm sure it must be something big. It has to be large enough for the previous heads to hide, ride, and
お
research.
そらくは隠し部屋のような。
A secret room.
図面があったはずだ。
I have a blueprint of the place. He found, opened it, and we went around the mansion. There was nothing strange here. There were no empty spaces, and I didn't see any discrepancies with the actual building. Same went for the storage building.
骨折り損ではないかね。
Isn't this a waste of time?
いいえ、図面に問題がなく、実際の建物とも同じだとすれば、
No, if the blueprint isn't fake in any way,
ここに嘘を書かなくてもいい場所に隠し部屋があることになります。
there must be something in a place it doesn't cover.
どういうことだ。
What do you mean?
蔵の地下に行きましょう。
Let's check the basement of the storage building.
なるほど。つまり地下ならば図面の外にはみ出したく。
そうで
Oh,
す。
frick.
図面にはただそこを書かないだけで、嘘はつかないで済む。
I see. If there's a secret room in the basement, it wouldn't affect the blueprints because it'd be outside their boundaries. Yes, the blueprint doesn't have to show false information. It just has to avoid showing it.
しかし地下は一層探しづらいぞ。
But that will make the search even more difficult. Well, he was right that sifting through the mess there would take forever. But we could make it a lot easier if we focused on the floor and the walls. I left my back in the prefab, so I had no flashlight. I asked Nosato-san for something, and he prepared an aged oil lamp.
つくづく物持ちが良くてらっしゃいますね。
You have all sorts of things laying around, huh?
懐中電灯も探せばあるだろうが、まあこれも気分が出ていいだろう。
There's probably a flashlight somewhere, but this suits the atmosphere, right? I knew exactly what he meant. It took us less than half an hour to find it. Of course, it wasn't something that looked like what we were searching for at first glance, but it did seem a bit unnatural. There was a palm-sized crow carved on a wooden surface below the mortar wall. Ah, I see it in the bottom right. It's a symbol of the Nosato family.
何かの目印ではないですか？
Is it a clue?
あるいは仕掛けか。
Or some sort of mechanism?
やはりただの木彫りではない。カラスの体の各部が独立したパーツになっていて、
It's not just a
押せそうだ。
it's not just a carving. It's part of separate and movable.
ボタンですか？ゲームみたいだな。
Buttons, so it's like a game. So he wasn't the only Nosato with strange hobbies, huh?
おそらく特定の順で操作をすれば仕掛けが作動するのだろうが。
I imagine it expects you to press them in order, but
心当たりはありますか？
do you know any hints?
カラスの志か。
The will of the crow.
そう不死吉に捧ぐるが、カラスの志なり。
Offering those up to Fushiyoshi shall be the will of the crow. That had to be it.
野里家のものならば開けられるってわけですか？
So Nosato can open it easily, huh?
他言無用の家訓だからな。しかし失敗した時どうなるだろうね。
Yes, we never repeat that teaching to anyone who isn't family.
先々先代が作らせた仕掛けなら罠の一つや二つ。 仕込んであってもおかしくない。
If it was made by my great grandfather, then it must be a trap too.
本気ですか？いや、しかし、野里さんは問題なく開けられるはずですよね。
Seriously? But it's no problem for you, is it?
何だったかな。爪だったか、羽だったか。
What was it again? Claw? Feather?
まずい。自信がない。君は覚えていないか？
Oh no, I'm not sure. Do you remember it? Hey! Oh! I guess I should have written this down, huh? Because I do not remember the puzzle. What does it say? Feather, claw, then eye. Does that ring any sort of bell? Feather, claw, eye. Feather, claw, eye. Feather, claw, eye. Feather, claw, eye. Beak, tail, torso. Feather, tail, eye. Can I click chart? I can. Solve the riddle. So I am actually allowed to leave, huh? And then come back to the riddle. I'm guessing... When would I have gotten that? Claw, eye... Feather... Torso... Beak? I wonder if it's in a key. I probably got it from Mochi, huh? Okay. But then where would I have gotten it from, Mochi? From here somewhere? What happens if I pick the wrong one? It would be like here if it was where I win, huh? Like if it was the part where um it was the part where I win as a wolf. How fast can I skip this? Not very fast.
私
あ
ハッサンさ
あ、嫌だね。
メイコ
殺さない。
そっかなんで僕ハルちゃんがさそれが死に目に僕の純情ハッサンもさハルちゃんの
ああ、
これはね僕らだけの秘密だ多分宴とは全然
あのか、
うん大きくなったんだから
言えてる。
いいんだ。我は8年前、くくられ、黄泉に戻されるところを、霧に迷いしこの
ハルちゃんはやっすんがまだ知恵ねえ
適当なことを。
僕はハルちゃんの
他人の心。
ブーまそうだ好きだったかあるいはもっと別のじゃあさハルちゃんの落とし前
何も。
へえ
むしろ君がハルちゃんにと、それでも他人を評価するときは自分に乗り換えてくれなかった。
ハッサンさ僕らのハルちゃんじゃなくなるなら
ごくありふれた。
そっか
知らない。
I don't know where I would
大人っ
find
て
it.
の。
大人。
適当言われてかわいそう
じゃあ、
I feel like it's not here.
メイコちゃん。というわけ、
ハッサン賭けとかしない
どんな
じゃんけんで
スーパー
いいじゃん
乗った。
せー
じゃんけん。
I think it's
承認ありがと
yeah, I think it's I think it's in this, but I think it's where I talk with Mochi. But I don't know where that would be. I think it's the part where I speak with Mochi near near Haru-chan's home. No, this isn't it. I think it's before this. Maybe like here? No, this is where
う。
we're
僕らは
killing
一晩
someone.
無駄にした。香織さんは息子を殺せない。そして、雲には僕らが安永君を狙ったことがバレ
This
る。
one, maybe? No.
それで、僕の記憶を読みましたね。だから死に戻りについて知っている。
I can't. It's not in there. It's not in the feast. Here?
あと
No.
もう一つ。彼は蛇に調べられたい人が挙手で募られた際、挙手をしませんでした。
I really don't know where it would be. What does this do? No. It's gotta be somewhere. I think it's where I talk to Mochi alone outside Haru-chan's. This is where we get the wolf. There's a feast. God, the feasts really are long, huh? This is where I get the wolf suit. The wolf outfit. I meet up with them. I do this one. This is where she kills herself. No, 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 stop, 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 stop. Raise hand. I'm guessing this one doesn't matter, huh? Or maybe I just didn't pick the other one on that one. So Naga. Here, here. Food.
何をやっ
ハッサンヘルプドキッとしただろ
なんでこんな。
いやこれまでのハルちゃんならハルちゃんのじっちゃんのなんだろうな僕の知ってるハルちゃんなそこで
全然違う。僕は単に
そうだそれだ食べたいほうほうほ
お腹減ってん。
うにゃ
香織さんはそんなことし。
ー
なんだろう。なんなんだ。やたらさっきから
多分さだから
僕は信用。なんかもしそうなら
そっか
とにかくじゃあね。
ハッサンとハルちゃん
うん
ああただハルちゃんがハッサンそれがハルちゃん
おーい。
別になんでとか学校だとさしょうがないじゃんだからまあ殺すとかやっすんにも生き残ってだから僕は適当おハッサンありがとう墓にはぜひこいつを備えてくれい
What the hell, man? Not even here? Where else would I get that information from? Maybe I don't need to do... Well, I would have to do that now, right? Like, there's no way it would be connected to one of the other ones. Right? I just don't feel like I remember that exact information. So, where would I get that? I'm trying to think really, really hard on this. I'm not entirely sure. Because, like, I mean, I'm sure I could Google it and get the right answer, right? But I would like to figure out, where do you get that from? Where's that information given? Because maybe I don't have that information yet. So where would I get it? I feel like I would get it from Mochi. But I don't know where. Okay, I Googled it now, right? I have the answer, but I don't know where I get it from. Like, everyone writes the answer, but not where you get it from. Hold on. Okay, I have an idea. I'm gonna do something else. I'm gonna fail.
そう
I'm gonna just pick the first one.
確か、羽を食ってはどうの、爪を食ってはどうの、目を食ってはどうのという感じだったは
I think this is wrong, or I'm pretty sure this is wrong.
ずです。
However, it might tell me where to get the right one if I pick the wrong one. I'm pretty sure it's something like devour the feather, claw, and
そう
eye.
かそれでやってみよう
Really? Let's try it. He quickly pressed the buttons as I told him. A moment later, a hole opened up beneath us. Before I could even scream, we fell on the metal spikes poking out from below. It felt like I could hear someone saying, "Too bad." Crap, what was the right order? Anyway, I looked back and came here the exact same way as before. The answer to the mystery was really close, so I wasn't going to give up because of a crappy trap like this.
そう不死よしに捧ぐるが、カラスの志なり。
Yes, I know you frickin' said that. I don't remember where you said that. I do not remember where you said that. Is there like one called Willa the Crow? Like a thing? It's offering, he says, offering those up. What does it say? Offering those up to Fushioshi. To Fushioshi. Nothing on Google. That's just great. Raging loop. Will of the Crow. This just again tells me the answer. It just straight up tells me the answer. But like, I don't want to know the answer. I want to know how to get the answer. That's so stupid. Like, stop just giving the answer to things. Say where you get it. I don't care about what the answer is.
野里家のものなら、
ああ、
Yeah, I've had this. I know what it is. I just don't know where to get it. And literally nothing tells me where I'm gonna get it again. So am I just like, if you don't remember, are you just supposed to play through the entire game again? Is that like the point of it? Because that is stupid. Like, at least some sort of fucking direction. This game is getting more and more stupid, I gotta be honest. Like, there's no way that there's one riddle in the entire game. There's one riddle. So, at no point in the rest of the game have I thought about writing anything down. Because I didn't think to write anything down if, like, if all the other times there's been no need for it. And then this time, you have to write things down. But now I can't, like, I can't find out where to get that thing. I don't just want to select the right answer because I don't know how to get there. I didn't know how to find that out. Okay. Chigamochi. Well, that doesn't help at all. Okay, well, I guess I'll just have to pick the right answer. That is just sort of depressing. That's like a really negative thing about this game. Like a huge minus. Not even like a small
そう
one.
不死吉に捧ぐるがカラスの
I don't
志なり
remember this. Like, I don't remember where this would be said. I don't know if you've noticed. I'm going to show you. It's quite a big game, this game. Quite big. I can't just, like, pick out a random memory from my head and be like, oh, of course, he said that right in Adjourn 513 in wit. Like, come on, man. Pick the right one.
確か、爪をくっ
そう
That's
か
stupid.
それでやってみよ
A moment later, a part of the wall turned 90 degrees. It opened up a space through which an adult, though probably not Hashimoto-san, could pass.
お好きだったんでしょうね。こういう仕掛け。
He liked this thing. He liked this kind of thing, I assume.
ういやはやなんとも恥ずかしいしかしその血がなせる技か私も少々興奮してきたことを否めんがね
Oh, how embarrassing. But I can't help but feel excited myself. It must be in my blood.
大丈夫です。僕もです。
Don't worry, I feel you. We banded nonchalantly, despite the dire situation. Once we made it inside, we had to pass through some hanging dried herbs.
なんだこれ。音切り草かなんかですか？
What's this? St. John's Award?
君もディープだな虫除けになる草が束ねてあるだけだ気にしたもうな
Aren't you knowledgeable? It's just some herbs to repel bugs.
なるほど君の言うように書庫のようになっているようだ狭苦しいが奥行きはかなりあるか
And it seems you were right. It's a study. It's tight in here, but the length is good.
めぼしいところから見ていきましょう。
Let's see what we can find.
代々の当主の記述あたりが出るといいんだが
We have records made by the previous
あ
heads.
りましたよ。日記帳。
I found a diary.
早速かねちょっと貸してくれたまえ
Already? Let me look. We started looking around. Like we expected, the thick diary had writings left by all the previous heads of the Nosato family. It began with his great-grandfather, and the others added more after their retirements. All of them had strange handwriting, and according to what Kiyonosuke could make out, it was a highly detailed document and had references to other texts in here. You could really tell it belonged to a family of scholars. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out where that bit was, because it actually sort of annoys me. I'm actually just gonna hold on. This is really strange. $39. Oh, okay, this guy's also just straight up guessing. That has to be like legitimately the worst part about the entire game. Like just hands down the worst part. Alright, what does this guy say? I can see he's about to do it. This puzzle.
I'm not sure.
Oh,
Let's play. Whoa!
Like, top to bottom of the actual crow. So like the feather, I think we can annihilate these two. Also the torsos. I think it's, oh crap, is it beak, tail,
okay, literally no one knows.
torso? No, that doesn't sound right. The tail wasn't one of them.
Okay, literally no one knows the answer to that. Ah, good riddle. I think that's like a great riddle. A great way to make riddles in this game. The index on the diary referenced the documents all over the room. The diary itself was like a description of what went on behind the scenes in Fujiyoshi. Kyonosuke Shi's great-grandfather was a genius who gathered immense wealth, but also a madman who threw it all away. His writings were especially difficult to read, analyze, and understand. However, the feeling behind it couldn't be more obvious. It was anguish. Anguish at the fact that he'd found a rational solution and began to doubt the superstitions. The preamble went like this. Why do we submit to Great Lord Shinai? Outsiders would see our beliefs as pure madness. Even so, we take the passions we should direct to our parents and children instead of delegate it to our faith. Delegated, I think. That alone would not mean much, but when you see the shadow of Great Lord Shinai over our daily lives, we become fearful and absolutely loyal to him like well-trained dogs. This slavery of the mind will still shackle us when the era of enlightenment reaches our home. That is why I have decided to take up the will of the crow I so neglected and begin my research. I hope that it bears fruit and mankind, not God, benefits. I hope and mankind, not God, benefits from it, breaking free of centuries of ignorance. This was written by Kyonosuke Shi's great-grandfather shortly after his role as head was passed down, when he was still in his healthy 40s. Upon reading this, Kyonosuke Shi looked conflicted. The great-grandfather he thought to be a madman was actually both reasonable and intelligent. I also had something to think about it. He challenged God. That absurd endeavor might have even been the reason why he'd gone mad. The diary had 3 sections. In the first one, the great-grandfather tried to pinpoint the origin of Fujiyoshi. He wanted to find the invisible chains binding him by looking at where they started and where they were going. However, that was difficult. Trying to find documents in Fujiyoshi would have attracted the attention of other families, particularly the Mikuruma, who'd then obstruct his work. Our legends say that we were protected by Shinai-sama. By looking for proof claiming otherwise, we would be betraying his compassion, and that was the height of disrespect. It was also a time when not everyone went to schools, and literacy levels were really low, thus most of the records were held by the families. However, there was no record of one of them trying to check another family's records, and that would obviously be met with opposition. Thus he looked at the historical documents from outside Fujiyoshi. With the settlement being such a strange place, he figured that there would be many records about it made by outsiders. He was completely right. There were lots of old writings in the nearby villages and towns. Since it was wartime and the economy was dire, the paper was about to be wasted on fixing sliding. He used his own funds to acquire these precious documents. They were now organized and placed somewhere in the room, but anyway, he was able to locate Fujiyoshi's roots. It happened 600 years ago during the Muromachi period, a bit before the Sengoku. According to the documents, the place now known as Kamifujiyoshi began as a hunter settlement. This place was a hunting ground for centuries. Game meat had only spread among the common people during the Meiji period, but the country folk had been eating it for long before that. At first, it was just a settlement of cabins for the hunters from nearby villages to shelter or rest, and places to skin and prepare meat. But once the people realized how rich the area was in game, they began colonizing the place. As a result, a part of Kamifujiyoshi was born, and the people began living here as either farmers or hunters. The settlement had no name yet. However, these extremely old documents referred to as Ukami village or something similar. Not Ukami as in Ukami-sama, though, but Ukami as in wolves, the canine beast. Apparently this place really had wolves before, not mountain dogs or badgers, but actual wolves. That was no secret though. The Shinai shrine run by Mikuruma had actual wolf bones in it. However, according to the document during the settlement's development, the place was often attacked by wolves that caused major damage. They'd probably tried many things to deal with them, but the documents wrote down one very simple method. The people of the wolf village prepared a human sacrifice and consigned them to flame. Human sacrifice is a practice that existed in Japan for a long time. During construction and whatnot, people would be killed and buried as offerings to prevent misfortune. I'd heard of human sacrifices made to prevent bridges being taken away by floods, or people buried during castle fortifications. It was a pretty big deal. Still, it wasn't weird to do it to prevent a beast-related problem. It did seem like a plausible story, so I wasn't surprised. Neither of us were specialists, but from what I knew, people tried to benefit from sacrifices by later on worshipping them as gods. I'd even heard that the pillar kanji used to count gods was based on the term for human sacrifice. Anyway, following the sacrifice, the beast attack subsided, and the settlement continued to grow. At this point, the upper settlement, known as Ukami Village, now Kamifujiyoshi, was surrounded by cabins and other settlements. Through irrigation, these settlements gathered water from the wolf village. One of these settlements was a dangerous place that was often covered in mist that led people to their death, and for some reason the locals found it really important. Kyonosuke-shi, his great-grandfather, and myself figured that it had to be Yasumitsu. And if they took water from Kamifujiyoshi, it wasn't hard to imagine the hierarchical relationship between the settlements had already existed then. In agricultural societies, the settlements had controlled the supply of water were extremely influential. After all, if they stopped the flow, the settlements below would dry out. It was even related to the Yasumitsu rebellion that Kyonosuke-shi told me about. I couldn't ignore this point. Though there was no mention of Yasumitsu or the local superstitions yet. All that the document said was that the wolf village was steadily progressing as a settlement. However, there was a mention of a fearsome beast yokai or god that ate people, though it was only mentioned in the oldest documents that never heard of again.
Kami. 力なき神。それだけじゃわからないんですよ。伝承にはあなたのような存在は
A god, a powerless god. That's not enough. The legends don't say anything about...
待てよ。
Wait.
ムジナ。
The badger.
不快な呼び名なのでしょうか。
Do you hate that name?
別に正しいことじゃ。
Not at all. It's not wrong in the least.
こうして信頼明神の印をつけて畜生どもの頭目として振る舞っておる我にこそふさわしい呼び名であろう。
It is a fitting name for someone wearing the marks of Great Lord Shinai and acting as leader of these mutts.
どうせなら
So why
我
not
のもとに下ってみられぬか。
why not try joining me?
十里四方のケチな領地じゃが退屈はさせませぬぞ。
My land may be small, but I will make sure you are not bored. It had to be God. She said she was defeated by Great Lord Shinai, but never mentioned when it happened.
神の武士は示す編。実際に給仕は神だし、つまりこれは狼。
To the left side of the kanji for God, there's a radical for show, and it's even more obvious in its old form. This means that the result is Okami, great God. I was close to the truth. But for now, back to the history. Fujiyoshi had started out as your typical hunting/farming settlement. Things changed after about a century when life in the settlement had stabilized. By this point, the records left by the outsiders started noting that there was a strange village in the mountains. The sources had started to become many and varied too. I was curious about how the great-grandfather got documents from Kyoto and Tohoku. But anyway, these reports were records written by travelers who'd stopped here. Many of them were interested in the local customs. One was their hate for mountain fires. It was so bad that outsiders weren't allowed to make any flames, and they themselves had a special watering hole where they did it. One was their worship of a humanoid wolf statue. They asked it for good fortune in the hunt and a peaceful life in the mountain. One was the special misty place where travelers were summoned and welcomed by sensual women. Some rumors mentioned seemed hardly believable, but some of them were still alive, and I was surprised to know how old they were. What bothered me was the fact that there was many records of the invitations to the misty place, but nothing about getting killed there. In fact, most of them mentioned eating good meat and veggies and drinking good sake while having fun with beautiful girls. It was safe to assume that the Feast of Yomi Purge hadn't existed back then. It was closer to the traditional treatment of guests as described by Rikako-san.
ちなみにマロードっていうのは何か来訪者をもてなす文化みたいなものがあるのですか？
By the way, you seem pretty hung up on guests. Is there some sort of local culture related to that?
はい。そもそもかつての藤吉は狩りの安全の祈願のため神内大社を訪れる人で賑わったと聞きます。
Yes, I hear that Fujiyoshi was once full of visitors who came to the Shinai Shrine to pray for good hunting.
遠方の狩人を村人はマロードと呼び手厚くもてなしたと言います。
Hunters from the outside were considered honored guests and treated kindly around here. However, there was one thing she seemed to be wrong about. The strange village in the records was a completely different place than the one built around the Shinai Shrine she spoke of. In fact, there wasn't a single mention of Shinai at this point. The general area here was marked as Kachihara. Would things change if we continued further? Anyways, we kept reading. Such records continued for 2 or 3 decades, but then there was a period that wasn't recorded at all. Apparently the travelers who'd made their way to the area started being chased out, and that was it. The settlement suddenly became isolated. Without any documents from the village itself, it was hard to know exactly what had happened during this time. But according to the Nosato documents, this time period was how far they could trace their lineage back. After that, the settlement showed up in records another century later. It's the middle of the Edo period, peaceful times, and the amount of records appear to have exploded, along with the name Shinai. There's a hidden mountain where the people worship a wolf-faced god and prosper because of it. It is said that the hunters who do not pay their respect to him get lost or injured in the mountain. It is a spiritual place that a mountain ascetic could visit at least once. Their prayers seem to heal all. There are oracles who can predict the future with great accuracy. The non-believers who step on the mountains are in for a terrible fate. The name of the god they worship is Shinai, and the village is called Fushiyoshi.
そういうことだったのか。
So that's it. I lurched forward and shouted with excitement.
確かに、かつてこの村は不死吉と呼ぶのが正しかったと聞くが、何がそういうことなのかね。
True, I did hear that this village was once called Fushiyoshi, but what's so important about that?
新内さんと同じ仕掛けですよ。新内という字をばらして組み替えると狼になる。
It's the same trick with the name Shinai-san. When you take apart the kanji for Shinai into blah blah blah, you can rearrange them into Okami, great god, which is also phonetically identical to wolf, Okami.
おお、本当だ。待て、それと同じだと。
Oh, you're right. Hey, wait. Then you mean this is the same?
不死吉。伏せの字は人弁に犬。
Look at the name, Fushiyoshi. The first kanji contains the radical for dog.
犬は部首としては剣部です。これには獣編も含まれる。
Dog covers the animal radical that's used on the left side, the left of kanji.
それに量を並べるんです。
Keeping that in mind, you line that up with the yoshi of Fushiyoshi to get Fushiyoshi. If you broke apart the first kanji, you'd get person, dog, and good. Then by combining the latter two kanji into one and putting the whole thing together again, you got Hito Okami, or werewolf.
人狼、人狼、人狼。
Werewolf, werewolf, Hito Okami.
それは狼様のことか、それとも神内明神のことか。
Does that refer to the Okami-sama or to Great Lord Shinai?
その二つは基本的には同じものです。ある神様の穏やかな層が神内明神で、憤怒層が狼様という程度のもの。
Welcome, Zappis. The two of them are essentially the same. One takes the form of the peaceful god Great Lord Shinai, while the other takes the form of the resentful Okami-sama.
三人組の人狼という形があって、やっていることが違うだけ。同一視する方が自然ですよ。
They both take the shape of three werewolves, but do different things. I really can't blame people for seeing them as the same.
そもそも、人狼、人狼を信仰する文脈自体は、この100年前からすでに文献に出ていたわけです。
Let's not forget that we have documents saying that there was a culture here that worshipped werewolves at least a century ago.
もともと狼による獣害があって、人柱があって、人狼の原始信仰が起こり、長い時を経て、神内様となった。
They probably had some beast attacks, started holding human sacrifices, and built a primitive faith around werewolves, and as time passed, that evolved into Shinai-sama.
狼様は、このどこかの段階で生まれた信仰対象なのでしょう。そして当初、彼らはそれらが同じものだと自覚していた。
Okami-sama is a divinity born during one of those stages, and to the people of that era, they were the same thing.
藤吉村、いや、伏吉村の人間たちは、自分たちの信仰の特異性を重々承知して、その上で自分たちの村の名にそれを隠した。
The villagers of Fujiyoshi, no, of Fushiyoshi, were fully aware of their religion's peculiarities, and even hid that in their own village's name.
なぜ隠したのだろうね。きっとその考察も先にあるはずだが。
Welcome, Choco. Just playing this game. I do read your messages, by the way. I just don't get to reply immediately because I'm playing. But I am reading your messages. Just so you know, I will reply in a minute. Why did they hide it in the first place? I'm sure we'll find more hints up ahead.
ですね。進みましょ
う。You're right. Let's move on. The great-grandfather seemed to have noticed these hidden words too. The reports that followed generally describe Fushiyoshi as it was. though their strange practices were now considered rituals, and it seemed to prosper as a cult village. It's a mountain village far from the rest of civilization, yet it prospered through the money it left behind by guests who made the trip regardless. There were now two types of guests here. The ones who visited the place to hunt, and the ones who came for religious reasons. The writings from the later dates included lots of those left by monks who'd come here to study the culture. All of them were surprised by the strange faith and legends of Fushioshi and praised the strength of their belief. Some wrote about the faith in detail. Many of them clearly named the 4 head families and the legend about the 5 guardians. The hunters, however, didn't leave many writings. Or rather, it wasn't even their writings. Besides a couple of reports by local lords of someone hunting down large beasts on Mount Shinai, there were also those that simply mentioned men who went hunting in Fushioshi and never returned. One of them clearly stated, "Do not hunt in Fushioshi in the summer. The people of Fushioshi speak of the curse of Yasumitsu."
なるほど。明らかに100年の沈黙の間に伏吉という村は変貌している。
I see, Fushioshi has changed a lot over the century.
ですね。現在残る地名や用語、そして物語の類は全部、この時代に創作されたと考えるべきでしょう。
Yes, it's fair to assume that all the local names and stories were created during this time.
安水の意味合いも変わっている。ここを訪れるのは漁師だけ。そして帰らない者もいる。つまり
Yasumitsu seems to be leaving a different impression too. The hunters who visit this place don't come back. That must mean that
読み意味の宴が始まったのかもしれません。
the feast of the Yomi Purge had begun. The history continued. After a while of prosperity due to its Shinai cult, Fushioshi began to deteriorate come Meiji. The new government centralized power, rural areas began to be developed, and the religious reforms established Shinto as the state religion. The anti-Buddhist movement of that era planned a complete separation of Shinto and Buddhism, destroying many Buddhist temples, customs, and cultural assets, dealing another blow to the village and its faith. This could easily be found in the Nosato records, but it was admitted here that the Uematsu were particularly damaging for them. Well, there was no denying that the Uematsu culture seemed Buddhist in nature, and the prostitution part must have made them targets of harsh prejudice. The Shinai faith, which had many strange rituals, had to either cease and discard them, or turn them into something more culturally appropriate. However, they did keep a few of them. Before moving on to the next chapter, we put together the region names of Fushioshi which the great-grandfather rediscovered from the archives. According to him, Fushioshi had several districts, each one under the jurisdiction of the village heads. The Mikuruma family had Fushiki, where the Shinai shrine was built. The Higuchi family had Hoshisuki, where people gathered. The Nosato had Tomaguchi, the medicinal plant field right beside Kukegawa, and last the Uematsu were given the Hachu, the lodging area. According to Kiyonosuke Shi, these regions remain in Kami Fujiyoshi to this day. In fact, the names of these regions had existed from the era when the name Fushioshi began to spread to the outside, as was the designation Kami Fushioshi. On the other hand, places aside from Kami Fushioshi had already been clearly identified and named, such as Yasumitsu.
安水でなく安水。
Not Yasumitsu spelled with a kanji for rest and water, but rather rest and lord.
なるほど。ここへ来て、先々先代も我々と同じ結論に至ったのだな。
I see. My great-grandfather reached the same conclusion as us then.
伏木は櫛。つまり髪の毛を。
If you swap the kanji for fushiki around and combine them into one, you get comb for hair. Oh my goodness.
肝。肝臓か。
With Hoshisuki, you do the same trick. then combine them to get liver. Huh.
影川の旧表記。影。骨。
Kagagawa was originally written as put the first kanji on top of the latter and you get bone.
留め口は。わかりやすいな。足。
Tomeguchi is a no-brainer. Put guchi on top of tome and you get foot.
そして八丁は。爪。
And with hachu, you place the second kanji between the first and get claw.
上藤吉の地名は、すべて人間の身体に基づいた分割をされている。
So the region names of Kamifujiyoshi were divided up and based on body parts.
そして休みずは人、木、主に分割して組み合わせれば
And then we get to the real spelling of Yasumitsu. Break the first kanji down and you're left with person, tree, and lord. Combine the latter two into one kanji and then put the full word together and you get
人柱。
human sacrifice. His great-grandfather seemed to have no clue about the purpose of the names. However, he did guess that the oldest one was either Fushiyoshi or Yasumitsu, while the other names were new. He concluded that the link between those names and the words werewolf and human sacrifice were related. There's another thing here. He guessed that Kamifushiyoshi was named after body parts to represent a single human as a way of responding to or opposing Yasumitsu. Another guess was that by burying the sentiment in the name instead of burying people in the ground, they'd avoided killing their own. Honestly, it seemed to me like we didn't have enough to understand the true intention behind this. Though the fact that they hid the words human sacrifice in Yasumitsu was pretty shady. You could assume that it was named that because it was a human sacrifice meant to help the area, including Kamifushiyoshi, prosper. Or perhaps it was related to the human sacrifice from the origin of the village. Regardless, there were definitely ulterior motives behind the names. As one who knew Yasumitsu's future, I was certain of that. Fushiyoshi and Yasumitsu had become Fujiyoshi and Yasumitsu during the Meiji period and became part of a single area. The great-grandfather concluded the naming was based on local conventions and that it was meant to hide the village's past. He had nowhere to continue from here, and his writing in the diary ended. The next section was started out by Kyonosukeshi's great-grandfather, but after his writing grew worse and worse and finally stopped, his son took over. According to Kyonosukeshi, his great-grandfather had gotten a mental illness and began acting eccentric. He'd seen it with his own eyes. The final reasonable bits of writing left behind by him cursed his deteriorating mind and hoped that his descendant would take over his research. His wish was fulfilled when Kyonosukeshi's grandfather found this room and took over. This section was primarily made to give detailed descriptions to the outdated rites and customs of Fushiyoshi. Naturally, the lack of historical accounts was a hindrance. However, the documents owned by the Nosato family and the knowledge he gained as the head made it possible to do it. He was also married to someone with ties to the Mikuruma, so he also gained access to some Mikuruma records. Having gathered info from various sources, he reached some reliable conclusions, though his efforts to gather information had made him the target of the other head families. His mind also seemed to deteriorate during his twilight years. The final bits of writing in the diary seemed to scream his fear of death. He died on May 1st, 15 years ago. The text here made it evident that he died in the feast of the Yomi Purge. Welcome, Reich. It is in fact a Michael stream, or a Mike stream. I am here, and I am streaming. As the head of the supernatural looms over us and takes our lives, I realize that I am losing control of my mind. Now that I have seen the night of the god I was to venerate, what duty I have to continue the previous head's research into our homeland of Fushiyoshi. I will probably be hanged tomorrow, and in all honesty, it seems like a favorable outcome at this point. What if the irresistible urge to sleep faded, and I opened my eyes to see the wolf-faced god? I would be unable to bear the fear. The wolfsbane I shall use to end my life lies in my hand. And that was it. Kyonosuke-shi's voice was shaking. From what he said, his grandfather was an intelligent gentleman that he knew personally and respected immensely. Anyway, the text here could be summed up as thus. Fushiyoshi had several strange rites and customs. When combined with the ones unique to specific head families, the number grew exponentially. It revealed all the details about these things, and even had info we really didn't care about right now. The content about the Uematsu was particularly harsh, even though it was noted that not everything was here. Info about the Mikuruma, however, was extremely limited. However, it was said that horrible screams could be heard from their storehouse.
あの日、
That day,
私はいたずら心で三の蔵の地下の扉を開けた。
I playfully opened the iron door to the basement of the third lookout.
決して入っちゃいけないと言われた。このお印が刻まれた鉄の扉を。
I was told never to go there, and the door had that symbol on it.
そして。
And it was a morbidly interesting read, but there was only one thing that mattered to us. It was the custom of lynching in Yasumitsu. It was basically describing the Feast of the Yomi Purge. The Ukami-sama would return from Yomi to get revenge for being killed. The story was the same. There were two notable points here. One was that it apparently had begun 500 years ago after the village closed itself off from the world. And the others was that Kami Fushiyoshi was mostly uninvolved in the feasts of that era. Kyonosuke-shi's grandfather examined the feast's origin from various angles. He investigated the stones in the Hanging Pines graveyard, looked at the records of Kami Fushiyoshi's mason, and concluded that Kami Fushiyoshi were making the graves. And according to the mason records, the Okiba was placed in Yasumitsu at this time too. 500 years of history was enough to make it a historic landmark, but they were no mechaliths from millennia BCE.
500.
500. I'm good, right? I'm still a little bit sick, but I'm mostly okay now. We just got over a fever basically, although I'm mostly okay now. Just back to I think I'm finishing this game today, hopefully. 'Cause it feels like I'm very, very close to the end at least. And then I'm gonna jump on playing Legend of the Gaia. Or else, holy frick. Stutters when he says name. Dude, it's so hard. These names are so messed up. I don't even know if I can go far enough back. Like, what is all this? Man, I don't speak Japanese. That's just, yeah, it's just Japanese. I don't speak Japanese, man. I just played this game. I was like, oh yeah, it's translated to English. I didn't expect that. Fushiyoshi Yasumitsu, Fujiyoshi Yasumitsu. It's like, and then it started throwing like, oh, you weren't even here earlier, Choco. You missed out the freaking worst part. There was one bit where it was like, actually, you know what? I can't. I'll show you after this part. You can. I will invite you directly into the most chaotic part of this game I have ever experienced, and there was not a soul in chat to experience me having to read that up. Welcome, JFK. They were simply put there to help turn the village into a great Lord Shinai worshipping holy crowd. The words left behind by the elders of Kamifuchiyoshi and Yasumitsu gave us even more info. There was the legend that in a time when samurai still existed, Yomibito poured out of Yasumitsu and attacked Kamifuchiyoshi. That coincided with the rebellion Kyonosukeshi had mentioned, the reason why the head family suppressed Yasumitsu. Looking at both the documents and word of mouth, the rebellion had happened 5 centuries ago, shortly before the village became isolated. In Yasumitsu, Yomibito were said to be scary creatures completely covered in blood water. You could find the word blood water by playing with the kanji in the name Saranaka. Blood water rapids. The stream was considered corrupted even half a millennium ago. Anyway, though the legend was warped by superstition, there's no denying that Kamifuchiyoshi was attacked by people covered in Saranaka mud. The great-grandfather concluded, without a doubt, that this incident was what made Kamifuchiyoshi people so afraid of Yasumitsu. This rebellion was the very cause of decades of isolation, the creation of the Shinai faith, and the start of the feast of the Yomi Purge. As for what that meant, it was all planned for the purpose of holding the already discriminated Yasumitsu down and preventing further rebellion. The grandfather thought that Yasumitsu was purposely created to be discriminated against. It was a bad, dangerous place to live in. The reason why it wasn't abandoned wasn't mentioned here, but anyway, people continued calling it home. In governing, intentionally creating a lower class and treating them poorly satisfied the upper class and thus made their governance easier. It was something you saw all over the world. What the hell? Suddenly becoming extremely political. Even in Japan, there was a complicated historical discrimination that left its mark even on the current era. Thus, the presence of a settlement meant to be looked down upon was good for the leaders of that era. However, they didn't want any more rebellions. So how could they stop it? One way was to make them fight amongst themselves. Another was to make them... No, hold on. This seems like it's gonna drag out, so I'm gonna save. That should be saved directly here. And then I'm gonna show you the bit, because it's actually really funny. Occult talk, here we go. So in this part, I'm gonna skip a bit, because there's a lot going on here. But in this part, basically what happens is we go up and we talk to her here. We go up and we talk to her about basically all sorts of history stuff in regards to Japan, occult stuff. Basically, where did all of these things originate from, so on and so forth. And so here she talks about centipedes. So suddenly she starts talking about gods in other countries. There's the African Anansi and the North American Iktomi. I can still pronounce that. We're not too messed up yet. Then this guy comes along. He has a few questions about what he calls folkloristics. So now we're talking about the Ojibwe Native Americans. Okay, I mean, it's starting to get a bit weird. It's starting to get a bit hard to pronounce, but you know, we're still at a decent location. You know, I can still somewhat stay with it. Something about the Ojibwe made a dream catcher, and they had someone called Asibikashi or something. Again, it's still you know, pretty normal. You know, I can still pronounce things. It's not too bad. It is a bit out there for pronunciation, but you know, it's not that bad
似たよ
yet.
うな伝説なんて
あれだ。日本人は実はユダヤ人だ
Then
った
there's
とか
Minamoto no
源義経は
Yoshitsune,
ジンギ
you
ス
know,
カン
still fine.
信じちゃダメ
You
だ
can
って
still
ば
pronounce that. Then they start having these letters. I don't know what the hell they are. But I was like, yeah, you know, the I and the J, they, yeah,
世の中には
yeah.
人の妄想が夢を話がずれたすっごい大昔
Then there's
ところで
倫理の
集合無
それには
they start talking about
倫理は
psychology
さ
here.
っき言ったみ
You know,
人種も時代
I
も
guess psychology,
異
something.
論は当然でしょうでも彼はそう考えてそういった人類共通のイメージを原型と名付けたの
Welcome, Sal.
そして
This isn't too hard to pronounce. This is just what. This is just to explain.
遠く離れこの眠りを守るために糸を紡ぐ雲みたいな
Basically, it's just to explain how a story in America can look almost similar to a story in Japan, even though there's no connection between the two. It's just like a theory, right? You know, simple stuff. It's just psychology we're talking about here, and anthropology and all that.
大学もし気が変わったら
ありがとうございます。
So they talk about stuff.
兄ちゃん
So now he has to
兄ちゃんっ
go.
てば
ちょっと待って。一体な。
And then it's just me and her.
泥沼ってことはないでしょ
And
う。
ひどい
彼
I have just one last question to her. You know, it's very simple question.
さっき雲の妖
So
怪
you
なら
you know
思
the
い当たる
spider
とおっしゃいましたよ
yokai?
ね
Can you name some?
それこそじょ
So she starts naming a yokai. There's the Chuchigomi. What did she name before?
やっぱり美女に
She was
化けて
naming
るし
the Jorogumo.
うーん。
Then there's something about evil
ブ
women.
ラックウィドウもそうだし妖怪については近世の創作も
And
入るから
now is when it starts
神
going
田が作
crazy.
ったのはただの
So now she's talking about the spider's threat, something about Kandata that spared a spider, and then there's like a Buddha,
そっちに行っ
and
ちゃう
now there's something about the Atlakanaka. There's the Hounds of Tinderlost, the Volusius Serpent Men, the Wendigo. You know, okay, we're still pretty okay.
八百万の神の国なのに
Then there's
猟犬
the
の住まい
Yaoyorosu?
もう少し真面目に考えるなら
Amatsukami?
天津神
そうそう雨
Oh,
の中主に始まって
okay.
イザナギイザナミを経
The
由して
Amenomina Kanushi,
ニニギにつながる系
Izanaki, Izanami, Amaterasu, Niniki.
ちなみ
Okay,
にニニギの
this is getting a bit
三代
crazy
後
now.
の天皇である
Jinmu
天皇だから
Niniki,
そこから続く
Amatsakami,
イザナギ
Izanaki, Izanami. I got those. I can do those. Okay, yeah, fair enough.
そういった天の国
Taka
高間ヶ原をル
Makahara,
ーツに持つ神々が
Amatsukami.
一方
Okay.
で高間ヶ原を放置
Taka
された
Makahara.
スサノ
Yeah,
を
yeah.
筆頭とし
Susano,
地上の世界に住み着いた神が
Kunitsikami.
で
Yeah.
ある時に天津神たち
What the fuck is
支配
that?
の中津国は俺らが仕切るって言い出して
Wait, you don't even see my mouse. I just remembered that I removed my mouse from the other, so I don't even get to show off. Capture cursor. Here you go. The cursor needs to be captured for this. What the fuck is that? Ashihara no Nakatsukuni. Okay. That's Japan, by the way. That's Japan, by the way. Then say Japan. Say Japan. Why are you saying this? Just say Japan. You don't have to say Ashihara no Nakatsukuni. Just say Japan. That's Japan, by the way. Oh, thank you. Okay. Well, glad we got that settled. What the hell is this whole sentence? The Kunitsukami ended up living a secluded life in the Izumu Grand Shrine and handed control over Ashihara no Nakatsukuni to the Amatsukami. Emperor Jinmu traveled east to make a city, then defeated powerful enemies like the Nakasunehiko and the numerous Chuchigumo. That's a derogatory term or something. That's the Yamato.
そんな難しい話
Isanaki,
だったんです
Isanami, Amano
僕は
Iwato,
イザナギ
Orochi.
まあこれだけ権威主ともかく話を戻
Yeah,
すと
back to the matter at hand.
国津神はしばしば
Kunitsukami,
天津にしたりして
Amatsukami,
日本神話の世界では断定
Amatsukami,
それこそさっき言った蛇の神大物主なんか
Omono Nushi,
神だけど天津神の方がやっぱりメジャーでしょ
Kunitsukami, Amatsukami,
久石君の口からさっき出たお話も
Susanoo,
スサノオは
yeah,
そうです
Susanoo,
だから実は雲の神とかもいるけど
Kunitsukami,
そういう大国主や大物主みたいな一部を除けばみんなドマイナーとして忘れら
Okuninushi,
れたのか
and
もって
Omonunushi. Ah, if we ignore the Okununishi and the Omoninushi, they're all very minor, by the way. But only if we ignore the Okuninushi and Omoninushi.
なるほど
I see, I see. Well,
Visual
that was
communication
interesting.
nice
Thank you
design.
very much for that
Not
lecture there.
なるほど
I do not remember a single bit of that. Now we go back to this. So that was just a bit of bit of that. Bit of history there that I had to read out to everyone. Just a bit of and Manu Kunichi Kushiki. That was a lot. And I was reading it, and there was no one here, and I was making an absolute fool of myself. And I was like, okay, well, at least there's no one here to hear me saying this. Right, let's see. There's the man reading. It's not that bad. I'm not. Are you winning? You have to sit through lectures in Persona. Japanese visual novels start explaining Japanese wordplay. You winning? I don't know if I'm winning. You sound insane right now. Yep. Not that bad. Could be because both regions have humans in them. Tinfoil hat ranting. This is easy. That's a sentence. Oh, there, you actually wrote it out. Ashihara no Nakatsu Kuni. It's a woman. We still Lupin. Welcome, Diced. A bunch of Japanese letters. Please help. Come on, Mike. Not ooh, oh. Not ooh, oh. Why'd you just write that? Not ooh, oh. Not ooh, oh. Alright. Another was to make them superstitious. They wouldn't even think of rebelling. Basically, they had to make them believe the lie that there were wolves among them who were killing people, causing them to kill each other. By doing that, they would sap any strength Yasumitsu needed to rebel. He also prepared a background story to make them believe that the anomaly was actually real. The grandfather guessed that this was the true purpose of the 5-century-old religion. His sources for that were the documents gathered by his predecessor, which claimed that people from the local temples and shrines were called into the village. He assumed that the incomplete or intentionally destroyed records were those regarding the scholars they summoned to help create the religion. That seemed absurd at first, but after thinking about it, was entirely reasonable. The settlement they'd looked down upon had bared their fangs at them, so what did they do? Call the smart people for help. That was natural. And so those scholars teamed up, created a new religion, and made the settlement fight itself. And if they'd given the Het families roles in their legends to ensure proper control, man, it sounded messed up, but it didn't seem impossible.
逆だよ。
Oh, the flashback.
あれは上藤吉の者が読み人かもしれない安水の者と目を合わさずに済ませるためにつけさせたものだ。
It's the other way around. It's so that the people of Kami Fujiyoshi wouldn't have to look into the eyes of the people of Yasumitsu, who may or may not be Yomibito. It's so crazy to me that it goes from like flashbang into dark mode in literally two screens. They wanted to avoid eye contact, not only because they thought they were corrupted, but also because they were afraid. Kami Fujiyoshi was afraid of Yasumitsu. It was a possibility I wouldn't have considered before, but it also seemed likely. It'd be pretty scary if people they looked down upon finally let their grudge take over and become fearful marauders ready to enact their revenge. And because they were aware of how badly they treated the settlement, The guilt grew even larger, and they started controlling and discriminating against them even further. When you looked at it that way, they made a whole religion just to protect themselves. And boy, was that insane. Now with the feast's origin revealed, what was that about the head families not being involved in it so much? Apparently, the first feasts were a lot simpler than the current one. There was the purification, sheltering, dreaming, and the limit of 1 per day, but there was no actual punishment for breaking these laws. They probably set it up to prevent indiscriminate massacres. Also, there was no wolf selection, and there were no guardians. The heads, or Fushioshi leaders of that time, only circulated the Yasumitsu legend that the wolves came back. By spreading the local legend along with a lie, they motivated the people to kill each other whenever the mists appeared. It was successful, and the people started killing suspected wolves every time the mists showed up. In response to that, those who spread the suspicions were brutalized at night. This weakened Yasumitsu, left the place a breeding ground for future problems, and too weak to rebel.
待て、そんなバカな、おかしいだろう。そんなことで殺し合いが起きるはずがない。
Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Why would they kill each other just because of that?
実際の脅威がないのに、殺し合いが起きるというのか。
How can there be murders without any real threat?
昔は今とは違います。迷信が殺し合いに発展してもおかしくない。
The past isn't the present. There were times when superstition could make people murder one another.
先々代さんは、初めから死刑という言葉を使ってます。僕はこれが重要だと思う。
Your grandfather uses the word lynch right from the start. I think that's
お
important.
そらく、読み耳の宴は、安水の住人たちにとって役立つものだったんです。
I think that the Feast of the Yomi Purge was actually useful to the people of Yasumitsu too.
どういうことだ。
What do you mean?
先に進みましょう。
Let's keep reading. Sure enough, the grandfather seemed to believe that to the people of Yasumitsu, the feast made killings into a just cause. According to this, the feast wasn't considered a paranormal event, not even by the Yasumitsu people themselves. It was just a justification for lynching. The hand of the law didn't reach this backwards village, and Yasumitsu was even more isolated, a settlement for the ostracized. Of course, there had to be conflicts and wrongings, and the social system to solve them was limited. Thus, there was demand for solutions beyond the law, and the feast fit the bill perfectly. When the mists came, they could easily get rid of people they didn't like. However, that came with the risk of being targeted by their friends and family. This continuous cycle of lynchings and revenge eventually destroyed the minority and leaves the majority wounded. The feast ends, and law returns to Yasumitsu. It seems like the ostracism they'd done in ancient Greece... Anyone who was against the law of the village had their names written on pottery and voted to be exiled, a backwards but effective way to keep order. Though, while the punishment there was exile, the feast came with a death penalty. It was clearly unjust, but they found it better than nothing. By having these occasional unlawful disputes, they actually prevented the settlement as a whole from crumbling. Those who participated in the lynchings had their guilt lessened by considering the legends and myths. Superstitions had real-world effects by telling people that they'd be hanged. If they were bad, the renegades among them would be silenced. So yeah, the Feast of the Yomi Purge had its perks for both Kami Fushioshi and Yasumitsu. Also, apparently, it was a long-running tradition for Kami Fushioshi to do certain things immediately before the mist came. They summoned the children of Yasumitsu to Kami Fushioshi and called the women to help them with food. There was no end to these records. It was much like the Mountain Festival. They cared for the stick they constantly provided the settlement. but it was also a form of population control. They didn't want Yasumitsu to be completely depopulated, so they protected the children. This tradition was alive to this day, even 8 years ago. Tei-san, Kori-san, and the children had been saved from the feast when they were called. So while it had its roots in superstition, the Feast of the Yomi Purge became a kind of social tool.
なるほど。統制されたリンチ。いいな。これはもう合議による死刑制度と言っていいだろう。
I see, control lynching, or perhaps capital punishment by popular vote.
我々、上藤吉の人間に都合のいい形で、安水の中で完結する死刑制度。
It's only useful to us Kami Fujiyoshi people, and it doesn't spread outside of Yasumitsu.
これでは室たちが言うように、完全に長者は悪者ではないか。
Muro and the youths are right. The village heads are the bad guys here.
それはどうでしょう。当時の統治者たちは、当時なりの良識感覚で、良い統治を目指しただけかもしれない。
I'm not sure about that. The leaders from that era might have intended this to be a kindness meant to ensure stability.
問題は、現代に至るまでその統治が続いてしまっていることですが。
The problem is that it continues to this day.
そうだ。今の安水なら、こんなことが起きるはずがないのだ。
Yes, this is something that shouldn't be happening in Yasumitsu today.
そう書いてありますか？
Is that what it says?
戦中戦後に宴は3度あったとされているな。
It says that there were 3 feasts during and after the war. The feast meant to manage society had ended with one that began at the start of World War II. When Kyonosukishi's grandfather wrote this, he called it the previous feast. The ones who survived it said that an actual wolf had appeared. Also, rules like sheltering, which had been ignored until then, now came with a supernatural punishment. The legend had gone from mere story to reality. The grandfather himself had witnessed some paranormal things too. There's a pile of dog corpses that seem to have appeared out of nowhere. The thorough, violent deaths given to the rule breakers. The wolves who could come in through locked doors and brutalize the ones inside. And finally, the unity between the wolves hell-bent on killing the humans even if it meant their own death. That was the feast I knew. The next text was written by the previous head, Kyonosukishi's father, and he'd observed the 3rd feast of the recent times. It was the one that happened 8 years ago, and its survivors mentioned impossible paranormal events that actually happened. It was the same, the exact same. The feast had been supernatural 3 times in a row. And this was the 4th one. That meant that something had drastically changed with the feast that happened during the war. The reason for that wasn't given here.
大丈夫ですか？ショックだとは思います。少し休みますか？
Are you okay? It must be shocking. Should we take a break?
いや、いい。一気に読んでしまおう。次は、我が父が主にまとめた記述だな。
No, I'm fine. Let's keep reading. Next is the text left by my father. Like Kyonosuke said, the final section of the diary was written by the previous head of the Nosato family. He'd inherited the will of his predecessor and tried solving this mystery. Though, unlike them, he seemed to prioritize documents that had been released to the public. For one, there were cutouts of articles. He'd taken various clippings from newspapers and magazines to create an extremely large scrapbook. There are bits from local newspapers, national ones, both general and specialized magazines of varied renown. Basically, he'd gathered all the info about Fujiyoshi, no matter how minor. Of course, we didn't have the time to look through all of them, so we relied on the index in the diary. We found out that this small village had a number of unexpectedly major events happen in it. They were so big that they actually had made it to the national newspapers. Some of the oldest and more notable ones were the articles about the serial murders here that happened here over 60 years ago. There were a number of articles with titles like 20 Deadly Break-ins in Fujiyoshi and Murders in 20 Houses in Mountain Village, and I found that number to be significant. Though the number of places that had been attacked was 20, the number of casualties was 17. 8 more were injured. Regardless, it was definitely big enough to make a mark on Japanese history. This event was well covered for something that had happened on the eve of World War II, and it ended with the culprit being sent to Tokyo and quickly executed. The incident was reported for 2 years, from when it came to light right up until the capital punishment. It could be summed up like this. On December 27th, 1940, in Fujiyoshi village, Kamifujiyoshi, Hochisuke, a man covered in mud, invaded a private dwelling. He quickly used the kitchen knife he had to attack 2 of the people inside, destroy property, and then escape. One of the victims went on to die. The culprit went on to continue invading houses in Hochisuke, murder, and destroy property. After 30 minutes of this, he escaped Fujimura by foot. The crime was so sudden that the inhabitants and the local police couldn't do anything about it before it was over. The incident came to light when the local police reported it to the Metropolitan Police. Since cars weren't widespread in the area yet, the doctors from the surrounding villages hurried over with their horse-drawn carriages. That was how much of a big deal it was. The police had gathered a number of officers and established a perimeter to surround the culprit, but in the end they failed to arrest him. What the hell? The witnesses, blood stains, and the lost items made them conclude that the culprit had changed his clothes somewhere up in the mountain, then escaped by going down the river. They followed after him, but since it was the end of the year, it was hard to get around. It took some time to find proper footprints. On January 3rd of the following year, the prefecture police noted that the perimeter was broken, but this wasn't reported. The investigations that followed bore no fruit, and the newspapers and magazines wrote a lot about the escaped or hidden murderer. But then, at one afternoon at the end of January, a man showed up in a police station in Mangetsubashi, Tokyo, and said that he was the murderer who'd escaped Fujiyoshi. There'd been much speculation about where the culprit was from, but it turned out he was actually a local, which raised a few questions. One of them was, why couldn't the locals figure out who it was? This question was left unanswered, and the man who turned himself in, Kihei Tuchitani, 30 years old, became a subject of significant controversy. From this point on, the major newspapers simply reported how the trial was going, while the magazines just had a ton of opinion pieces. Kiyonosuke Shi's father commented that Mikuruma were actively keeping journalists from entering Yasumitsu. At the same time, they didn't resist the police, and in fact were highly cooperative. But in the end, Yasumitsu wasn't really mentioned in the trial reports. It could have been the weak legislative system of the time, or the result of the Mikuruma's efforts. Under such circumstances, they held Kihei Tuchitani's trial. I need to get some hydration soon. He insisted on several things. That he was too drunk to remember the details. However, he was certain that he was the murderer. He'd lived in that area and was on bad terms with his neighbors to the point of holding a serious grudge. When he sobered up, he became scared and ran away, and since he knew he couldn't keep running forever, he just turned himself in. He was too afraid to return to Fujiyoshi. Some had found his statement that he'd attacked 20 households in 30 minutes questionable, but it was a trial under significant public scrutiny. And since Kihei Tuchitani admitted to the crime, he was executed based solely on that. It happened 2 years after his arrest. The capital punishment was carried out, and he departed this world without further comment of note. The news agencies were now all covering World War II, so these serial murders ended up being forgotten. Also, Kiyonosuke Shi's father noted something about him. 3 years before the incident, Kihei Tsuchitana had been sent to Yasumitsu because of troubles with his neighbor.
気になりますね。
This is interesting.
そうだな。おそらくこれは土地谷喜兵衛が読み人伝説を模倣し起こした事件だ。
It is. Kihei Tsuchitani probably based his crime on the Yomibito legends.
安水での暮らしがそう長いわけでもないのに、そんな事件を。
Welcome, Defens. This is a visual novel indeed. Yes. It is a social deduction visual novel, very similar to, you know, social deduction visual novels, like Your Turn to Die, Danganronpa, so on. Although, unlike those, Zero Escape, it doesn't have any gameplay. It's strictly visual novel. He wasn't in Yasumitsu for long, yet he went and did something so awful.
藤吉村民に共通の読み人を恐れる気持ちが裏返しとなり、恐ろしき読み人と同一化を試みたのかもしれんな。
All of Fujiyoshi is afraid of Yumibito, so maybe he turned it around and tried becoming one with them to seem scary.
あるいは長者が地質する大昔の反乱のことをどこかで聞いていたか。
Or perhaps he'd heard of the old rebellion that we village heads know about.
そして僕が気にしているのはこの時期のことです。
I'm mostly curious about the timing.
この事件が起きてからおよそ2年後に例の戦中の本物の宴が発生している。
The feast during the war, the first real one, happened about 2 years after this incident.
まるで
It's like a repeat.
そうです。500年前、反乱を起こした連中を抑え込むために、侵内侵攻なんてものをでっち上げた、あのことと。
Yes, it's like that time 500 years ago when they created the Shinai faith to keep the rebels in check. Of course, there were no mentions of the feast in the articles. The next notable thing was the time when the war ended and the soldiers returned to Fujiyoshi. These news articles were accompanied by village PR notices and photos. One of the men in the photos had the name, oh my god, Shuzaburo Makishima. That face and expression, I had no doubt that he was related to Kanso Makishima. Many from Fujiyoshi had departed for the war, and naturally some of them were from Yasumitsu. Also, according to the reports, they had a notably good survival rate. It also achieved a lot on the front lines, and the PR said it was the blessing of the Okami-sama. In a different document, it was said that they had charms that resembled the Okami symbols used in the mountain festivals. Jesus, that is very ominous looking. There was a photo that showed one of those crests wrinkled from wear. The shape was new to me. However, the 3 diamond-like symbols made me think it was related to the one I was familiar with, which was actually pictured here. The text next to it said, some chose to wear ominous symbols instead. For reference, there's the divine crest of the great Lord Shinai. It was actually my first time seeing it, and apparently they couldn't use it as a good luck charm, because it was just too important. Well then, if it was that sacred, it made sense that I had seen it in Yasumitsu. It was a bad place after all. Next, we skip the unimportant bits, such as the election results and the major staff changes. We went ahead a few decades and arrived at an article from the 80s. This was pretty bad. Cholera outbreak in mountain village, 4 dead. It was a pretty simple incident. Apparently someone who'd gone on a trip overseas had infected the village. The name of patient 0 was hidden, but it had to be one of the village heads. They were the only ones who could travel to other countries. It was a damn awful thing to read about, but apparently the disease spread through water contaminated by the first victim's vomit and excretia, and there were victims in both Fujiyoshi as well as Yasumitsu. Also, it was only reported after the decease had subsided, which was probably caused by the Mikuruma intelligence network.
これ、時期的には野里さんもご存知のはずの事件ですよね。中学生かそこらですか？
Looking at when this happened, you should have been alive doing this, right? You were in middle school, I assume.
その通り。もちろん知っているとも。何しろ私もかかったからね。
Yes, I know about it all too well. I was infected myself after all.
え、コレラにですか？
Huh? You had cholera?
ああ、そうだ。というか、あれには相当の人数がやられたからな。特に、安水の連中が。
Yes, in fact, it got to a lot of people, especially in Yasumitsu.
なんですって？今おられる方も。
What? Even those still here?
確か、そうだな。牧島王やら、山脇さんやら。あとはそうだ。室もかかっていたはずだぞ。
It happened to Sir Makishima Yamawaki-san, and yes, even Muro had it.
大事だったんですね。
The outbreak must have been pretty big.
その通りだ。後で知ったところによれば、野里は早々にコレラだということを看破していたのに、身車の連中が。
It was. Later on I found out that the Nosato quickly identified it as cholera, but the Mikuruma...
一体何が？
Huh? What?
コレラにこそ神内様の加護が効くとか言って、わけのわからん祈祷を行って、野里の措置を妨害したのだよ。
They made the absurd claim that Shinai-sama's protection would make short work of the cholera and perform some strange rituals, while attempting to prevent the Nosato from applying proper treatment.
おかげで状況は悪化し、遅れて発症した私は、身内が後回しだと言ってかなり捨て置かれたのだ。
Thanks to that, the situation grew worse, and I, who got infected late, had my treatment postponed because I was one of us.
医者の鏡みたいな家ですね。野里家は。
I see that Nosato are a family of model doctors.
鏡なものか。単に、身車が示す順に治療していただけだ。
As if we simply adhered to the order established by the
も
Mikuruma.
ちろん、安水は長く捨て置かれ、結果的に住人2名と、看病に当たった植松の者2名が死んだ。
Of course, Yasumitsu is low on the list, and that caused the deaths of 2 infected and 2 Uematsu who were treating the people.
なんですって？植松が2名？
What, 2 Uematsu?
あの頃、植松にはまだ数人が残っていたが、そのほとんどが民間療法を行って逆に病気に感染してしまっていた。
The Uematsu still had a few members back then, but most of them were infected while trying to make use of their folk medicine.
それが露見した時は、すでに手の施しようがないほど悪化した2名がそのまま亡くなったのだよ。
Once that was found out, the disease had advanced so much that they were beyond help and died soon after.
あれが植松の没落を決定づけたと言っても過言ではなかろう。身車が適切な指示をしていれば。
It's safe to say that event sealed the fate of the Uematsu. If the Mikuruma had handled things properly.
いや、違うな。野里が。クス氏の家が連中のことなど聞かず、正しく動いていればよかったのだ。
No, that's not it. If the Nosato had done what any proper family of doctors would do, and simply ignored them and done the right thing.
ちなみに、植松里香子さんは病気にはかからなかったんですか？
By the way, was Rikaku Uematsu-san infected?
彼女は当時9歳だぞ。その家業に加わるにはまだ若い。
She was only 9 at the time. Surely you understand that she was too young to partake in the family trade.
ああ、なるほど。
Oh, I see. I knew what he meant, but something didn't feel right. His eyes betrayed a sense of confusion, and his tone lacked confidence.
何か隠されていますか？
Are you hiding something?
何もない。
No.
いや、何でもない。とにかく、これも我が藤吉村の期待を示す証左ではあろうが、宴とは直接は関係あるまい。
It's nothing. Anyway, though this shows how warped Fujiyoshi is, it's not directly related to the feast.
そうですね。
Yeah, you're right. I wouldn't push any further this time. Another major article was one about a corpse that had washed up on the local parts of Saranaka, officially known as Saranagawa, apparently. It was a woman from Chiba, and she'd had a search party out for her. It's said that she'd simply committed
これ
suicide.
は読み耳の宴と関係あります？
Is this related to the feast?
いや、これまでの宴とは日付が合わない。おそらく関係のない自殺者だろう。
No, the date doesn't match any of the feasts so far. She must be just an unrelated suicide victim. Oh,
バカな
flashbang.
町の奴らが山ん中で首つって獣に食われることもある。俺やおやっさんが苦労して片付ける羽目になる。
Then there's the idiots from the city coming here just to hang themselves or getting eaten by wild beasts. Me and the old man always have to deal with the mess.
サラナガに死体が流れることも珍しくねえ。渓流釣りだかなんだか知らねえが、上流は危ねえっつうのによ。
It's not rare for Saranaka to bring us corpses either. I don't know if they're mountain fishers or something, but it's dangerous upstream, damn it.
首都圏からの遠征自殺者ですか？
A city person who'd gone all the way here to die, huh?
まあ、うがってみるなら、長者の誰かが関わって殺したのかもしれんが、その場合はサラナガには流さんだろうよ。
Well, maybe one of the village heads had her killed, but if that's the case, he wouldn't have left her in Saranaka.
では、これはいいとして、
Then let's
こ
ignore that.
の8年前の大雨災害がどうのっていうのは、藤吉とは関係ないように見えますが。
What's this about a heavy rain from 8 years ago? 8 years ago, though, it doesn't seem related to Fujiyoshi.
逆に、藤吉が乗っていないことが重要なのだろうよ。各地の土砂崩れは報道されているのに、藤吉のはない。
I feel that it's important that Fujiyoshi is not mentioned there. There's reports of landslides all over the area, but none for Fujiyoshi.
ああ。
Oh. I see, so even the ones who'd supposedly died in the landslide were hidden from the public.
あとは、めぼしいものはないか。
Besides that, there's nothing of
これ
note.
は港区連続火災、放火の疑い。なんでこんな事件が？
What about this? Serial fires in Minato-ku, possibly arson. Why is this here?
手記に説明があるぞ。報道にはないが、放火された7件の建物はすべて同じ持ち主のものだと。
It's explained in the diary. It's not reported, but all 7 buildings set on fire belong to the same person.
というと、
What does that
身
mean?
車家だよ。連中は中だけではなく、外にも不動産を持っているのだ。
It's the Mikuruma. They have real estate outside Fujiyoshi as well.
なるほど。そういった資産から収入を得てるのか。しかし一体どうしてそんな？
I see, so they gain funds that way too. But why would they do this?
宗教は儲かるということなんじゃないのかね。500年もの歴史があれば、もう新興宗教とは言えんだろう。
Because the religion is profitable, no? A faith with half a millennium of history behind it can't be considered a new religion.
おそらくは、我々のような骨の髄まで神内明神にやられている連中でない、神内教の在外信者は多数いるのだよ。
There must be a lot of Shinai believers outside as well, though they're probably not as fanatical as us.
中には、何代も前から玉串料とか言って、金銭を払っている者もいるのではないかね。
I imagine that some of their families have been donating to the shrine for generations.
もしかして、身車は宗教法人格を持ってますか？
Are the Mikuruma a recognized religion?
さあ、そこまでは知らんね。しかし、そういうのは国からいろいろ口出しをされるのではないのかね。
I don't know that much, but I imagine that the country would be pretty involved with them if it was, no?
どうだろう。そっちは詳しくないな。
I don't know, I'm not well versed in that.
さて、このくらいでおしまいのようだが。
Now this seems to be the end. Yeah. We'd read the entire diary. A whole 3 hours had passed since we started. The mist would come soon. I learned a lot from this. But if you asked me, all I'd gotten from here were maybes. Nothing was certain yet. Even so, I thought it was more than enough for this loop.
どうしようかね。我が父も結局、何かしらの真実にたどり着くことはできぬまま、狂って毒を煽ったか。
Oh, what to do. It looks like even father went insane and drank poison without reaching the truth.
私が君の言う通り、これから宴に巻き込まれて死ぬとすれば、我が兄がいずれこの後を継ぐのだろうかね。
If you're alright and I'm about to die in the feast, my brother would probably follow his footsteps.
いや、君が死んでしまえば全てなかったことになるんだったか。これは。結局どうにもならん。
Or wait, if you die, will this all have never happened? Oh dear, looks like there's nothing we can do. His wry grin pained my heart a bit. I had to say it.
申し訳ありません。野里清之助さん。
I'm sorry, Kyonosuke Nosato-san.
君が謝ることではなかろう。こんなバカなことをしている藤吉村が全ての元凶だ。
It's nothing you have to apologize for. It's Fujiyoshi's fault for doing something so absurd.
しかし結局、ここまで皆が狂気にとらわれる答えは何なのだ。
But what is the cause of the madness controlling everyone here?
迷信を信じる心と反乱を恐れる心、そんなものなのかね。
Is it really just a fear of superstition and rebellion?
いいえ、違います。
No, that's not it.
神様のせいです。
It's God's fault.
はあ、なんだ、君も結局は神仏に責任を転嫁するのかね。かつての野里の先達のように。
Huh? You too? You're going to shift blame to the divine just like my forefathers did?
そうだ。君はそもそも君が体験してきた数々の怪奇現象に対して科学的に説明がつくと言っていただろうに。
Also, you still haven't given an explanation for the paranormal happenings you'd
すみ
experienced.
ません。神様の件についても、おおむね科学的な、というか、理屈をつけることはできると思います。
I'm sorry, but I think I can actually give a scientific or rather reasonable explanation for God.
何？
ただ
What?、
これについては、まだ僕の中で完全にはまとまっていない。
Though I still need to properly process this.
その代わり、他のものについては、説明はつきますね。
Instead, I can give clear explanations for everything else. I'd missed my chance to properly apologize. How much time did we have, I wondered? Would they wait for long?
では、読み意味の宴の不可思議を
Then,
すべて紐解いてみたまえよ。
then explain the mysteries of the
必
feast.
ず与えられるという汚れは一体どう説明するつもりなんだね。
How do you explain the inescapable corruption?
隠そうがどうしようが見つかり断罪されるその理不尽さはどうやって成し得ると思っているのかね。
How does it find and punish you no matter how well you hide?
監視カメラと盗聴器です。
Cameras and listening devices. He stared blankly for a moment, then laughed.
何を言い出すのかと思えば監視カメラ
Of all the answers, cameras.
そんなもの戦時中にあったわけがないだろう。
There's no way they had those in the war.
戦時中にあったとは言いませんよ。というか、8年前にあったかどうかもわからないです。
I'm not saying they did. In fact, I'm not sure if there were any 8 years ago
た
either.
だ、低レベルなものはあったかもしれない。ぶっちゃけどこかに糸電話でも吊るしてあったのかもしれません。
Though there might have been something basic back then. Hell, it could even be 2 cans and a string.
あるいはシンプルにスパイを休みずに置いておくとかね。
Or perhaps they just put a spy in
物
here.
騒だな。
Now that would be excessive.
言いたいのは、休みず集落は隅々にわたり監視されているということです。
What I'm saying is that all of Yasumitsu is being observed.
バカな。長者はそんなに暇ではない。
It can't be. The village heads are too busy for that.
でも一方で、神内様の信仰を盤石にするために信じられないほどの労力を費やしてきたのも長者でしょう。
But they're the same people who'd spent unbelievable amounts of efforts to create the foundation for the Shinai faith.
わかりますよ。あなたの気持ちは。
I understand
僕
how
も
you...
そんなバカなことがあるかと考えました。
I understand how you feel. You find it absurdly hard to believe.
そのバカなと疑う気持ちがトリックを隠蔽する最大の仕掛けです。
The incredulity you're feeling right now is exactly how magic tricks are being kept secret.
マジシャンが芸を披露するとき、その種は往々にしてそんなバカな手に引っかかるはずないというようなものか。
When you look at what magicians do, you find out that they're either things that were too silly for someone to fall for,
あるいはそんな大仕掛けをまさか用意しているわけがないという真理の穴に隠されているものですよ。
or extremely complex setups that made you believe they just couldn't have prepared them.
観客全部が桜だとかね。ちなみに僕はこれも最初は疑いましたよ。安水全員が決死のドッキリ要員だとか。
The one where the audience turns into cherry blossoms is a good example. I'd actually been suspecting that all of Yasumitsu were the targets of really bad prank ever since I'd come here.
待ちたまえ。それでは不可解に傷つけられた死体については。
Wait, then how do you explain the severely damaged corpses?
死体を運搬して重機か何かで破壊すれば実現はできますよね。
They just carried them away and destroyed them with machinery or
お
something.
かしいだろう。霧の休みずからは出られないと君が言ったことだ。
That doesn't make sense. You yourself said that you can't leave Yasumitsu once it's covered by
地
mist.
下の抜け穴でもあるんじゃないですか。
There must be secret underground passages or something.
待て待て。じゃあ本気で犬をけしかけて殺した死体をわざわざ抜け穴を通って上富士吉まで持ち帰って。
Wait. So they actually let loose some dogs, kill their target, use the secret passages to bring the corpses back to
そ
Kamifujiyoshi.
れを手間暇かけて損壊して安水まで持ち帰っていると、そんな馬鹿げたことを。
Then waste time to damage them and bring them back to Yasumitsu. That's absurd. Too
馬
absurd.
鹿げているからみんな信じる。
And that's exactly why everyone believes them.
じゃあ狼が触れると家の鍵が勝手に開いたというのは。
What about the doors that open when you touch them?
遠隔操作の電子錠でしょうね。
Must be electronic remote controlled locks.
あの貧相な。失礼。しかし実際粗末な作りの安水の住居もかね。
In those shabby, apologies, simple-looking dwellings in Yasumitsu,
ボロい木板でも電子錠は仕込めます。そうすれば実際見事なカムフラージュになるでしょうね。
even the worst buildings can have electronic locks. It'd make for a good camouflage even.
じゃあ
Then
血で記されるという過去の印は一体何だというのだね。
how do you explain the guardian marks drawn in blood?
過去による託戦が血文字で伝えられるなどというのもありえないだろう。人間がやったら気づくはずだ。
The result of Snake's investigations are also delivered in blood text, right? You definitely know if it was a human.
麻酔ガスなら一発です。
Anesthetic gas gets the job done easily.
あなたならご存知のはずだ。亜酸化窒素とオクトゲンチラインの混合ガスは理想的な全身麻酔を実現する。
Surely you know that a mix of nitrous oxide and a type of octogen creates the perfect
周期も
anesthetic.
ほとんどない。これはある意味危険なので、普通はあえて匂いをつけるそうですが、
It also has
今
no
回はそれもプラスに働く。
It also has no smell. It's dangerous because of this, so people often add something with a scent to it. But in this case, that's a benefit.
バカを言うな。確かに君は少しばかり医療知識があるようだが、麻酔は専門医がいるほど難しい技術だ。
Don't be stupid. Well, I'll admit you know a bit of medicine, but anesthesia is so difficult that there's even specialists.
いるんでしょう。野里家以外の専門医が。
Well, there are specialists here beside the Nosato, right?
いたとしても、その上で各住居にさらなる改造を無断で施し、必要な密閉空間を作ったとしても。
Even if there are, and even if they modified the dwellings here enough to create isolated spaces.
生命維持設備もない場所で本人の同意なく混沌させるような乱暴な施術で確実な蘇生が実現できるとは。
There's no guarantee that anyone could safely come back from a forced loss of consciousness in a place without any life support.
そうです。確実に蘇生しなくてもいい。
Exactly, they don't have to come back.
運悪く死亡させても構わない。死体を損壊して家の外に放り出しておけば物意味違反者と見分けはつかない。
Even if someone ended up dying, they could just destroy the evidence, toss the body outside, and make them look like rule breakers who didn't shelter.
バカなバカなそんなバカみたいな
No,
卑劣な
no, no, that is so absurd and
わ
vile.
かりますよ。僕だってこんなオチを明かされたら納得できない。
I know, I have a hard time accepting this too.
でもそれが可能である以上、これは神業でも何でもない。
But if it's possible, then it's not the work of a god.
トリックで実現できる不思議な事象は全てトリックによって発生してるんですよ、野里さん。
If something mysterious can be explained using mundane means, then it was caused by mundane means, Nosato-san.
ああわかった。実現可能だということは君がそう信じていることは十分に
Okay, I understand that it's possible to make it happen. Why you believe that it's how it is. What?
そして君がさっき謝罪をした意味も
And why you apologize.
この部屋が放置されているということは身車の連中はここに気づかなかったか入れなかったということだ。
The fact that this room was left as is means that they either didn't find it or couldn't enter it.
しかしこうして大っぴらに探索をし大声で議論をしたからには
But now that we made such a show of searching and argued so loudly,
先方は気づくはずだ。君の言う通りカメラやら盗聴器やらが仕込んであるなら
they must have noticed us, assuming they, as you said, have cameras and listening devices.
そしてそのことに気づいたとすれば彼らにとって我々は生かしておくことはできない。
And if they noticed us, they cannot let us live.
宴の開始を待たず
They must kill us before the feast starts.
これは
This is... Yes.
そうですね。
My consciousness began to fade. Irresistible drowsiness took over my body.
君の勝ちだな。
You win.
ほらね。
See?
だがもっとうまい方法はなかったのか。
But didn't you have a better way to go about this?
すみません。
I'm sorry. Unable to stand, I fell to my knees. I hid my forehead on the desk, but the pain was minimal. It didn't kill me, huh?
どうせあるだろう親父。
I know you have one, old man.
これ
There, this is it. He could still move. Crawling on his hands and knees, he opened a drawer and took out a small glass bottle.
君が死ねば全ては戻るのだよな。
If you die, it will all be undone, won't it?
ならばこれをトリカブト
Then take this, aconite.
捕まって拷問でもされたら厄介だろう。
It'd trouble you if they caught and interrogated you. I appreciated that. I reached out, and took it, and put it in my mouth.
私も飲も
I'll have some too.
う。たとえなかったことになるのだとしても
Even if this will all be erased,
先祖の積み重ねてきたものを無
Waste-
駄にする罪は
wasting all that my forefathers gathered would be a sin. Ugh. Just one last sentence.
無駄にはしない。
I won't waste it, I promise. I'd had to say that much. I now had a duty to fulfill for this awkward man. With every loop, I gained not only memories, but one-sided responsibilities as well. That meant that I really had to save everyone, right? Death came quick. And with it, another key. Will of the Crow. Game over. No. Chart. Okay. So before I go get something to drink, because I am parched. Where am I going next? I've done that one. This one I'm missing 19. Not that one. Not that one. I saw it earlier. That's the one I've just done. Is it here? No. Is it here? There it is. This one. One I need. Alright. I'm gonna be just a couple of minutes while I get something to drink so I don't instantly die, perish. So be right back. The dreadful silence of me leaving with absolutely no background noise, no music, no nothing. Just the silence after I've left. But now I'm back. So now there's no longer silence, because I'm speaking. And before we continue, I need to drink something as well. Getting the water isn't the only thing I could do. I need to drink it as well, else I'm just gonna perish. So quick water, quick hydration, quick sip. Ah, yes. Ask Kansu about Haru. I was right, I just remembered. Did my memories carry over in a weird way because of the method from back then was weird? Well, then again, this wouldn't be the first time my memories didn't carry over properly. Maybe I should have counted myself lucky for remembering at all. I had tons of things to think about. About the beast in the village, the giant monster, the dream enveloping Fujiyoshi, as well as the looping the sheep had told me about. But this wasn't the time to worry about that. The old man before me was one who'd survived the past tragedies in Fujiyoshi. With the old wolf guy being a pain to talk to, I had to rely on him instead. But how was I supposed to talk to him? It looked like there was just one way.
僕ですよ。
It's me.
狼は僕です。
I'm a wolf. Upon hearing that,
てめえが狼だと。
you're a wolf. He didn't take out his gun. His expression showed nothing but total confusion.
わかりますよ。あなたの経験では、狼は絶対に自首しない。
I know, from your experience, wolves never reveal themselves.
もちろん、人は嘘をつかない。とりわけ自滅的な嘘は。だからあなたは僕の真意が読めないんだ。
Of course, the humans don't lie, so you can't even imagine why anyone would say something so suicidal. Shut it. He finally pointed his gun at me, but his lateness just told me how hesitant he was. He controlled the pace of the conversation.
僕がこれを明かしたのは、僕がこの村の外で育ったものだからですよ。
I reveal this because I'm someone who grew up outside the village.
僕は神様の呪縛にはかかっていませんから。
I'm not bound by God's curse. Not yet, anyway. Hmm?
通じないか。まあいいです。とにかく、あなたがこれまで見てきたのは、よそ者のいない閉鎖的な宴でしょ。
You don't understand? Okay, well, let's just keep in mind that the feasts from before were isolated and didn't have any outsiders.
あなたの経験は、よそ者が混じった宴には通用しない。まあ、あまり警戒しないでください。僕に敵意はありません。
Your experience doesn't apply to a feast with outsiders. Don't be so concerned, though. I mean no harm. I sat down on the ground, extending my hurting leg forward.
撃っても構いませんよ。
Shoot me if you want.
ただ、過半数の合意を得ずに殺しをすれば、たとえ一日一冊の制限内でも違反になる。ご存知とは思いますが。
I'm sure you're aware that a murder without the majority's approval is against the rules, even if it doesn't break the one per day law. I confirmed that during my looping with Chiemi. Get to the point.
ようって言うんじゃないですよ。僕はあなたに同情してるんです。
There's no point, I just feel bad for you. Huh? I had to apologize to the Kori-san and Haru-chan of this timeline.
おじいさんと孫で殺し合わなきゃならないなんて、ひどい話です。
It must be awful for a grandfather to have to kill his granddaughter.
僕は、そんな局面で自分だけが生き残りたいなんて思えないんですよ。ただ気が重いだけだ。
I wouldn't want to be the only survivor of such an awful situation. It's too heavy a burden.
だから、あなたに直接聞きに来たんです。
That's why I came here to talk to you.
てめえ、今なんつった？
Would you just say?
おじいさんと孫で殺し合わなきゃならない。
It must be awful for a grandfather to have to kill his granddaughter. He didn't fire, but he sent a solid kick flying at my solar plexus, knocking the wind from my lungs. You're a wolf, you gotta be lying.
もし、そうなら、僕はそもそも正体を明かさない。
If that's the case, I wouldn't have revealed myself at all.
まあ、わかりますが、僕は確かに狼ですし、話してることは全て真実ですよ。
Well, I understand though. I'm a wolf and all I'm saying is true.
ならばなぜ言った？
Then why'd you say it?
こう言えば納得しますか？
Will you get if I say this?
孫を殺したくないなら、他の人を皆殺しにしてください。
If you don't want to kill your granddaughter, kill everyone else. Another kick, it came from my face and hit my head, making me see stars.
狼はくくる。孫でも。
I'll hang all the wolves, even my granddaughter.
ええ、あなたはそう言うでしょう。僕は構いません。そっちが選ばれても。
Yeah, I thought you'd say that. I don't mind if you choose that.
しかしそれは本気ですか？
But are you really sure?
僕は命を懸けてここにいます。ただ一つ、あなたと腹を割って話したいから。
I'm putting my life on the line here, and it's only because I want to open up to you.
だから、あなたも腹を割って話していただけませんか？
So could you please respond in kind?
僕はただ、 納得して死にたいだけだ。そのために、あなたに聞きたい。
I just want to understand before I die. That's why I want to ask you something.
これまでに参加してきた宴の経験則。あなたの人生観を支えてきた鉄の掟を取るのか、それとも孫を取るのか。
Specifically about your experience in the previous feasts and whether you'll sacrifice the laws that supported you or your granddaughter.
教えてください。牧島勘三さん。
Please tell me, Kanso Makishima-san.
てめえは信用できね
I can't trust you. Of course he couldn't. But he couldn't ignore or kill me either.
座られたらどうですか。どうせ僕は今、一人では動けません。時間はまだあるでしょう。
Why not sit down? I can't move right now, and we still have time. He silently sat down before me, cross-legged. The conversation was slow and sporadic. He asked if I and Haru-chan really were wolves over and over again. Well, what he was mostly conflicted about was whether or not to harm his granddaughter, after all. Thus I said this.
少し
I'm
安心
relieved.
なんじゃ
What?
あなたがちゃんと悩んでいる。
You're actually conflicted about this.
狼になった途端、殺人をためらわなくなったハルちゃんと違って、
Haru-chan didn't hesitate to murder the second she became a wolf.
春が
Really?
ええ。香織さんもね。反対した僕は逆に殺されそうになりました。
Yes, Kaori-san too. I was against it, and I almost died because of it.
狼になればどんなものでも
Anyone
心まで狼になる
who becomes a wolf ends up a wolf to the core.
春までなぜ
Even Haru. Why?
あなたは、これまでの宴では、ずっと人側だったんですね。
You were human in the other feasts, right?
前のことを教えてくれませんか。
Can you tell me more about them? Thus he started talking. He participated in 2 feasts in the past. This was his 3rd. But as far as he knew, there was another feast before that. It had happened about 60 years ago, shortly after he was born. The mists came and many died. It had coincided with the World War II. Youths from both Kami Fujiyoshi and Yasumitsu were drafted to the battlefield, so most of the ones who died in the feast were the elderly, women, and children. After that, Yasumitsu, which once had dozens of people, quickly deteriorated. Deaths weren't the only cause. Some just fled.
その時のことはよくわからんただ後々年寄りどもは口々にあんなはずはなかったと言うておった
What did you say, Kuchi ni? I don't know much about that time, but the elders said that it wasn't supposed to happen.
どういう意味でしょうか。
What do you mean?
知らん狼が本当に出るとは誰も思うておらんかったと
No idea. They just said that the wolf should have never actually appeared. His explanation was so full of holes that I didn't really understand. However, it seemed like until the event during the war, the Feast of the Yomi Purge wasn't considered a paranormal event. Hold on, 1 second. Need my chat. There you go. Most couldn't believe that the Okami had actually appeared. It shocked everyone. They began to think that they'd angered the mountain. Some of the elderly believed that the Fujiyoshi blood spilled in the war had awakened the wolves. It happened just 60 years ago, but it greatly spread the darkness of the local superstition. Apparently something that had happened in Yasumitsu at that time helped too. Kanso-san just said that people were killed, and I couldn't tell whether Kanso-san didn't know the details or if he found it so detestable he didn't want to say it. Whatever the case, the main topic of conversation happened a while after that. It was the other 2 feasts, the ones he participated in. He said that there were no mist for a whole 40 years after the feast and the war. The war ended during this time, and though some tried to fix it, Yasumitsu was in an awful state. People died, the workforce was lost, poverty became worse, some still living went to work away from home, causing the place to deteriorate even further. However, Kanto-san felt that the main cause of this awful state was the darkness of superstition clouding the locals' hearts. Kanto-san could remember how, when he was young, everyone just worked the fields with cloth over their faces, constantly afraid of something. Those cloths were an item used in the mountain Shinai festival. Their purpose was to prevent eye contact with the Yomibito. Though Kanto-san himself used it to keep the sun out of his eyes and to prevent his game from sensing his vision. But at the core, it was an unreasonable tool born of superstition. Anyway, as the village became more and more unreasonable, the mists came. It happened about 15 years ago. At that time, Tei-san and Chiemi, who was still in her first year of elementary school, were participating in an event in Kamifujiyoshi, so they ended up avoiding the incident. The two village heads who were in Yasumitsu right now weren't here to begin with, while Takumi-san was already an adult working away from home. Haru-chan was born just a year before, and since her parents were on vacation, she'd also avoided the tragedy.
旅行ですか。小さい子を連れて休みずから。
They were on a trip away from Yasumitsu with a small child.
嫁は学校の先生じゃった。
My son's
実家が隣町で里帰りよ。
My son's wife was a teacher from a nearby town. She went back to her parents.
なるほど。しかしよく外のものを休みずに嫁入りさせる決心がつきましたね。ギリギリよそ者じゃないってとこですか。
I see. I'm impressed he decided to marry someone from outside of Yasumitsu. She's pretty much an outsider, huh?
もちろん、よう思わんものは多かった。
Some complained about it.
もぶつくさ言うたものよ。
Some complain about it, especially Taiba.
あなたは反対しなかったんですか。
You weren't against it?
逆よ。この時期向こうの里に行けるなら安心じゃろ。
The opposite. I'd rest easy knowing they could leave Yasumitsu at this time of year.
逃げられたのはその時だけじゃったが。
It was the only time they'd ever escaped, though. Anyway, the only ones who'd experienced that feast and were still alive were Kanto-san and the old wolf guy.
今のと何も変わらん宴じゃった。
It was a feast like this one.
みな、最初はくくりたがらん。狼は迷わず血祭りを始める。
No one wanted to hang anyone on the first day. Then the wolves killed someone.
加護者が名乗れば偽物も立つ。疑いあってしまいには票で決める。起きてから外れれば汚れじゃ。
You had a fake for every guardian receiver. No one trusted anyone, and then voted to go against the rules and get the corruption.
起きてに挑んだ者もおった。逃げて山ん中で死んだり、物意味をせんで死んだり。
Some tried. They died in the mountains because they didn't shelter.
この宴で樋口の跡取りも死んだ。織部の安や吉の親父よ。
This feast killed the Higuchi heir, or Oribe's, Yasu's, and Yoshi's dad. I'd heard of that. He was killed by the wolves on the first day. He was either wise enough for the wolves to see him as a threat, or they just hated him. Both were likely, but I didn't care about that right now.
どうして長者であった彼が休みずへ。
Why would a village head come to Yasumitsu?
奴は休みずにまともな水場を作ると言うて一人で乗り込んできよった。
He came here by himself to make a proper watering hole.
樋口の中の争いで面倒を任されたに決まっとるが。
The Higuchi family fought over who'd get this dirty job,
狙ったような時期に。
and it coincided with the feast. Was it planned?
実際この時期に休みず送りはよくある。てめえもそうじゃ、兄ちゃん。
Many get sent here at this time of year. You're one too.
なるほど。いやしかし、よそ者をこの時期に呼ぶことは少なかったのでは。
I see, but wasn't it unusual to invite outsiders at this time of year?
そいつは確かだ。そもそも記者やらが休みずに入ったのがねえことよ。
That's true. It's also the first time a journo came to Yasumitsu. The fact that outsiders were invited at all was way more suspicious than the timing of it. Anyway, about 10 people died in the feast and Yasumitsu lost a third of its population. It was awful. Kansa-san was just a human without any guardian. Half of the participants were old people who'd either experienced the last feast or were in the war. Naturally, they could make awfully cruel decisions, and some tried to go against the rules, leading to severe punishments at the hand of the corruption. I couldn't do anything. I just hid from the scary stuff and didn't say a thing. The eldest there told me to watch and learn, because I'd be the one running Yasumitsu if they died. He got brutalized by the wolves soon after.
狼は誰だったんですか?
Who were the wolves?
3匹のうち2匹は未だわからん。
We only found out one of the three.
じゃが最後にくくったのはトールのわしのせがれと同い年の娘よ。
But the last one we hanged was a girl about as old as Toru, my son.
今思い出してもゾッとする。
Remembering it still gives me chills.
あの器量のええ娘が鬼みてえな面でわしらを呪いながら縄にかかって落ちる時のその面をよ。
As she got the noose on her and fell, that well-behaved girl cursed us with the face of a demon. I knew that feeling well due to all my looping, but I couldn't really say it.
その後残ったもんで宴の始末して、もちろんあのじじいはフラフラしてやがったがな。
After that, we'd finish up the feast. The old fart's been like that back then too. The old wolf guy.
戻ってきたタイバーとせがれたちにゃ事故が起きた。じゃが心配するな。そう言って聞かせた。
When they came back, I told Taiba, my son, and everyone else that there'd been an accident. There was nothing to worry about.
小せえちはビビってしばらく塩ラッシュなったもんよ。わしを夜便所に呼んだりして。
Why did his voice change? Little Chi was scared and got all quiet for a while. She even asked me to go with her to the bathroom at night.
じきに匠が戻ってきて、織部の神さんが安連れて休みぞ送りにされてきた。
Takumi
腹にはヨシがおった。
Takumi came back right after, and Higuchi's wife was sent here with Yasu. She had Yoshi in her.
それが初めの宴よ。
That was the first feast.
ちなみに宴が始まる前に安水で何か事件は起きませんでしたか?
If I may ask, did something happen in Yasumitsu before the feast began?
なんじゃそれは。
What do you mean?
何でもいいです。長者が目に留めそうな大きな事件なら。
Anything big enough for the village heads to take notice?
その何年か前、ここら中で病が流行った。ありゃひどかった。何十人かは死によった。わしも死ぬ寸前よ。
A few years before that, there'd been an illness here. It was hell. Dozens died, and I was on the verge too.
それは何の病気でしたか?
Was it cholera? What illness was it?
知らん。ひでえ腹下しの病だ。
Well, I know what it is. I don't know. Gave everyone bad diarrhea, though. Was that relevant?
じゃあその次の宴というのは?
What about the next feast?
8年前、大雨の後、霧が出た。野里の工事現場が崩れて、何人だか埋まってから宴が始まった。
8 years ago, after a bad rain, the mist came again. It started after the landslide in the Nosato construction site buried some people. I already knew some things about that feast. During it, the children, Tei-san and Kori-san, were in Kami Fujiyoshi, and it killed Haru-chan's parents. Gen-san, one of the survivors, mentioned something about the badger, and Haru-chan somehow survived the mist. Kanso-san added more information to that. Takumi-san had been working away from home again, and Kanto-san was the crow. He was absolutely certain that his son Toru Makishimashi was a wolf. My son said he was the crow.
嫁が富子が泣きおる前でわしとせがれは罵り合いてめえが狼だとわめき合った
Tomiko, his wife, cried as my son and I shouted at each other, saying that each other's a wolf.
それで姉妹にはあいつと並んで投票させられた最後くくられたのはあいつじゃった
In the end, there was a vote. He's the one who ended up hanging.
最後まであいつは言い続けた
He kept saying it until the end.
自分が本物のカラスじゃとそれで親父が狼じゃとまっすぐな目で
He said he was the real crow and that I was a wolf. There wasn't a bit of lies in his eyes.
わしは自分がカラスでなければ信じたろう
If I wasn't the crow, I would have believed him.
その時もただジジイとババアがあいつに入れただけでわしもくくられる瀬戸際よ
Back then, only the eldest voted for him, and it was really close. I almost got hanged.
それで
And
その晩に一人血祭りになって
someone got brutalized that night.
あとはわしを狼じゃと思って殺そうとしたか物意味を破った嫁の富子が汚れを受けて
And Tomiko, thinking that I was a wolf, tried to kill me at night and got the corruption because she didn't shelter.
朝霧が晴れた
The next morning, the mist cleared.
なんですって血祭りの後に何もしていないのに霧が晴れた
What? It cleared though you didn't do anything after brutalization? Haruchan's parents' final moments sparked some emotions from me, but I had to comment on that.
本当に血祭りでしたか狼が何か間違えて汚れを受けただけじゃ
Was it really a brutalization? Are you sure the wolves didn't mess up and suffer the corruption?
いいや斧の一発綺麗なもんよ
No, it was a clean axe kill.
その時までに確実に葬っていた狼は何人いました
How many wolves did you kill until then?
狼3匹のうちせがれだけよカラスのわしには分かった
Out of the 3 wolves, only my son. I was the crow, so I knew. The mist cleared with 2 wolves still alive? That was supposed to be impossible. The feast's rules didn't allow that. Wolves could only die during the day, and since one of them killed someone during the night, the wolves had to be alive. Yet the mist cleared despite that? That was supposed to be impossible. Or maybe it was unnatural to assume that the mist, a natural phenomenon, was directly linked with the feast, a man-made one. If the mist actually somehow was actually somehow controlled by humans, then maybe it wasn't unlikely for it to clear due to some mistake. It would make sense if that happened this time. It would also explain the Gensan thing. If he'd been a wolf and accidentally survived, it would solve the contradiction of Kanso-san, a human, still being alive, while a wolf was able to leave that crucial bit of info. If there was a way to control the mist, it probably wasn't linked to the control of the loop. Still, maybe it'd be useful. I'd keep this in mind.
はるちゃんのことは
Welcome, Wout. What about Haru-chan?
わしは聞いただけじゃ
I only know what I heard.
春はせがれがくくられた晩に休みずに入ったかもしれんが誰も王ちゃおらん
She might have entered Yasumita the evening my son was hanged, but no one saw her.
その次の日霧が晴れたんですよね
Huh? The mist cleared after that, right? Had the mist cleared because of God?
とにかくそれで宴が終わって
So the mist ended there.
匠も呼び戻してまた始末よ
And I called Takumi to help clean up.
それではるちゃんがおかしくなって
Then Haru-chan became weird.
わしはただ事故じゃと言った。
I told her it was an accident.
お前の父ちゃんと母ちゃんは霧に巻かれて崖から落ちて死んだと。
That her parents got lost in the mist and fell off the cliff.
言えるわけがねえ。
I couldn't say it.
父ちゃんが狼になって母ちゃんが駒切れになったなんぞ言えるわけがねえ。違うか。
I couldn't tell her that her dad was a wolf and that her mom got torn apart, right? Kanso-san was unusually talkative. The strange wolf before him made the rough, silent old man reveal things he'd wanted to take to his grave.
あなたは正しい。
You were right to do so.
それでも春にとっちゃ親が亡くなったことは変わらん。
Still, the girl lost her parents.
春はおかしゅうなった。
So she got weird.
狼つきですか。
Wolf possession, right?
それもよ。じゃが素直なええ子じゃったのがすねたわがままな子になってしもうた。
That's one thing. She'd also been a good, cheerful girl, and it made her all edgy and selfish.
あんな格好をしてあの時に持っとった水筒を未だに下げておる。
She started wearing those clothes and still carried around that bottle she'd had with her the whole time.
それはどうかな。
I'm not sure about that.
狼つきの件はともかく、彼女の態度や趣味が変わったように感じられるのは、あなたの気のせいかもしれません。
I don't know about the possession, but I feel like the changes in her behavior and taste is just in your
あるい
imagination.
は、あなたがハルちゃんに対して壁を作っていたから、彼女も同じようにしただけかもしれない。
Maybe it's only happening because you built a wall between you and her, and she just did the same.
てめえに何がわかる。
Don't act like you know.
わかります。同じ狼ですよ。
I do. We're both wolves.
あなたが知れない彼女の内面を。
I saw glimpses of her true personality.
彼女はびっくりするくらい素直です。いや、貪欲と言ってもいい。
You'd be surprised how honest she is. I'd almost call it greedy.
言われたこと、与えられたものをどんどん取り込んで、したたかに成長する。才覚と呼べるほど、素直でいい子だ。
She's a good, honest girl who takes in whatever she hears and matures like the teen she is. I'd call her talented just for that.
嫌味なしに、いい子、いい人間です。こんなことがなければ交際を申し込みたいほど、魅力のある少女です。
I can honestly call her a good girl, a good person. If it weren't for the situation, I'd ask to be in a relationship with her. She's that charming.
事件の後、彼女に真相を蹴取られることを恐れて、距離を取って、何も与えることをしなくなったのは、
Then there's you. You were afraid she might find out the truth, so you distanced yourself from her and refused to give her anything.
あなたじゃないんですか、カゾウさん。
Right, Kansa-san? He didn't get mad at me. He just cast his eyes down. This wasn't the energetic, strong hunter I knew, but an old man caught in throes of regret. What a shame. It was so sad that this would become nothing but a dream. This exchange that could perhaps remove the wall between the old man and his granddaughter would be gone. Oh well. I'd have to solve it all anyway. I tried to fix their family relations too. It wasn't necessary for Haru-chan and I to be wolves for my words to resonate with him.
狼3匹のうちせがれだけよ。カラスのわしにはわかった。
Out of the 3 wolves, only my son. I was the crow, so I knew.
あんな格好をしてあの時に持っとった水筒を未だに下げておる。
She started wearing those clothes and still carried around that bottle she'd had with her at the time. Also solved a few more mysteries. This was a good time to end it.
さて、カゾウさん、そろそろ戻らなきゃ。みんなが心配します。
Now, Kansa-san, you need to go back. Everyone's worried.
肩貸せ。連れて行く。
Give me your shoulder, I'll take you.
何を寝ぼけてるんですか？
What are you saying?
あなたには 狼を殺すか、人を裏切って人を皆殺しにするか、その二択しかないんだ。
Your only choices are killing the wolves or betraying the humans and killing them.
だったら、今僕を殺すか、僕をここに置いて、皆を殺しに行くか。
That's why you can only kill me or leave me here and kill everyone else.
そのどちらかでいいはずでしょ
Right? Huh?
あなたが、ハルちゃんを大事に思っていることは、十分わかりました。かといって、他の人だって大事でしょ
I know full well that Haru-chan is important to you, but so are the others, right?
僕と香織さんと、ハルちゃんを殺せば、最低限の犠牲で勝利できる。投票にしろ殺人にしろ、あなたならそれができる。
If you kill Kaori-san, Haru-chan, and I, you'll win this with minimal casualties. By vote or by bullet, I'm sure you can do that.
織部兄弟や匠さんや、ご老人たちや、長者たち。彼らにも罪はないんです。
The Oribe brothers, Takumi-san, the eldest, and the village heads are blameless here.
あなたは、それを決められる立場にある。宴でやらなきゃとか、眠いことを言わないでください。
That's why you have to decide right now. Don't act like you care about whether the feast happens today.
まあ、宴で同意を経て殺さないと、汚れを受けるんですけどね。
Well, I know that you'll suffer the corruption if you don't get the others to agree.
ただ、あなたはきっと、汚れ覚悟で、人か狼かを皆殺しにかかることを選ぶでしょう。
But I'm sure you'll choose to massacre either the humans or the wolves, even if it means getting the corruption.
ハルちゃんのために死ぬなら命はなくなるし、ハルちゃんを殺して自分が生き残る選択は、あなたはしないはずだ。
Dying for Haru-chan is an option, and so is killing Haru-chan. But surviving yourself, and I know you won't pick either option.
わしにはわからん。
I don't get it.
てめえ、一体何を考えてる？
What are you after? Would the sheep get mad at me if I said I just wanted to die quickly and naturally and move on to the next time? That was the absolute truth. But the thing I really wanted to say now was
牧島勘三さん、僕はね、
Kansuma
あ
Kishima-san,
なたが善人でないと困るんです。
I need you to be a good person.
正しいと思う選択をしてください。
Please do what you believe is right. With that done, I close my eyes. After a long period of hesitation, I heard a metallic sound come from his rifle. His breathing was already steady. He'd made his decision. It'd be bad for me if I just died here and there was no loop. However, I did find it sad that this man's resolve would become nothing but a dream. Key 19, Hunter's Confession. I think I can just do this, right? So I don't have to. This one was really good. That was a really good path. So there's the toilet, which I don't think I can do. No, I can do it. Yeah, I can do it. Okay, let's do the toilet. Look for him. At that moment, my head was flooded with information. It felt like my mind was crushed by a million sheep. Crap, again? With this timing, at such a chaotic moment? Had lots of things to think about, but that'd be a waste of this loop. Well, I would start by calming down.
ちえみちゃん。
Chiemi-chan, Chiemi-chan.
何？
What?
まだ思い出せないか。
You still don't remember?
はじめまして、ちえみちゃん。
Nice to meet you, Chiemi-chan.
そっか、そうだった。遅ればせながら、はじめまして、春明さん。
Oh, yeah, right. I'm late, but nice to meet you,
絶対に
Haruka-san.
物音一つ立てないで。
Don't make a sound.
やめろ！本気だったんだから。
Stop, I was being serious. Since we'd started sharing memories, every loop, one of us, mostly Chiemi, always forgot something, leaving it to the other to remember.
今回なんか試すの？夜は 私なんだかんだ苦手なんだけど。
What are you gonna try next? I'm not great at night, you know.
ああ、うん。無理しないでいいよ。僕はちょっと思いついたことがあるから。
Yeah, don't force yourself. I have an idea.
戻ってこれる？
Will you come back?
多分無理かな。君はどうする？
Probably not. What are you gonna do?
さっさと自殺しよっかな。
Thinking of killing myself right here and now.
なんかそういうの全部解決した後に癖になってそうで嫌だな。
Man, that's not a good habit to pick up. What if we have it by the time everything's solved?
そうだね。良くない傾向だ。とりあえず試せること試すよ。
Yeah, it's not a good trend. I'll try whatever I can.
悪いね。何試す？
Sorry, what are you trying?
ヤス君にモーションかけてみるとか。
Making a move on Yasukun, maybe?
ああ、なるほど。ご自由に。
Oh, go right ahead.
怒った？
Are you mad?
いや、怒るのはおかしい。
No, it'd be weird if I was.
だよね。
Yeah,
もちろん。
of course.
嘘だよ。そんなのしない。
That was a joke. I wouldn't do that.
そう。
I see.
じゃあまた。
See you later. Had I been attacked just now? Had I been attacked just now? It was no big deal. I could easily control my feelings towards other people. Man, why was I so mad? Gee, I wonder. I needed to get a hold of myself. I was now by myself. What was there for me to do? I just remembered. I tried to solve that problem, though it probably wouldn't be a solution. But if I didn't try, I feel like there'd be a trap waiting for me when I least expected it. And so I went to the north of Yasumitsu. This thicket near the graveyard was where that person supposedly lived. Naturally, it was empty. Then again, not much time had passed since the mist came. I hid in a bush not far away and watched the dwelling as the mist covered it. Just as I expected the corruption to come after me. For God forget, he showed up. The old man who cried wolf. He'd done some strange things over the loot, but always ended up dying. I'd assumed that his senility was just an act, but I still didn't know the truth. Though I'd gained more reason to suspect him recently. I'd love to expose him for who he was. I continued holding my breath and watching him. Apparently, in the hut he was carrying around a lot of dirty cloth bags. I saw it from behind the shabby wall here. The state of the place was one of the reasons I suspected him. Could this place, which had more holes in it than the outhouse, really be used for sheltering? Over the many loops I realized that there was two primary dangers here in Yasumitsu. One was the bringers of the corruption, as God said, the rabid dogs. And then there were the werewolf-like creatures that were probably Great Lord Shinai's servants. You could beat the former, but not the latter. Normally, the dogs upheld the order of the night. But if the rule breakers dealt with the dogs, that thing appeared like rule. But if the rule breakers dealt with the dogs, that thing appeared, killed the rule breakers, and set things straight. I hadn't escaped that thing once so far. The dogs would definitely kill you if you slept in a place so damaged, and that was another thing I found suspicious about him. As it turned out, he didn't really have any intention of staying in his house. Yasumitsu was deathly quiet, so it wasn't a good situation to try and tail him in. I had a feeling any rusting I made by moving around would tip him off. Still, I couldn't just watch him leave. Whatever, I just trust that he couldn't hear that far. Even so, I got on all fours and followed him, careful not to step on any leaves or loose twigs. I climbed over a collapsed Akiba too. I could only hope that wouldn't mean I was cursed or something. Well, if I was, I feel like God would have punished me by now. Weren't we outside of Yasumitsu by now? The Yasumitsu area was like a scar cut from the land surrounded by cliffs. Was it okay as long as we didn't cross a cliff? In that case, I really should have looked into this overgrown area a bit more. There were still many things I could try. It wasn't the time to despair. But damn, the old wolf guy seemed to know exactly where he was going. Was his hideout nearby? That sound. Was that water? Was there a river here? I looked around to find the source of the sound. It felt like it was straight ahead. There's a river in Yasumitsu? Wait, where did he go? It was pretty dark right about now. Had I just lost sight of him? But I should have still been able to hear him walking around. Did he suddenly vanish? Though if he could actually do that, it'd explain a lot of things about him. I had to find him. Carefully, though, I couldn't forget that he'd killed Mochi once. What if he'd already noticed me and I was walking into an ambush? That wasn't the case. He just wasn't here. I had to find him. No way.
まさかな。
There were two main things I found out as I walked around this area. There were no people here, and the sounds of water were coming from below. Apparently, there was an underground waterway here. When I stomped on the ground, it made a hollow sound. It was probably used for the paddy fields. Water came here from the settlement above and flowed out into Saronaka. It must have dug a long time ago. It must have been dug a long time ago and was still in use today. What the hell? Raddy! Welcome, Raddy. Welcome, Raiders. Wait, let me throw you a shout out. Here I was thinking about raiding you if I ever beat this game, but there's no end in sight. This game evergreen. Welcome, Merc. Welcome, Genie. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, everyone. Hope you had a good stream. Hope you enjoyed your stream. What were you up to? What have you been doing today? Was it more work? Yeah, I assume so. You and your working hard or hardly working. Yeah, visual novels. This is definitely definitely a visual novel. There's been so basically I'm in the part of the visual novel, I guess, where it's basically you know, the solution, right? Like everything is coming to an end, and I'm being thrown at like exposition of absolutely everything ever all at once. So there's a lot of things just being dropped on my head like all at once, which is quite a lot. Hopefully not, Choco. Hopefully not. I think I've had enough of 2 hours of love for today. Or I guess for yesterday or last time. I don't remember when the last love part was. But yeah, basically I don't know how much of it you missed, but basically we got to each of these lines is like a path, right? And we got to the last bit of this one, and everything basically ended and was like, hey, now you have to go back and do everything again. So we've gone back to all of these lines. Each of them had like a split off. This one is one. Then there was one over here somewhere. This one is one of them, which you can tell that they are quite long. So each of them has like their own separate split, which you had to go back and you had to read about, and they all like basically uncover the truth of what was going on. And we got a lot of information, like I really mean a lot. We got a bunch of these keys here. As you can tell, we're only 2 away from being done. We got so we got this one, which was basically the older guy telling us all about the things in the past had been like. Yeah, Raging Loop. racing loop. These are older keys though. We got this one, which was the funny one because basically it was one huge exposition of like telling us about like the story of Japan, how it came to be, and it was full of words I couldn't pronounce. So that was very interesting. I had struggled to pronounce. I'll just paste it out as I say it. Ashihara no Nakatsukuni. That was one of the things I had to pronounce. Learning about the Japan's creation myth. This one was really long. Because it's basically telling all about the town and its creation, like the actual town that we're in right now. And that took a long time. Like this one alone, I think, took like an hour or like an hour and a half, maybe even 2 hours of just straight reading. Ashihara no Nakatsukuni. Well, that did make it easier, yeah. But yeah, basically it was just like 10 minutes or something of like dropping random words that I literally had no idea how to pronounce, on like throwing them directly at me, and I was just sat here like trying to read them out, and I was like, what is this word now? What is that? What does that mean? And then the worst part was when it was like it would throw easy words at you, like to begin with, and you'd be like, okay, I mean, I can do this, like Izanaka, you know, Orochi, like those like I can pronounce this somewhat, right? Like that's easy, and then it just goes like Ashihara no Nakatsukuni. Yeah, read this, you damn foreigner. This one I think is old. This one where we realize that Chiemi also loops, that we're not the only ones. And I think those are all the ones we have. And now we're at the last split before I think we have to go back to the ending and actually get the final true ending. Because basically the final true ending down here, all the way down, takes a year to scroll down because they decided that the best way to move about with this is to use the mouse or the scroll wheel, which makes it go like this. Oh no, I'm missing one. So basically the final true ending, you can see this one goes down here, but then it also can split off here once I have all of these unlocked, all the keys for this. And I'm missing key 1, which I'm guessing I'm getting from this. And then once I've gotten this key, it splits off into that. And then I think it's the final true ending. And in this one, basically, we are... So there were 2 survivors, or there are 2 survivors of previous beasts, which is Kanso, the older guy, who is very... This guy, hold on, I'll show you. He's very, like, level-headed. Like, he's very, very serious about stuff, this guy. He's, very, he takes, like, leadership and stuff. Like, he's very, you can really tell that he's, like, a very serious, figure in all of this. And then there's this guy, who's senile, is always one of the first people to die in this one. Kanso, this guy, always said that this guy has always been like that. And, like, there's a lot of weird things about this guy. But he somehow also survived, like, 3 or 4 feasts. So we're trying to figure out, there's something weird about this guy. And we were hiding at his home. And he, he's now snuck off somewhere, and we followed after him. And now he's gotten, like, we've gotten lost from where the other guy is. So we're trying to figure out what the hell is going on. Perhaps this place was inhabited before. Wait, even if they could get drinking water from the wells, Paddyfield needed a richer source of water, didn't they? He is gonna eat my ass. I don't know what this is. There's like a splatter on my screen, but they didn't. It just sort of appeared, and they didn't explain what it was. It appeared at the same time that they were trying to explain, like, location. So I thought, okay, well maybe it's like a location, but like, it's just a splatter. It's just like it looks like I've like gotten water splooshed in my face. Well, what's its source? Again, there was no river in Yasumitsu. It had only little ponds. The documents from Nosato Mansion mentioned that Yasumitsu had its waters carried via irrigation from Kami Fujiyoshi. Was this it? Yeah, that was the original. Originally, I was hiding in bushes, but now I'm like, basically I'm crawling along behind this guy as he's like sneaking along, and now we're at some river or something, and he's now gotten lost. We don't know where he is. In that case, it was a pretty major piece of property. How do they maintain it? Even if it was buried underground, didn't it get blocked every now and then? Oh yeah, so basically what we found out, through all of this looping, what we found out is that all of this is likely a setup. So basically there are two towns, Yasumitsu, and there's a town called Kami Fujiyoshi. And what is believed is that Kami Fujiyoshi is doing all of this to Yasumitsu, and then playing it off as like religion, basically, right? So they believe that it's like religion and like divine punishment and stuff, but then it's all done by those people in Kami Fujiyoshi, and we're trying to figure out if we can gather any like actual evidence of that, because we don't really have any evidence of it. It's just a bunch of speculation, but it's very good speculation, because basically they did kill us in one of the loops. They killed us with so we found out that, you know, they could be doing this. Like we basically found out that there were other people that also believed that Kami Fujiyoshi was doing this, and then coincidentally they poisoned us, or they like tried to like make us fall asleep. And then we ended up, you know, taking aconite to kill ourselves, because basically, you know, if they caught us, they would start interrogating us, and we don't want that. We don't want them to find out what we're doing and stuff. So this is yeah, this is us trying to get some information, and we believe that the old wolf guy might be a spy. Would it be possible for there to be almost no people going in and out of it? About the wolf guy's disappearance. Could he have entered the waterway? If there was some sort of secret entrance here, and he went through it when I wasn't looking. It was already dark out, so I took out a flashlight from my back and pointed it at the surface. The dogs would arrive soon. Had to find it before then. Is this it? There was a patch of ground that was higher than the rest. It could easily be mistaken for just an irregularity in the terrain. But if it wasn't... I put my finger in and felt something made of stone inside. It felt like someone was messing with the ground here daily. Wouldn't this open if I turned it around? He's pulling. I did it. The stone plate that had covered the waterway was lighter than expected. I could now hear the water clearly. This waterway was unexpectedly large. A single person could easily walk through it if they crouched a bit. Had the old wolf guy gone through here too? Even if he hadn't, surviving the night by hiding here would be a new thing for me. I could try it. Flashlight in mouth, I went inside. I returned the plate though. I didn't know if the dogs would come after me, but I could probably fool the thing. And in I went. It'd be completely dark in here if I didn't have my flashlight. The water here was only about 3 centimeters deep, but the flow was pretty fast. There seemed to be lots of stone on the bottom. It was unexpectedly well designed. The hard surface made it impossible to slip, but it'd be pretty dangerous for me here if the current got any faster. I'd be carried straight to Saranaka. It'd be a water slide of death. I had to start by searching in the opposite direction. The waterway slightly curved as I continued walking. I could breathe normally, but the tunnel was extremely claustrophobic. Where was I right now? I'd walked 100 or so steps, so I had to be at least under the plaza. Suddenly, I realized something. The flow had stopped. The water that had been flowing below me was just a small trickle now. There had been a decent flow coming from up ahead. Had someone stopped it? I had a bad feeling about this. It was night. If someone was controlling the water, it couldn't have been someone from Yasumitsu. I tried pushing up, but nothing happened. The stone plate from before was the only plate that could move. Also going to the surface at this time meant certain death at the hands of the wolves. I had to continue. As I pressed on, the dry tunnel began to widen. I could walk normally now. It was a large underground passage that they'd created by digging through bedrock. You can't dig through bedrock. I've learned that from Minecraft. Like I'd expected, there was a major irrigation setup here. As I thought that, I saw a tunnel to the side. It started about my waist level. Even if the water was running, it wouldn't flow in there. I felt like I could crawl inside, but for now, I just tried going forward. There were more and more tunnels at the sides. The main waterway became more complex, with 90-degree angles and steps and stuff. When I got in waist-high step, I took a break. I heard a sound. It was coming from far away ahead. It was familiar to me. The sound of claws on heavy floor, ragged breathing, growls full of uncontainable bloodlust. The feeling that there was a pack nearby. Dogs. Crap, what could I do here? Enter a tunnel? I looked inside a tunnel and lit it up with my flashlight. I couldn't see anything inside. No, there were dogs in there too. There was no safe spot here? Had no choice but to run back. That was when. Here he is. What's wrong? That voice. Young and lost? I directed the flashlight at the source of the voice. That's what you sound like when you get out of bed. That's so true. No, that's not me when I'm drunk. I don't sound like that when I'm drunk. Oh, bright. In one of the tunnels about as high as my waist, the old wolf guy looked at me as the light made him cover his eyes.
すいません。おじいさん、大丈夫ですか？ここは危ない。
Sorry, are you okay? It's dangerous here. Ah, it's safe here. Yeah, he just said that. Why do I have a flashback about him saying it? It's safe here. Excuse me? This is the most safe place, that's why I'm here. Really? You'll die if you stay there, though. I knew it. Please help. Please help me. Come in. The old man turned around and crawled deeper in the tunnel. I was supposed to follow him, huh? I felt like I was getting close to the truth. Yes. Good? It's like you ask him a question. Good? What? There were many beasts behind me. I gulped, and tense as all hell, crouched, and entered the hole. I had to crawl for about a minute while lighting up the old guy's ass like we were in some theme park attraction. What the hell? Was this necessary to put? Hey, there we go. With those words, he entered a larger space. I followed after him. It was a room. Neither large nor small. It was about the size of 4.5 tatami mats. It seemed to be made of wood. The humidity in here had made everything moldy. It looked like an antique workmanship to me. I crawled inside. Once I stepped in, I felt something other than rock on my feet. It was really unstable. Confused, I tried to use my flashlight to see, but that was when the wolfman lit a match. A match? He used it to light up a lamp. That made the place bright. Why was he so surprised at a match? He was like, a match? I finally realized that this place was like a literal dump. There were pieces of cloth, vinyl backs, and plastic bottles filled with liquids I didn't want to know about. The entire floor was covered in such things, and we were walking on them. This had to be the place where he slept. As I looked around, the wolfman pushed me away from the entrance. What? One, two. Is he about to sing or something? Then he pushed the heavy-looking stone object back over the door, shutting us in with a heavy thud. We're safe now. Safe. Sit. He. I didn't want to, but I had no choice. He went deeper in and sat on a pile of garbage. So I did the same. I felt myself sink into the floor. He's giving us food. Eat? Eat. Here. He took something out from one of the cloth bags he'd brought and extended it to me. It was a bread roll inside a plastic bag, specifically one made by the most famous makers of the stuff. You could get this anywhere. However, it was weird to see in Yasumitsu. It's a settlement detached from the outside economy, so it didn't fit in at all. Yet, this place seemed to have tons of such stuff.
Itadakimasu.
I'll have it then. I looked at the surface of the bag. It was made less than half a month ago. It wasn't even past its best before date.
これ、どこで入手を?
Where did you get it? Eat, eat, and drink this. Wait, why did he just pants grab me? Would you hotbox with the old guy in the cave? Yeah. Dude, look at this place. This would be insane to hotbox in. He gave me a cracked teacup. I just said cuck. Cracked teacup. In it, there was a transparent liquid. Oh god.
何ですか? これは?
What's this? The teacup. Drink.
これは何ですか?
What is this? Oh, why? So he said sake, but this is translated as booze. I took it and smelled it. I wasn't sure about it. It did seem like alcohol, but I wasn't too sure about what to think of the little bug in here. What little bug? There's a bug in it? What is this? So he's just giving me like a... There's like a teacup of alcohol and there's just like a bug in it, like just swimming around. That bug is having the time of its life, man. That bug is like drunk as hell. I didn't mind drinking it, but I had to make my position clear.
助けていただいてありがとうございます。ただ、僕はあなたと話しにここに来ました。
Thank you for helping me. I came here to talk to you. Drink.
あなたはそんなふりをしているが、本当はいろいろ分かっていますね。
You act like you don't know anything, but you do, right? Huh?
読み耳の宴について
He said it again.
伺いたくて来ました。
I came here to ask about the Feast of the Yomi Purge. Guh?
あなたは以前の読み耳の宴で生き残った人物だ。そのあなたに聞きたいことがあるんだ。
He looks so high, man. Look at him. This he's literally on his deathbed, man. Look at him. You survived the previous feast. I want to ask you about that. Drink.
いただきます。
Okay. I gulped down the content of the teacup. Ugh. It was rotten, but was able to gulp it down without vomiting.
ごちそうさまでした。狼じじいさん。
Thank you, old wolf
い
guy.
や、
Or should I call you?
藤吉20世帯殺しの主犯殿と呼ぶ方がいいですか？
The main culprit behind the 20 murderous Fujiyoshi break-ins. Hee hee hee. Holy f... So you know that, young one? Classic. I actually, when I read about that, I actually thought I thought he'd be the one behind it, but I actually thought the reason why I ended up throwing that theory away was because I actually thought he was. After that, he said that there might be a spy in like the in like Yasumitsu, and I was like, okay, I feel like he's the spy, not the murderer. He's the spy, and then the murderer probably just some irrelevant person, but he's the spy. I knew it. Yeah, so okay, this is the part where we found out like 2 hours of exposition about the thing. According to the info in the Nosato mansion, the murder incident was concluded with the trial and execution of the self-admitted culprit. However, the trial wasn't based on a thorough examination of the circumstances. One of the largest murder sprees in Japan's history was said to have been done in about half an hour, and with only a kitchen knife. People of that time questioned this as well, but the confession took precedence above all and was considered enough evidence to deliver the punishment. I couldn't really blame them though. It was a time of chaos, what with the war and all. However, if you considered the idea that there were multiple culprits, some things made more sense. Due to the distance and difference in quality of life, the people of Kamifujiyoshi didn't know much about Yasumitsu and what kind of people lived there. Yeah, it might be based off of that. They do have. I don't know if the town is like a real town. Like if I don't know if the names of town. They do use like actual like Tokyo and Kyoto and stuff like that. So they do use real town names. But I don't know if Kamifujiyoshi is like an actual town as well. I'm guessing Yasumitsu almost certainly isn't. But Kamifujiyoshi might be. And I'm guessing it might actually be rooted in like actual, like there's some sort of fact to it. Like obviously it's not like a story of fact, but they might have like actually taken inspiration from like actual factual things. Like I'm guessing the whole like myth or whatever, the actual like story about the wolves and all that. I'm guessing that's like actual something that existed. There's also the fact that the supposed murder, Kihei Tuchitani, wasn't mentioned in Kamifujiyoshi at all until he turned himself in. That meant that the witnesses in Kamifujiyoshi hadn't known about what Yasumitsu's people were up to. When the police went to Yasumitsu to investigate it after the confession, the people only said things that supported the idea that he'd done it. This meant that the people of Yasumitsu weren't aware of these actions, and that those who weren't suspected could easily have been complicit in it. The old wolf guy had been considered not of sound mind for a long time, so he'd been ignored. That hadn't changed even now, and it gotten to the point that no one cared if he'd just vanished into thin air for no apparent reason. Considering his character alongside the timing of the incident, he'd have been in his 30s then. And that his mental state was just an act, I could easily conclude that he was the type of man who could commit murder. He was the true evil hiding in Yasumitsu, a serial murderer who'd escaped divine punishment and survived.
なんじゃ、とうとう身車が俺を覗こうとしてこさせたか?
Did the Mikuruma finally come to get me?
いや、それにすりゃおかしい。おめえ、この地下道にえらく不慣れじゃねえか。
No, No, that'd be weird. You don't know jack about this tunnel, eh?
わからねえな。あ
I don't get
お
you.
めえ警察か、わけえの。
You're
あ
you're a cop or something, huh?
僕は読み耳の宴を阻止したいものです。
I'm someone who wants to stop the feast of the Yomi Purge.
阻止阻止へへへへそら豪気なこったわけえの。
Stop? Stop? Now ain't that brave.
身車とことを構えようってか。へへへへバカなことを。
You wanna fight the Mikuruma, huh? Damn
読
fool.
み耳の宴の直接的な黒幕が身車家だってことは知っています。一筋縄ではいかないこともね。
I know that the Mikuruma are directly responsible for the feast and that this won't be
僕
easy.
はあなたの過去の犯行を暴こうとしてるわけじゃない。むしろあなたに意見を聞きたいんですよ。
I'm not here to expose your past crimes. I just need your opinion.
安水の掟のみならず藤吉の秩序を破り続けてなお生き続けているあなたにね。
You're someone who broke the laws of both Yasumitsu and Fujiyoshi collectively, after all. He went quiet. And
俺にゃうまみがねえなわけえの。
that ain't fun for me at all. He made an expression that was new to me. A display of unconcealed malice.
なんですって。
What? The next moment, I heard a sound behind me and turned around.
へへ来やがったか。
Hey, they're here. It's the sound of claws scratching on the boulder covering the entrance. It was accompanied by growls,
汚れの運び手。
the bringers of the corruption.
へえそこまで知っててなんで来たか計り知れねえな。
Yeah, you know that much and you still came here? I don't get you. He probably wouldn't understand if I told him that I had nowhere else to go.
こうやって石で塞いで難を逃れる気ですか。
You plan to avoid the situation by closing yourself in like this?
おうおう
Yeah, yeah.
ほら今安全じゃ。食うて寝るだけの悠々自適。なんの不自由もねえ。
I'm safe right now. I just eat, sleep, and don't have a care in the world.
宴が来りゃ適当に遊んでここに隠れりゃええ。
If the feast comes, I'll just play around and hide here.
なんの不自由もねえんだよ。
I ain't uncomfortable, not one bit.
へへへ。
Here. He intentionally twisted his laughter as his shoulders shook.
殺人事件の真相がばらされればあなただって困るはずだ。
You'd be uncomfortable if people found out about the crime, wouldn't you?
それにこの場所だって安全だとなぜ言えるんです。
Also,
いつまでも身車家の目を忍んでいられるとでも。
also, why are you so confident that it's safe here? You think you can hide from the Mikuruma for long?
忍ぶ
Hide?
なんか勘違いしとるかわけの。
You don't know shit, do you?
身車は俺のことなぞとっくに知っておるぞ。
The Mikuruma already know about me.
身車の目のことは知っとるのか。
You know about the eye of the Mikuruma?
ならなぜ聞いて。ははおめえ俺を引っ掛けようとしたな。
Then why'd you ask? Haha, you're trying to bait me, huh? He was right. This guy was even sharper than I imagined. I'd already confirmed that the Mikuruma had surveillance networks spanning all of Yasumitsu. There were these tunnels too. The scratching dogs behind me made it clear that they were commencing the feast. In that case, there was no way that they didn't see this place. That meant that they knew about this man who was hiding underground. Flashbang. Hell, the fact that he'd been given the role of the Badger made it clear that he was involved in the feast. His situation wasn't like mine from the first time, where the Mikurumas simply didn't see me and didn't put me in the feast. There could only be one answer to this.
身車家はあなたのことを知っていて宴の客としても扱っている。しかし命を奪おうとしていない。
The Mikuruma know about you and use you for the feast, but they aren't trying to take your life.
あなたの死は身車家にとって不都合なんですよね。
Is that because your death would be bad for them?
へへ。よう舌が回るな。この年になりゃそれだけで羨ましい。
Here. You can talk good, huh? When you're my age, even that makes me jealous.
答えてもらえませんか？
Can you answer me?
いいとも。眠気が来るにゃまだ時が早い。
Sure, the sleepiness ain't coming yet. Well now, I silently prepared myself. His story could be summed up like this. He was indeed the culprit, a serial killer who'd killed about 10 people in the incident back in the 1940s. However, the one who had the idea was Tuchi Tanishi, the one who'd get executed. Tuchi Tanishi was a Kami Fujiyoshi person sent to Yasumitsu, and though he wasn't the violent sort, being sent to Yasumitsu left a deep-seated grudge. He constantly grumbled about it, and couldn't get used to the life here no matter what. He was an outcast to everyone, except the old wolf guy. Tuchi Tanishi often told him on the outskirts of Yasumitsu that he'd get back at Kami Fujiyoshi eventually.
それを俺は煽ったのよ。やりゃあええ。好きにすりゃあええ。それだけ繰り返してな。
So I threw fuel on the fire, told him to do whatever he wants and all that. If that really been all he'd done, then Tochitani had been pretty murderous to begin with. It's bad enough that he'd actually went through with his feeble-minded friend's idea. Anyway, that led to the plan, if you could call it that, to kill as many Kami Fujiyoshi people as possible. Now, on the day it was time to kill, the old wolf guy had given Tochitani lots of divine sake that he'd stolen from the hall. Once they were drunk, they both covered themselves in Saranaka's mud and moved out. I asked if it had something to do with Fushiyoshi myths, and the answer was yes. It matched what I'd learned in the Nosato mansion, that the origin of the Yomibito legends was the Yasumitsu rebels. The old wolf guy was probably the reason why an ex-Kami Fujiyoshi person found out about Yasumitsu's legends so quickly. Anyway, Tochitani, still drunk and looking like a Yomibito, began the massacre. The old wolf guy, covered in mud himself, secretly watched as he stole valuables from the places. He mentioned that the burglary was his main objective. Since he didn't want to leave any evidence, and wanted to make it seem like the massacre was the goal, he only took the bills from the wallets, as well as various envelopes. I had a hard time deciding whether using a mass murder to get rich was subtle or blunt. Though at that moment, something he didn't expect happened.
これがな、面白いもんでな。俺らの姿見たやつら、みんなビビって、小便垂れて、腰抜かしやがる。
It was damn good. Everyone who saw us was so scared they pissed themselves and fell.
誰も抵抗なんざしねえ。
No one resisted one bit.
なら、やってみようか。どうせみんな、あいつのせいになるならよ。
So I figured I'd try to kill them. it would all be his fault after all.
そう思うが、人ってもんだろうが。
That's the human thing to think, right?
あら、面白かったぞ、若えの。
I had a good time there, young'un. No comment. The fact that no one resisted was related to the absolute loyalty and the faith that the Nosato looked into the god problem. Anyway, he went on to kill over a dozen people, steal lots of valuables, and escape before things escalated. As he washed off the mud, returned to his place and looked through his spoils, he found something really noteworthy. It was a piece of paper he found inside an envelope with money. He quickly understood what it meant, and it was huge. Tochitani Shi escaped, turned himself into the police in Tokyo, claiming it was all his own doing, and the story ended with the execution.
やつは昇進のケチでの。酔いが覚めたら、自分がしたことを恐ろしゅうなったんじゃ。どうせが。
He was small and petty. He must have realized what he'd done after he sobered up.
じゃが、逃げる根性だけは、座っとったな。
He did have the guts to run, though. Hee hee. However, while the national reports on the serial killings subsided, things had started to change within Fujiyoshi. The village heads and their associates had begun visiting Yasumitsu more and more often. And for unknown reasons, more and more people were sent to Yasumitsu. And a while later, a real feast of the Yomi Purge began. The old wolf guy hadn't participated in many conversations in Yasumitsu, so he only found this out during the first feast. Apparently, the Mikuruma had been acting shady, and it was because they were searching for something. The something was stolen from one of the murder scenes. They talked that it might have been something necessary for their rituals, like a talisman or something. They'd even speculated that the Okami returned because it was lost. As the rumor mill churned, the old wolf guy was the only one who knew the truth. It was the thing he'd found, and it was something that'd be bad for the Mikuruma.
何だったんです
What
そ
was
れ
it?
は。
人買いの証文の写しよ。
A copy of a human trafficking contract.
人身売買それは当時は。
Human trafficking, but that wasn't so uncommon back then.
おうとも、珍しくもねえこった。じゃが、身車が人を買っておるなど、誰も知らんかった。
It wasn't, but still, no one knew that the Mikuruma were buying people.
どういうことです
What do you mean?
買った人間がどこにもいねえ。そもそもやらす仕事もねえ。どこで何をしとる？え？
The people they'd bought aren't anywhere, and there's no job for them to do. What do you think happened to them, huh?
ろくでもない儀式だか実験だかで消費したってことですか
They used them for their messed up rituals and experiments.
おう、さえとるな、わけの。なんぞ知らんが、人聞きのええ事情じゃなかろうもんよ。
Oh, you know your stuff. I don't know about the details, but it wasn't something they wanted others to know about.
そんなもんは、身車みてえな家は、一と漏れるのを嫌うもんじゃ。
Families like the Mikuruma don't want that kind of stuff made public.
じゃから、宴なんつう茶番をぶちよった。そうしてりゃ、怖くもなんともねえ。
That's why they started the farce at the feast. I knew that, so I wasn't scared one bit. That meant that the old wolf guy was the only one who knew that the phenomena that started it all were just a Mikuruma conspiracy. It had been bad for them if the scandal spread throughout Fujiyoshi. It could potentially undermine both the local faith and their influence. They frantically debated how to preserve their secret, and with it, their authority. If you looked at it from a certain angle, it was to prevent another Yumibito rebellion, so the main cause of this was basically God again. I saw how it was now. Anyway, the old wolf guy knew the truth. Thus, he'd use his guile, got into his target's head, and tried to figure out what they were doing. That was how he found this waterway.
誰でも知っとる。じゃが、それは上藤吉が管理をしとる。借り物っちゅうわけよ。
Everyone knows that this waterway is underground, but it belongs to Kami Fujiyoshi. They just loan it out.
じゃから、安水の門は、それがどんなもんか知らん。考えもせん。
So no one in Yasumitsu knew what kind of thing this was, didn't even think about it.
それでも見つけたもんは、もちろん、ぶち殺されよったじゃろうが。
Those who did find it ended up killed.
俺はな、ちゃんとな、段取りを踏んだ。
It's not that long, man. It's like 5 words. But I prepared for that. That was the core of the matter. He'd somehow established contact with the Mikuruma, and told them that he had the contract and that it'd go public if he died. If they didn't want that, they had to ensure his safety. He used the info as hostage to protect himself. It was an action movie plot, but could it work in real life? Fujiyoshi was a small village. If he'd asked someone here to reveal the truth if he died, they could just take care of that person too. I asked about that and he said that he had a contact in Tokyo. This was when I found out that he wasn't born in Yasumitsu. He was probably like me who tried to move to Yasumitsu. He'd arrived here as a drifter and got sent here, there. He was pure evil, a scumbag who'd come here just to deceive people and commit terrible acts. Anyway, the villains and the prey villain met to create a villainous pact. Every year, he went outside the village and secretly reached out to his contact in Tokyo. If he didn't show up even once, his contact would reveal the Mikuruma's secret to the public. And if they didn't want that, they had to keep him alive. Of course, I had questions. What would have happened if the wolf guy died a natural death? Or if Mikuruma became unable to keep their end of the deal because the leader changed something? In response to that, he said that it was a battle of wits. The Mikuruma weren't actually certain that the old wolf guy's death would mean that their secret would come out. They probably didn't think that his weapon had survived a whole 60 years and made it to the modern era. Also, is a question about whether such an old scandal would deal much damage to the modern Mikuruma. They were still afraid of the worst case scenarios though. To allay their fears and buy more time, they left the old man alive. It was a small price to pay for the feeling of safety. If it cost anything more, though, he'd have been removed a long time ago, old wolf guy's own words. It showed a skill at negotiating, particular to villains, and he was proud of it.
わかりました。つまりあなたは、宴の主と密約を交わした。だからこんな場所に入っても許される。
I see. So you can enter this place because you're on a secret contract with the masters of the feast.
さらには、宴の掟に反した行動をとっても、汚れは免除される。そういうことだったんですね。
And you can do things against the laws of the feast because the corruption won't apply to you. Is that how it is?
おお、面白い話だろうが。
Yeah, yeah, interesting, ain't it?
おめえだけじゃ。これまでにこの話を俺に聞いてきたのはよ。
You're the only one I ever told it to. He whispered that, then drank some rotten booze. How was I to process this? That it was possible to negotiate with the Mikuruma? No way. Like he said, his deal was only accepted because of how small a price they were paying. They'd never agreed to stop the Feast of the Yomi Purge. They wouldn't tolerate my goal. I could only achieve it by making an enemy of them. In fact, stopping the feast wasn't even my ultimate goal at this point. That meant that this time, the only thing I'd gained was physical protection in the form of this underground waterway. Oh, there was another thing. I realized that I couldn't let my guard down around this person. That was good enough for me.
それで、いつ聞くんですか?
So when will it start working?
あ
Huh?
どうせ、僕に飲ませた酒には、毒でも持ったんでしょ?
I mean, the booze you gave me was poison, right?
何を言うとる?
What are you on about?
とぼけないでくださいよ。あなたの保身が安い? そんなわけないじゃないですか。
Don't play dumb. Keeping you safe is cheap, as if.
いつ約束を破るかわからない。イカれた悪人を生かしておくなんて、まともな悪人ならやるわけがない。
You're an insane villain who can break the deal at any moment. No normal villain would just let you be.
どうせ、その辺のやりとりは、まともな仲介者でも立てて、双方後腐れなく終わってるはずだ。
Such exchanges normally involve a mediator of sound mind and end without anyone feeling wronged.
そして、あなたが宴で生かされるには、別の理由があるはずだ。あなたの生存が、彼らの計画に役立つ理由が。
There has to be another reason why they kept you alive, such as something that made your life beneficial to their projects.
例えば、見ちゃいけないもの、入っちゃいけない場所、そういうものに触れたものを片付ける、とかね。
For example, you could have been assigned to take care of anyone who saw things they shouldn't have or went somewhere they didn't belong. Having cameras wasn't enough, you also needed an on-site operator to dole out punishments. Otherwise, you'd have to send out people every time it happened. And it was better if less people knew about these dark happenings. In that case, it was best to leave the protection of the secret to Yasumitsu's trader. Basically. He was...
毒なんざ持ってねえよ。
There's no poison.
ちーと慣れてねえやつがしびれるぐれえだ。
Just summon that numbing for whoever's not used to it. I couldn't stand up. I couldn't feel my legs, and it wasn't because I'd been sitting for too long. As I tried not to let it show on my face, he started vomiting through his garbage. Oh. Well, I'll get at it later. He took out something I could never forget. It was the mask piece of the wolf outfit. After tossing it aside, he put his hand in another mountain of trash and took out something else. It was a dagger.
若えの、おめえもよ、俺と似たような悪人の面しとる。
Young'un, you like me. That's the face of a villain.
ようよう見とる。ようようわかっとる。さぞかし外じゃやりたい放題暴れたんじゃろ。
You see stuff, you know stuff. You must have pulled some shit outside.
そんでちーとくたびれて逃げてきたか。
And now you escape because you're bored?
おめえは俺の若え時にそ くりだ。
You remind me of me when I was a young one. Oh, how I wanted him to spare me that shit.
まあじゃが諦め。この村はもう俺でたくさんだ。
Give up though, I'm enough for this village. He was right.
さてさて。
Anyway,
8年ぶりの人殺しじゃ。
time for my first kill in 8 years.
あなた8年前狼だったな。
You were a wolf 8 years ago, weren't you?
あら、面白かった。
That was fun.
その時までに確実に葬っていた狼は何人いました？
How many wolves did you kill until then?
狼3匹のうちせがれだけよ。カラスのわしには分かった。
Out of the 3 wolves, only my son. I was the crow, so I knew. In the feast 8 years ago, the mist had cleared with only one of the wolves dead. If Gensan, the one who knew about the badger, was 1, the third one had to be around 2. It wasn't guaranteed that it was the old wolf guy, but as it turned out, the truth was always the worst possible option.
最後に
One more question.
あなたは神様と会ったか？
Have you met God? He had to have. It didn't matter that he was an outsider. Even Kaori-san, who'd come here from Tohoku, had been affected by it. He couldn't have been an exception to that. If he really was a scumbag like me, admitting that he'd submitted to a god must have been extremely humiliating for him. He didn't reply.
ここは神様の庭ですよ。
This is God's garden.
それだけ悪知恵が回るなら、あなたは遠くに逃げるべきだった。
If you're that smart, you could have escaped far away from here.
あなたに未来はない。
You have no future. I hoped that my words would help me get back at him a little. I didn't want to lose completely this time, but... This fucking beer god. He laughed.
わけのいいか。ここは神の庭なんかじゃねえ。俺の砦だ。
Good one, Choco. Good one. Listen, young one. This ain't God's garden, but my fortress.
どこへ逃げようがよ。てめえの砦より安全な場所はねえんだよ。
Run wherever you want, but there's no safer place than your own fortress.
守るには砦がいる。侍の頃と何にも変わらねえ。
Good one, Choco. That's a reference to the video game Raging Loop, where the old man who cried wolf says, and I quote, "This ain't God's garden, but my house." Good one, Choco. That's a reference to Raging Loop. Old man cried wolf says, "Things haven't changed since samurai times." Good one, Choco. Good one. You need a fortress for protection. Things haven't changed since samurai times.
そんなことも知らねえもんが神なんざ形のねえもんにすがって怯えんだよ。
It's people that don't get that who are scared of stuff they can't see, like God.
それじゃあ
Then the numbness was starting to get to my lips.
あなたは一度も神様に怯えたことなどなかったとでも。
Choco, that's not you. You were never afraid of God.
神なんざ怖くねえ。
Ha, God ain't scary. There's no fakery in his words.
人が作ったもんなら殺せる。
Anything made by people can be killed. He said that, and swung down the blade.
未来はねえと言ったな、わけの。
You said I ain't got a future, eh?
俺はもう95じゃ。未来がどうと、今死ぬもんに言われても、笑うしかねえわな。
Good one, Choco. That's a reference to the video game Raging Loop, where the old man who cried wolf says, I'm 95, because he's 95. I'm 95. Hearing shit about the future from a youngin' that's about to die just makes me laugh. Here. Choco Jacks when she makes a funny joke. Oh. Oh. He had a point. I'd really underestimated him. He was right. You needed a place for protection. And then there was his idea that you could kill God. His serpentine wisdom had let him survive for several decades all by himself. He really was pure evil. The evil I discovered many loops ago was incomparable to him. He was a true villain. Well, I really didn't mind what happened here. His fate was to die at the hands of Chiemiya Kanso-san, one of the foolish Yasumitsu people he so looked down upon. I had no reason to tell him that, but it really was humiliating to die at the hands of such a cartoonish villain. Obtained key 1. True evil. And that means we can now go to the very end. Scroll 4 million miles down. A little bit more to go. Not quite there yet. Almost there now. Just a little bit more. There it is. It's time. Call for that person. It's time. What the hell? Alright. I remembered it now. Me when I remember something. I went outside, ignored the monster, and shouted. Sheep! Sheep! Suddenly, the world turned grey, and that person, question mark, appeared before me. You dumbass, you dumbass, you dumbass! There you are, and 3 dumbasses? That's mean. Read the mood. I ain't Ogun Bat, and I told you to never come back here again. Oh, so each of the 3 was for a separate thing. I see, I see. What now, huh? Huh? What do we do about this? There's no way to recover. You don't have to. Huh? Have everything figured out. Do I? I said that with a serious tone. Wait, does that matter now? Ah, look, the monster's launching some beams now. Well, there goes the city. What's with your attitude? You went against the warnings. That's your responsibility, you sheep shit idiot. I got called sheep shit by a sheep. You're dead. I'll kill you right now. You need time to solve this thing, right? Huh? Resolving this incident wouldn't be easy. There were 3 things that had to be done. Had to stop the people of Yasumitsu from killing each other in the feast. had to deal with the Master of the Loop who wanted the monster's resurrection, and had to deal with the Mikuruma, the leaders of the feast. The first one would be the hardest. Had to prepare for it, for the big
羊
act.
さんお願いです。
Sheep, I need your help.
巻き戻りが始まるよりできるだけ前に巻き戻してくれませんか？
Can you send me as far back as possible?
だからもう二度はねえって言っただろうが、絶対気づかれるから戻すのは一度きりだってよ。
I told you there wouldn't be a second time. They'll notice me if I do it now.
気づかれてもいいです。
That's fine. Huh?
気づかれた場合のリスクってあなたがもう夢を操れなくなるってことですよね。
Let them know. The only risk of doing that is that you won't be able to control the dream again.
つまりあなたも僕も巻き戻りに飲み込まれて記憶も維持できず、ただ延々同じことを繰り返す。
What is this music in the background? Going crazy. Holy frick. That means that you and me both would be taken in by the loop, no longer store our memories, and just repeat the same things.
そうだが
You ain't wrong.
つまり今回また羊さんの力で巻き戻る。羊さんが気づかれて夢に巻き込まれる。
So I'll go back using your powers and you'll be noticed and consumed by the dream.
そこから死なずに全部解決すれば問題なくないですか？
Don't send the strike team to my location. But it'll all be fine if I just solve the problem, right?
問題は3つある。
There are 3 problems.
まず今のスターティングポイントから何日前まで戻せるかはわからねえ。
First, I have no idea.
数時間が関の山かもしれね
First, I have no idea how much time before the starting point I can go back to. Could be just a few hours.
え。次にその時にお前と俺の記憶を保持できるかは賭けになる。夢操作の瞬間に捕まらない保証はない。
Next, it'd be a gamble whether you'll keep your memories. There's no guarantee they won't be lost when I manipulate the dream.
最後にマジで全部解決できるんだろうな。
Lastly, you sure you can solve it all?
叫んな。
Don't mess around.
ノーダメージクリアについて自信が揺らいだだけです。
I'm just not sure if I can do this flawlessly.
やってみせますよ。最悪ちょっとばかりダメージを受けるかもしれませんが、それならまあ確実です。
I'll do it for sure, though. At worst, I'll suffer some damage, but well, I'll still be able to pull it off, I guess.
まあじゃ困んだよ。
Guessing won't do.
じゃあ絶対を保証します。その代わりあなたの仕事にも絶対の保証をください。
Then I guarantee I'll do it. In exchange, you swear that you'll do your
最
part.
低でも振り出しから丸1日は時間を稼いでください。あと記憶の保持は絶対確実にお願いします。
At worst, give me at least one whole day since the starting point, and make my memories as complete as possible.
一つでも取りこぼしたら僕の保証はなくなりますからね。
If I lose just one thing, my guarantee will be void.
調子乗りやがって。
Don't get uppity with me now.
どうにしたって巻き戻さねえとこの国が終わる。てめえ分かってて逃げ場をなくしただろ。
Well, if I don't turn it back, this country will be over. You knowingly left me no other choice, didn't you?
はい。
Yes.
実のところそのくらい腹をくくらないとこの黒幕は倒せないです。
I'd say this kind of resolve is actually necessary to beat this bat guy up.
失敗したらお前何がどうなっても殺すからな。
Mess up and I'll kill you. Got it?
え
Yes.
いいだろう。
Fine.
いでよ100万匹分の羊の糞。
Come, shit from a million sheep.
ちょっと待ってくださいよ。
Wait, hold on.
うるせえ。てめえの勝手放題を100万トンの汚物の中でちった反省しながら死ね。
Shut up. Drowning in 1 million tons of shit is how you deserve to die after what you pulled.
1頭あたり1トンの換算だとすると一体何ヶ月分の糞に相当するのか。
1 ton per sheep? Just how many months worth of shit is that?
もう1億トンでいいわ。
100 million it is.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My apology went unheard. It's time. Look at what you sent me. What, on Discord? Oh, hell yeah. That goes hard. That goes so hard. What the hell? Dude, you should render that. That goes freaking hard. I can send you the full picture if you want, if you need a proper reference. Lazy. Right. I'm curious. If I look at the map now, oh my goodness, 7. Myth. Me when I'm lazy, Ready Goose? Huh? I woke up. This unpleasant awakening and the general discomfort in the room. It was that awful inn I'd visited. He. Awake, I see.
うわ、また中井が勝手に入ってきた。
Whoa, a hostess came in just like that? At least it wasn't that needlessly energetic proprietress. Last night sure was fun.
もうだいぶ前のことだから思い出せない。そういうことにしよう。それがいい。思い出したくない。
It's been a while, so assume I don't really remember it. That's for the best. I don't wanna remember it. Excuse me?
いえ、なんでもないです。こっちの話です。
Nothing, just talking to myself.
朝食はどうなさいますか？
Would you like some breakfast?
絶対いいです。
I'm good, thank you.
連泊は
Staying again?
死んでもいいです。
I'd rather die.
寂しい。
How sad.
今度個人的に恨みがあるやつを50人くらい合宿と称して来させるんで、ぜひもてなしてやってください。
I'll point about 50 people I don't like to this place, so you can take care of them. That is such a good quote. Holy fuck. Point about 50 people I don't like to this place, so you can take care of them.
超助かる。
That'll help.
チェックアウトで。
I'm checking out.
毎度あり。
I do not want to go to that place. Thank you. Well, I mean, I guess I don't really know the place, so I guess I can't really say. Maybe they make a mean breakfast. Anyway, since I was staying here, that meant I checked the calendar on my phone and found out it was Saturday, May 10th. I get lost at the mountain on the night of the 11th, and the mist would come at the evening of the 12th. Holy frick. Quick CG gallery. Oh, there he is. And from what I could tell, I could remember everything. From what I recalled, this was Chiemi's first restarting point. I was upset that I couldn't tell her about this, but I hoped she remembered everything too. Anyway, it looked like the sheep did what it had to. Now I just have to fix the problem. Well, it would work out. I wrote something down and left the inn. It was a list containing things I needed and things I had to do to solve the problem. I knew the 3 things I had to do pretty well. Had to stop the people Yasumitsu from killing each other in the feast. Had to deal with the master of the loop, who wanted the monster's resurrection. Had to deal with the Mikuruma, the leaders of the feast. Things wouldn't be solved if at least one of them wasn't cleared, and unlike before, I only had one chance. It'd be pretty boring if I messed up after all this resolution. I'd just take it easy. Humming the song of the same name, I slowly parked my bike. After filling up the tank at the nearest place, I looked at the map again. The main road was packed right now. I had to pick the quickest route while avoiding it. I didn't know the lay of the land, but I knew my destination, so it wouldn't be hard to get there. From my current perspective, the me from weeks, no, months ago, had abandoned all responsibility and just wandered aimlessly out of frustration and abundance of free time. I was different now. I had a goal, a place I had to go to, and the people who needed me. So this is looped around, and it's now the beginning of the game. And now we have to go through all of this that we've just gone through, but we've got one chance to fix everything, to make sure everything is right. All of it. We have one chance. Escaping the den. Me escaping the den. Yeah, the text is new right now. All of this text I've never seen before. Had a goal. I had read this. Thus, I didn't have to hesitate anymore. I had to hurry to Fujiyoshi, the misty place once called the Werewolf Village, the misty garden of God. Fresh Marquee. Alright. I went without any breaks, stopping only to refuel, and finally arrived. Honestly, I could barely stand, but my thirst and hunger were way worse. I had to rest at least once. Seriously. My thoughts were dulled. I needed to raise my blood sugar. But there was something I had to do before that. Oh, now! I finally get to find out who this person is. Hello? I'm back, sheep. Wait, that's the sheep? There's no way that's the sheep. So this was the first person we've met, and we've met her like 3 or 4 times, and at no point have we known what she is. But coincidentally, very, very uniquely, which is why I knew that there was going to be something important about her, is that she, of all the important characters, she also has a voice on the sound thing. She's not part of others, which is why she uniquely seemed very interesting. Yeah. So there was something special about her, and I knew that eventually there was no way that she'd just be like, oh yeah, this is just a normal vendor. Yeah, there's nothing big about her. What the hell are you saying? What, you thought I wouldn't figure it out? You're the sheep, aren't you? I don't know what you're on about. Get out.
今の反応で言い逃れようって根性がすごいですが、まあいいんですけど。
Oh, hey now. It's not that obvious, okay? I didn't know. I'm amazed you're trying to talk your way out of this while acting like that. Oh well.
なんでわかったんだよ。
How'd you know?
あなたみたいに切れたファッションの女性はこの辺にいませんよ。せいぜい100円均一ファッションが限度です。
How am I supposed to know her fashion sense? All she's got is a shirt and the necklace. There's nothing else I would be able to see. I can't see anything else. You're the only woman with such insane fashion sense around these parts. The locals gotta go to 100 yen shops for their fashion.
あと、何の腹積もりもない人間だったら、最初にあんな道を進めないでしょうよ。
And no person without ulterior motives would recommend that road.
そんなことかよ。ほとんど釣りじゃねえか。
That's all? What a stretch.
すみません。それはともかく、何か食べるものをください。
Sorry. Anyway, give me something to eat.
廃棄前の弁当だったら、ただで食わせてやるよ。
You can have the almost expired stuff for free.
設定に忠実なんですね。
Loyal to the role, huh?
うるせえな。
Shut it.
おごりはありがたくいただくとして、少々面倒な仕入れを頼みたいんですが。
I'll take the freebies, but I'd like to order some strange things.
ここはコンビニだぞ。と、一応は。
Oh, right. So the second time around we got here. So the first time around we got here, we didn't get pretty much any things from the convenience store because we just sort of thought it was a normal convenience store. The second time around we got here, we got a backpack full of random stuff. Like, it was legit just all sorts of random things you would never expect to find in a convenience store. I think he even got like a tire, because his might have popped or something. I don't quite remember, but basically we got a bunch of random stuff, and now I understand how the sheep kept getting that. So this is a convenience store, I gotta say that, you know.
今更でしょ。
As if that matters at this point.
手のかかるやつだな。
Damn, you're a pain.
これがメモです。
Here's a note.
なんだこれ。ざけんな。いくらかかんだこんなもん。
What the hell? Piss off with this shit. How much is this gonna cost?
無理ですか？
Can't get it?
待ってろ。
Just wait.
ありがとうございます。あとは任せてください。
Thank you. Leave the rest to me.
マジでこのまま行く気か。休んで行った方がいいんじゃねえのか。
You sure you're going in that state? Shouldn't you rest a bit?
そんな顔色悪く見えますか？
Do I look that bad?
むしろ一発決めたみてえに血色いいから逆に心配してんだ。
No, actually, you look like you're ready to take on the world, and that's what worries me.
踏ん張りどころでぽっきり折れんじゃねえぞ。
Don't overdo it and snap under the pressure.
心配させてすみませんね。
Sorry for making you worry.
ところで僕はあなたたちに無言のうちにいいように利用されているんじゃないかという疑惑が急激に浮上したんですが。
By the way, I just realized that I might have been used by you people without realizing
あれ？
it.
なぜ僕が謝っている？
Huh? Why am I the one apologizing?
気にすんな。
Don't worry about it. This little.
ま、いいんですけどね。楽しかったね。で終わりさえすれば。
Well, whatever. I just want to be able to end it with a, that was fun.
ちなみに、敵には見つかったんです？
By the way, did the enemy find you?
少なくともあっちは異変には気づいた。今は逃げ回ってるが、尻尾つかまれるのも時間の問題だ。
They have realized something's wrong. I'm on the run right now, but they'll have me soon. Their enemy was the mastermind, the creator of the loop. She was probably fighting her own battle already, one beyond my area of expertise.
まあ、せいぜい逃げ回ってやるよ。その間、あっちがお前の動きに気づくのをごまかせるかもしれねえ。
Well, I'll run as fast as I can. Maybe I'll be a good distraction while you do your own thing.
それは、とても助かります。
That'll help a
よろ
lot.
しくお願いしますね。
Please do so.
こっちからも聞いていいか？
Can I ask something now?
はい。ええ、もちろん。
Sure, go ahead.
いつまでこの茶番続くんだよ。
How long are you going to continue this act?
これっきりですよ。
This is the last time.
まあ、生きて帰ったら、ぶん殴るのは勘弁してやる。
Well, if you come back alive, I'll spare you the punch. She used me for all I was worth, then said she'd punch me if I died. It's kind of amazing, really. I couldn't tell if she was one hell of a tsundere or just insane. See ya.
Ah.
Yeah. I hid my impression and just got back to my bike. The tons of stuff I had on me made a rustling sound. Through my dozens of times of being killed by Chiemi, I'd memorized the path here so well that I was sick of it. I passed a small overpass, stopped my bike at the boulder, and took off my helmet. This might have been an Okiba too, a sign leading to Fushiyoshi and Yasumitsu. I placed the bike under a tree by the side of the road, placed what I had on the ground, and locked the bike. Then I hung the helmet's ring over the chain lock. After that, I opened the large mountaineering bag and took out whatever I needed right now. A headlamp. It was a bit big, but fit well, shone bright, lasted long, and was resistant to water. And this was a mountaineering stick. I already unpacked it in the store. I had to make sure I didn't get hurt. With my time becoming limited, I had to buy safety with money. I put on the backpack, putting the weight of all the stuff in it on my shoulders. Had to hurry. I'd waste an entire hour just getting there. The distant sounds of water became louder, and I finally made my way through the darkness and arrived at Saranaga Rapids. I unhesitantly took off my pants, got in some loose trunks and covered my feet in work tappy and climbing sandals. I placed my clothes in the waterproof backpack, closed it, and put it on again. Through my fights with Chiemi, I'd found that crossing Saranaga was pretty dangerous. It'd be too pathetic if I fell and died here. I just couldn't let that happen. Anyway, it was time to go. All the rustling coming from the backpack felt like someone was laughing at me, saying that my worries were for nothing and that I was just jumping at shadows. The cold stream of May numbed my skin. It felt like it was trying to sap the warmth from my body. But I couldn't give up. If I did, this would all have been for nothing. Too many people would suffer. However, I wasn't motivated by some sort of justice, a sense that I had to protect them. I was just interested in the fact that this struggle would end up saving so many lives. It was an amazing trade. I also wanted to get even with some people and set myself free of this one-sided obligation. It's a selfish motivation, but that was exactly why I could give my all to it. I made it through the water and reached the other side. Naturally, there was no girl sawing off her shotguns here, or the flashlight she brought. Not this day, anyway. I arrived. Everything was as expected so far. No, I dropped the climbing stick in the water, so that wasn't great. It was within my margin for error, though. I had to calm down. Getting distracted by my mistakes would keep me from focusing. I looked at my phone. It was out of service range, of course. This time was 12:53 AM. Pretty early. It'd work out. I changed my clothes and shoes, then got on the cliff. Shit. My memory told me that the cliff was the most dangerous place, especially for a non-local like myself. I tried to be careful, obviously, but the other stick I used for climbing broke. I almost fell and reflexively used my hand, cutting them on the sharp stone. After making it up the cliff, I took out some whiskey, disinfected the wounds, and applied some first aid with a handkerchief. Thinking about what I'd do next, this wound was really painful. Maybe I had to loop back and... Of course that line of thinking would become habitual. It was a good thing I'd over-prepared. I had only one life now, so I had to keep that in mind. With that slight shift in mentality, I got back to work. The first one of the 3 objectives had to stop the people of Yasumitsu from killing each other in the feast, and this was actually the hardest thing to do. Thus, I had to be both extremely careful and extra prepared. I would be proving a hypothesis. I was really pissed I hadn't thought of this sooner. I'd have loved to try it when resetting was still an option, but I was pretty confident I was right. If it wasn't here, it had to be in another place that I knew well, but this one seemed way more likely. I began preparing. I took out the 20-meter-long climbing rope, had 5 spares, 100 meters I had 5 spares, 100 meters, in the bag too, of course. It took up most of the space in the backpack. Freeing one of them up, I tied it up as if I was preparing to hang someone in the feast. Passing one swivel ring through the rope and hanging the other one on another climbing rope, I made a 40-meter rope. It was enough to cover a cliff this tall. With this, I now had a way down below the hanging pine. I fixed the stopper I'd already tied to my waist on the rope and created a lifeline for myself. At least, I thought I did, but I had no experience with this. Still, I had to do it. Holding on to the rope, I began slowly going down. At first I spun around, messed up while handling the stopper, slid down a few times, and was generally on the verge of getting myself killed. Eventually, I began stopping the spin by touching the grass and branches on the cliff, and figured out how to rappel down slowly. Finding what I was looking for while climbing down was hard work. I felt water drop on my forehead and thought it was rain, only to realize it was actually blood from my hands falling from the rope above me. That made me keenly aware of the pain and pressure from using my aching hands. It brought back my exhaustion, drowsiness, and muscle pain. It came with a lot of mental fatigue, and it couldn't have come at a worse time. Why was I doing this? The stupidity of it came back to me. What if it was all just for nothing? Of course it was. Shit. Shit, shit, shit. Before I knew it, I was muttering some profanities. I felt like it would help me shake off the urge to cry, the pain, the misery, the patheticness. Even so, it had to be here. The entrance had to be close. All of Yasumitsu had taken it for granted that people had to be hanged from the pine. That wasn't word of mouth or anything. It was an idea that came naturally, and it was with them their whole lives. That meant that this was pretty much the work of God. However, the idea of hanging one side of the rope on the tree, the other on the neck, then pushing the victim off, felt illogical. Were they doing it because the only cleanup they had to do was cutting the rope? Well, during the feast, the corpse did fall to Saranaka every now and then. The lack of sound had to be God's doing, but that wasn't always the case. Some corpses had been caught on the cliff or fell on the riverbank. Whenever that happened, the body was not only cleaned up, it became a very real bother, reeking and full of disease. If you just wanted to hang the victim, all you had to do was put the rope over a branch and pull it up. That was often done outside of here. If what mattered to them was dropping the body in Saranaka, then pushing them off was enough. Even if they were just focusing on making a kill certain, there weren't many times they could actually do this. I didn't think that a murder method that had only been done several dozen or so years would become part of Yasumitsu's common soul. That seemed especially unlikely when, for the past 500 or so years, the locals only used the feast to control the local community. In that case, I imagined that the truth was different. The hanging wasn't for killing. It was to meet God. That unique way of praying, where they joined their hands and hid their faces, had to represent the remains of the lifeline they'd held before God. Thus, I'd surely arrive there if I went down. I'd believe that. Believe. Suddenly, something appeared. About midway down the cliff, on one of the links between the climbing rope, I found a large boulder sticking out from the bottom directly across from me. It was large enough to stand on. There were pine saplings on it, probably the children of the hanging pine. It looked suspicious. I had to get there, so I began swinging. Moving my legs and waist, I slowly created a swinging motion. The climbing rope made the noise as I clung to it. The fear of it disconnecting and the fear of hitting the boulder struggled violently. But I managed to ignore them. When the swing was good enough, I waited for when I was over the boulder and stuck my legs out. I ended up having to grab on to little pines, and my hand hurt like hell because of the prickliness, but that didn't matter now. I adjusted my headlamp and started examining the place more thoroughly. Bingo. Me when I get bingo? Right behind all the growth here, there was an aged wooden torii.
Yosh.
Yeah. I felt my vigor return, but I needed to press on. Behind the torii, there was an aged door sealed by decayed chains. I pulled on it, and the chains just broke, letting me go in. This was no way to hide a god, people of Fujiyoshi. I opened the door wide, hunched down, and stuck my head into the hole. It was big enough for a crouching adult to pass through. There was a hole in the side of the cliff, angled slightly upward. It was an artificial place created by digging through the rock here. It was dry inside, probably due to the slope and the door protecting it. Alright. It wasn't exactly what I expected, but it was pretty damn close. Now I need to secure a way to get here from the bottom, create a camp, and take away the route from the top. Thankfully, the young trees here were firmly planted and had large trunks, so I could easily tie a climbing rope around them and make my way down. With this and that, I successfully went down to the riverside below. I then got back up to the hanging pine, got my stuff, and took care of the climbing rope. Some would come to the graveyard before the mist began, so they'd know something was up if they saw the rope. It would all go to waste then. Had to hide until the mist came. This too was part of stopping people of Yasumitsu from killing each other in the mist. It was absolutely necessary for the cause. I began creating the riverside camp. Actually, it was on the rocky area above the riverbed. They couldn't see me from the top if I was here, and a flood due to rain wouldn't be a problem. Though it wasn't much of a camp, I just took out a blanket and lay down. After drinking some bottled water, I looked at my phone. It was past 3 on Sunday night. There'd be rain in 24 hours, and Saranaka could gain some water. I had to get everything done in the hole until then, and prepare for the great act. But, well, it was enough for today.
疲れた。
Man, am I tired. I'd arrived at Yasumitsu a day earlier than normal and confirmed a theory of mine. All that was left now was to enhance the proof and prepare the fakery. I could just go to sleep for now. I'd have to do things right after the night cleared, so I'd set a timer and just nap. Rather than sleep. There. Good night. I easily woke up to the sound of my alarm. Honestly, the heart sensation on my back made it nearly impossible to sleep. Even so, though I thought I'd wake up in the morning sun, it just didn't come here. The settlement was right between two mountains, so of course it wouldn't get much sunlight. I was still sleepy, but this was the fated day. I drank down the rest of the bottle and got some calories out of some sweet bread. First, I had to take care of my wounds. Surrounded by a dim light, I took off the handkerchief on my right hand and treated the festering wound. I wanted to wash it off with Saranaka's water, but I felt like the hole in the middle of the cliff might not have been the reason why the stream was considered corrupted. I washed it off with water from a new bottle instead. Then I put some more disinfectant and fresh bandage on it. It had been messed up while I'd been climbing yesterday. I then grabbed my friend the headlamp and checked whether the stopper, a potential lifesaver, worked properly. With that, I was ready. Upon climbing up to the hole, I went inside and turned on the lamp. I then tried going upwards, up the upward slanted hill. After some distance, the hill started slanting down. It might have been done to prevent rainwater from flowing in. And the inside is like I'd expected. There's a pile of fist-sized stones. Had to remove them all. It had to be possible. It'd be done by humans after all, and a whole 6 centuries ago too. Though I would feel kind of bad about it. What I was about to do was basically tomb raiding. But then I had a thought. Someone who was about to kill God had no business talking about irreverence. Hard word to pronounce. To make the job easier, I took out a small shovel from the stuff I'd bought. I brought a collapsible bucket too, but it didn't look like I could use it. After thinking for a bit, I took out all the waterproof inner bags from the backpack, then transported the stone using the outer bag. After filling a bag with lots of rocks, I crawled outside and turned it upside down. This was effective and didn't put much strain on my hand's wound. Though hard labor in a tight space certainly wasn't easy. The lack of sleep and fatigue were getting to me, and I wasn't sure if I was working fast enough. I wanted to go home after repeating this just 3 times. Even so, I do my best. I wanted to go back after all.
はあ、おいおい昔の人。
Come on, ancient people.
一体何トン石ころ詰めるんだよ。
Just how much did you have to bury it under?
いくら神を外に出さないためだからって、後々考古学者とかが掘り出すことくらい考えてから埋めてくれよな。
I know it's to prevent a god from escaping, but can't you at least consider the archaeologist who'd look for it?
って無理か。
Oh yeah, not likely. I've begun talking to myself more. Was it a sign of something dangerous? Or was I safe as long as I recognized it myself? It'd be bad if I started hearing the voice of God or Psycho Chiemi. I considered singing something, but stopped when I almost began singing Prayer to Shinai, That felt like a one-way trip to madness. Weird. I didn't know if it was because of what I was thinking, but I began hearing auditory hallucinations. It was a crying girl.
戻り先は日曜の朝。メイコちゃんが迷ってくるところが新たなルーチンになっただけ。結局、糸口も見えなかった。
The return point was now Sunday morning. The moment Meiko-chan wanders in had become the new routine, and I still didn't see a way out. It came back to me, though it wasn't like I'd completely forgotten it. It just slipped my mind. This was the morning when Meiko wandered in. What was I to do? If she cried here, someone who heard her would surely come over, surely. If that happened, they'd find my stuff, and me as well. I'd look like a weirdo doing weird things, and with a girl at my side at that. What was up with that role? Was I some sort of kidnapper about to bury a child? I had to secure her myself. Anyway, mission start. My leg hurts, I'm so hungry. How far do I have to run? Where's the doggy? The wolf is so scary. Bear.
おーい
Hey! Huh?
声をかけてみたはいいが、一体どうすればいいんだろう。
I called out to you, but what do I do now? Who?
この辺りのものだよ。
A local. A local? This seemed familiar.
違う。名前は、夫妻市春明。
No, my name is Haraki Fushaishi. Fushaishi?
そうそう。夫妻市春明。
Haraki Fusaishi. Fusayuki.
違う。
No. Fusayuki-san.
いいや、もうそれで。
Fine, call me that. Where'd you get that you from anyway? Fusayuki felt like some sort of anonymous message board mascot's name.
お腹が空いたの？
Are you hungry?
僕の顔をお食べよ。
Eat my face. Does that joke not work on modern children? I won't eat people. They're not tasty. With my joke missing the mark so badly, I myself became flustered.
オーケー。食べ物を持ってるよ。
Oh.
こっちおいで。
Oh, okay. I have some food. Come here. Fusayuki-san, are you a wolf? That reminded me that she was afraid of wolves that were completely unrelated to the ones in Fujiyoshi. Well, I wasn't one of those wolves either. But if I said that, it'd make things more complicated later.
僕はね、君が怖がってる狼じゃないんだ。
I'm not the wolf you're afraid of. Really?
うん。
Yeah.
僕はいい狼なんだ。
I'm a good wolf. Holy frick, she's eating a burger. She's fucking munching that burger. Holy. She is eating a... She's really eating... Reese's... No, that's a burger, Choco. You've never seen a burger before? Choco, it's a burger. Not Reese's Puffs. It's a good song, though. It's a burger? You see, that's not a burger? What do you mean that's not a burger? How's that not a burger? I don't think that's true, Choco. Don't think that's true. I'm not making the noises she's making.
慌てて食べるからゆっくり食べな、メイコちゃん。ほら、スポドリ。
peanut butter chocolate flavor. Hey, what? That's what happens when you don't eat properly. Eat slower, Meiko-chan. Here, wipe yourself.
それ
Is that me?
おっと、ごめん。君の名前は？
Oh, sorry. What's your name?
わからない。
What the hell? I don't think you do that, Choco. I don't know. Oh yeah, she didn't know her name or where she lived.
迷子の子猫ちゃんか。
So you're a lost cat, huh?
猫さん
Cat?
いやいや、迷子といえば猫だなって。
How do you explain this? Shoves food into my belly. I guess I can't explain that. You proved it. You proved it in front of everyone that you eat through your belly button. Why did you vomit? Snake, his bites you. That's the animal you think of when someone's lost, right?
私、猫さんじゃない。
I'm not a cat.
そうだね。めいめい言うから羊さんかな？
Right, you're saying ba, so I guess you're a sheep.
羊さんは成功例よ。
Sheep are successes. Successes? What? And talking of sheep reminded me of her. What the hell was up with her?
名前わからないなら困ったな。
It's bad to not know your name.
メイコでいいよ。
You can call me Meiko.
じゃあ、そう呼ぼうかな。
Then I guess I will.
さゆきさんはいい狼さん。
You're a good wolf.
そうそう。いい狼さん。
Yep, I'm a good wolf.
悪い狼さんを殺す。
Bad wolves need to be killed.
そうだ。いや、違う。
Yeah. Wait, no. What a scary thing to say. What kind of environment had she grown up in?
めいこちゃん、そんな殺すとか簡単に言っちゃダメだよ。
Meiko, you shouldn't say kill that easily.
ダメ
I shouldn't?
そう。殺すっていうのはとても怖いことだからね。
Yep, killing is a scary thing to do.
怖いの。よくない。
Scary is bad.
いい子だ。だからボコボコにするとかにしておこうね。
Good girl. Instead, you should say that you're gonna beat him up. Choco, I'm gonna beat you up.
ボコボコ
Beat.
そうそう。
Yep.
め
そのめいめい言うのは何なの？
What's with the bass anyway?
家畜
Cattle.
よく
Boku
わかんない
Boku.
な。
I don't get it.
変
Strange?
変というか、なんだろう。珍しい。
More like something you don't see every day.
珍しい。
Don't see every day.
迷子といえば子猫ちゃんだからね。
Lost children are like kittens.
私、迷子。
I'm lost.
そうそう。迷子の子猫ちゃんとくれば、大概の男はメロメロさ。
Yep, and most men fall for lost kittens.
にゃーにゃー。にゃーにゃ
Meow, 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 meow.
猫といえば、そうだね。
That's a cattle, right?
ー。め
いいんだよ。無理しなくても。十分強ければ、好きな自分でいられるさ。
It's fine, don't force yourself. If you're strong enough, you can be whoever you want to be.
難しい。
That's hard.
ごめんごめん。
Sorry. The conversation sure went off the rails. I probably shouldn't have brought that up to a child. Would I also become a father to someone someday? What a scary thought.
お腹はいっぱいになったかい？
Are you full? Yeah.
よかった。ちょうどパンは全部なくなったところだった。って全部かよ。
Good, I just ran out of bread. Wait, you ate it all.
さゆきさんの分。
Oh, I didn't leave any for you.
ああ、大丈夫。僕はもう食べたから。
It's fine, I already ate.
ごめんなさい。
Sorry.
めいこちゃんはいい子だな。
What the hell? You're a good girl, huh?
いい子
Good girl?
そうそう。いい子は得だよ。いろんな悪いことをしても、最後には許してもらえるからね。
Yep, it's a good thing. You can do whatever you want, but in the end, everyone forgives you.
ね
でも、あんまりいい子すぎてもダメだぞ。神様に目をつけられちゃうからね。
What is he going on about? But you shouldn't be too good either. God will notice
良
you.
い子すぎてもダメ。
Too good is bad.
そうそう。ちょっぴり悪い、いい子を目指しなさい。
What the fuck? Yep, you should be a good girl who's a bit bad.
ちょっぴり悪い、いい子。
A good girl who's a bit bad.
そうそう。楽しいな。
Yeah, this is fun. Wahaha.
わはは。わはははははは。
What the fuck is going on? Wahaha. Wahahahahahaha. Yeah. Swing? Huh? Jamie popped out of nowhere, sneaked in here basically. She'd slipped on some rocks and was all wet. In her hand, there was a knife. Hold on.
ひょっとして絶望の果てに僕をぶっ殺しにかかってる状態のちえみちゃんですか？
Are you the Jamie that's overcome by despair to the point of wanting to kill me?
今回は思考を変えてブッシュブッシュ殺そうかなって。
Huh? What? Yeah, I figure I'd kill you with a little splashing this time.
殺すのよくない。
Killing is bad.
そうだぞ。よくないぞ。
Yeah, it's bad.
何これ？
Huh? What's this?
というか、なんで春明さんが今いんの？というか、なんでメイコちゃんと？
Wait, why are you here at this time? And with Mego too?
というか、いきなり振り出しがまた戻って。
Wait, why did the starting point reset? Yeah, this is before the cringe scenes. This is a new Chiemi. Well, it's the same Chiemi, but there's a new one because this is different.
ね。
Huh?
ちえみちゃん、落ち着いて。
Come down, Chiemi-chan.
あれ？そういえば。
Huh? Oh.
そっか。楽しい時は終わってたんだった。
Oh yeah, the fun times are over. She disinterestedly threw the knife into
危
Saranaka.
ないでしょ。
That's dangerous.
どうせ今回も無駄になるんだろうし。
It'll be useless this time anyway.
無駄にはならないね。
It won't.
どうして？
Why?
これが最後のループだから。
Because this is the final loop. Her eyebrows furrowed in confusion and worry.
ループ？
Loop?
ごめんね。ちょっと難しいお話があるんだ。
Sorry. I'm gonna talk about something complicated.
お姉ちゃんと？
With her?
うん。
Why did she say that? With her? Of all people? Yeah. What the fuck?
なぜ威嚇されているのだろう。
Why am I being menaced?
女心の理解不足。
Because you don't understand women.
いや、そう言われて、
Wait, that's just... Huh?
あっちで遊ぶ。
It's fine. I'll play over there.
流されないように気をつけてね。
Try not to get swept away. I really wanted to keep watch over her. But this was probably my last chance to meet up with Chiemi. I could act needed some hired hands after all.
で、何故メイコちゃんに春明さんのどす黒い部分を危機として教え込んでたの？
So why were you showing your darkest parts to Mego-chan?
あんまり楽しくて。いや、
It was just fun. I mean,
引く。あまりに引いて正気に戻った。
Ew, that freaks me out so much I'm actually sane again.
それはともかく相談があるんだ。
Anyway, there's something we gotta talk about.
相変わらずの軽やかさだね、春明さん。とりあえずこっちの疑問に答えてよ。
I see, you're as casual as always. Anyway, answer my question.
最後のループって。
What did you mean by last loop?
諸事情あって、これで最後。ただし正確に言うと、最後のチャンス。
Exactly that. Things happened, and this is our last one. And with it, we have one final chance.
これしくじったら、僕は多分君以外のみんな同様、巻き戻るたびに記憶がリセットされるようになる。
If we mess this up, my memories will probably start to reset, just like everyone else besides you.
君のことも忘れた。ただのバイク事故車の不妻子春明になるだろう。
I'll forget you and become just a guy who crashed his bike and ended up in the village.
待ってよ。
What? Huh? Wait.
それって、そんなの嫌だよ。
That's just... No, I don't want that.
私、また一人ぼっちになっちゃうじゃん。
I'll be all alone again.
そうはならない。
It won't happen.
どうして？
Why?
今回、全部解決するから。
Because I'll solve everything this time.
引くわ。
Ugh.
なぜだ？
What?
かっこつけすぎ。
You're overdoing it, acting too cool.
そんなつもりは。
I didn't mean to.
それはともかく、映画とかドラマの見過ぎじゃないかな。
Anyway, you watch too many movies and TV series.
今まで何百回失敗してきた？そんな簡単にうまくいくわけないじゃん。
How many hundreds of times do you think we failed? There's no way it'd work out so
簡単じ
easily.
ゃない。
It's not easy.
すでに嫌になるほど苦労してきた。
I've already worked really hard.
というか、すべて失敗だったこれまでのループの総決算が今回なんだから。
This is actually the conclusion of all the other loops that failed.
僕も君もゴールする資格と実力は十分に溜まっていると思わないか？
Don't you think we have the qualifications and skills to finally end this?
実力？
Skills?
ああ、そうだ。
Yeah.
決着には君の力が絶対に必要になる。
I'll need your help to finish this.
ないよ。私に力とか。ただずっと無意味に巻き戻って春明さんの邪魔をし続けてただけ。
As if I can help you, I've just spent all my time looping meaninglessly and just getting in your way.
根に持ってるな。元カノか君は。
You holding some kind of grudge? What are you, my ex?
知恵見的にはそのつもりですけど。
That's what I think, yeah. Well, I couldn't deny that we were kind of close a bunch of deaths ago.
君にはあるじゃないか。
You have what it takes.
何千何万高の繰り返しの果てに蓄積した神様への恨み、怒りが。
You'd have a vengeful defiance against God to build up over countless loops.
もちろん今回
That'll be
それも
settled
解
too,
決
of
する。
course.
え？
Huh?
君の怒りと決意でもって
Your anger and resolve will end it.
この弾で神様を撃ってくれ。
Shoot God with this. I took out some ammo and handed it to her.
え？
Huh? 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 Huh?
いつ？どこで？誰の？
When? Where? Who?
それはその時が来ればわかる。
You'll know when the time comes.
しっかり散弾銃を切り詰めてその時を待っててほしい。
Saw off your shotgun and wait until then.
待って待って。全然わからない。説明してよ。春明さん今ここで何してるの？
Wait, wait, I don't get it. Explain. What are you doing here?
それは言うわけにはいかない。
I can't say that now.
なんで？
Why?
それも言うわけにはいかない。
I can't say that either. After all, she was from Yasumitsu. That made her an enemy. In fact, she was the enemy in this case. She didn't have to know that I needed help for my act. It'd be bad if she did. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to fulfill her role in this.
ただ僕が言うのも白々しいかもしれないが、
Though I know I probably shouldn't be the one to say this.
今回っきりでいい。
But just this one time,
信じてほしい。これが最後のお願いだ。
I want you to believe me. That's my final request. I looked into her eyes. She closed hers, thought about it for a bit, shook her head to shake something off, and nodded.
わかった。
All right.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
言っとくけど、相当な無茶ぶりだからね。ノルマクリアの暁には相当な見返りと説明を要求するから。
Just so you know, pulling that off is pretty hard. When I do, I'd like a good reward and an explanation.
どっかで聞いたセリフだな。
Now that's a familiar line.
大昔すぎて忘れた？
It's been so long ago that you forgot?
いや、一本取られたよ。
No, you got me there.
見返りか。何がいいかな。
What would you want for a
素
reward?
敵な男を紹介してくれるとか？
Can you introduce me to a nice man?
任せて。
Leave it to me.
へへ。じゃあまあ、最後に何が起きるか楽しみにしよっかな。
Hehe, guess I'll just wait and see what happens
つ
next.
いでにメイコを休みずに連れてってやってくれるか。
Can you take Miko to Yasumitsu too?
最後のお願いじゃないじゃん。
So that wasn't your last request at all?
いや、これはついでのつもりですよ。
This is an extra to that.
まあいいよ。前の時もメイコちゃん見つけたの私だし。
Oh, well, I was the one who found her here last time too.
なんでサラナガに来たの？
Why'd you come to Saranaka?
居場所がなくて。って言わせないでよ。
I couldn't find my place. Hey, don't make me say that.
ごめんごめん。他にはあんまり誰も来ないよね。
Sorry, sorry. No one else will come here, right?
そうだね。リカ子さんのお墓参りくらいかな。それでも今日一日はメイコちゃんにかかりきりになるはず。
Right. Maybe Rikako-san to pay respects. Still, she should be busy with Meiko-chan today.
オーケー。問題ない。
Okay, there's no problem.
そのロープって。
What's that rope?
秘密。
a secret.
わかったよ、この悪者。
Alright, you villain.
以上？
Is that all?
以上。
It is.
メイコちゃん、お姉ちゃんと上行こっか。
Meiko-chan, come with me. Ba? Our conversation ended there. She soon dragged Meiko away, so I said see ya, but neither of them even looked at me. Resolve. Had to introduce her to a good guy after all. Add another actor now. All that was left now was physical labor. I continued holding the rocks. After all, I didn't know just how deep this hole was or how many rocks there were left. Nothing would be stupider than running out of time at this point. Even if there was nothing at the end of this, I had to find out as soon as possible. The answer to one of the final two mysteries had to be right here. And if it was exactly what I expected, I could get a weapon to finally get the better of God. My hands hurt, and the dusty cave made my eyes and throat feel unpleasant, but strangely enough, I felt vigorous. Strange considering that nothing much had changed from how it was in the morning. I didn't forget to drink and eat. Meiko ate the bread, so I had to make do with what I usually did. I wanted to eat veggies and meat, and wanted to rewatch some DVDs and flashes. I had to get some new shoes and get a good shelf in my room. As I worked, my mind was filled with unrelated ideas. In that case, I had to return and get myself some good money. These thoughts raised my total motivation a lot. I'd solve this. I'd end this. I'd go back. I'd given myself a really long vacation here. Now I wanted to stretch and hop on my bike and get on the slow road back home. I'd go back like I came, alone. Even so, I'd have lost the emptiness by then. In the afternoon, there was a period when it was a bit sunny here, but as the evening came, that faded too. There'd be rain tonight. I didn't want to lose my stuff to a flood, so I put it all in a waterproof bag and went back to work. My fatigue was at its limit. Even so, I continued dragging and tossing aside the rocks. It continued until after nightfall. But then, there were no more rocks. Instead, there was a layer of sand. Around two, huh? The ancient people sure were clever. But I was close. I was sure of it. For now, though, I would rest. Normally, this would be the time I'd getting myself drunk silling at Chiemi's or the officer's place. Back then, I really didn't expect that I'd end up doing public works here. The fatigue and muscle pain were just murderous. But I was so fulfilled that I found it kind of pleasant. I slept within the cave. The next day, I woke up with such brutal muscle pain that I couldn't even move. I hadn't been like this since 2 years ago when I'd gone skiing for the first time. I had no choice, so I spent around 30 minutes stretching, then left the cave. I charged my phone with a disposable battery and checked the time to find out that it was 6 in the morning. I had about 10 hours left. I'd find it. I began digging through the sand. I dug, examined the sand for anything significant. I couldn't throw away the sand, so I just pushed it to the side. If I didn't find anything, I might have had to use the sand itself as proof of divinity. But it turned out that I didn't have to worry. After a few hours, I finally found it.
ようやく会えましたね。
So we finally meet.
新内様。
Shinai-sama.
いや、その名はあなたに対する冒涜だ。
No, that name is heresy to you.
あなたはこう呼ぶべきですよね。
You should be called this instead.
狼様。
Kami-sama. Deep within the parted sand, I faced the thing inside. It was a skull. Wait, really? A human skull, pure white and without a single scratch on it. It was most definitely divine.
日の目を見るのは少し後かもしれませんが、すぐです。
You'll see the light of day later, but don't worry, it won't be long now.
ご家族ともども、もうしばらく
Wait
待っててください。
Wait alongside your family too. I carefully pushed it to one side, then began digging again. A hit. I found more and more bones the more I dug. There were 3 skulls in total. I didn't know if it was all the sand here, or the dryness of the place. But despite being 6 centuries old, they still kept their original shape and glittered like sacred ashes. If I wasn't careful then, I could break them. But I felt like I had to beg these Okami-sama for strength. The strength to kill them. And...
あった。
found it. I found it. A relic left by the Okami-sama. I was certain of my victory by now. I gently returned the remains of the soon-to-be ex-gods to the sand and left the cave. I was finally at the decisive moment. The preparation were complete. Now I need to create a good, no, the best ending. The first step, to stop the people of Yasumitsu from killing each other in the feast. I would call it, I'm Not Afraid of the Wolves. Starring Haruki Fushaishi, co-starred by 2 ladies that happened to join in. I would put up a good fight and kill God.
しないさんのお守りは
Shinai-san's guardians are?
日が立ちふましら身ガラスよぐも
1 snake, 2 monkey, 3 crow, 4 spider.
そうそうよくできたね
Good job, well done.
お姉ちゃん
One-chan.
あふさゆきさんだふさゆきさん
Oh, it's Fushiyuki-san.
メイコちゃん。
Fushiyuki-san. Meiko-chan,
おいで。
come with me.
わーい
Yay!
ダメ
Don't.
なんで
What? Why?
あれはあいつは
That he's
芹沢千恵美。
Jimmy Serizawa. Shut up. She pulled out a gun and pointed it at me. Her eyes were those she had when looking at God. It was made even worse by the fact that she saw God in herself too. That would be over
ま
soon.
だその時じゃない。
Now is not the time.
ごらん。皿長から霧が今にも溢れようとしている。
Look, the mists of Saranaka are about to overflow.
それこそ僕が望んだ唯一無二の時だ。
That would be the moment I so desired. Shut up.
みんなを呼んでおいで。
Call everyone.
どうするつもりで
What are you planning?
すべてを終わらせるのさ。
I'll end everything.
さあ、行って。
Now, go.
メイコはこっちへ。
Meiko, you come to me.
目
Huh? This time, Chiemi didn't stop her. She just silently turned around.
さゆきさんなにそのお顔
Sayuki-san, what's that face?
このお面かっこいいだろ。僕はこれからいい狼さんの仕事をしなきゃならない。
This mask? Cool, huh? I'm about to do my job as a wolf.
手伝ってくれるかな。
Can you help me?
何するの
Yeah, what do I do?
いい狼さんごっこ。
Act like a good wolf.
いい狼さんごっこ
Act like a good wolf.
僕が肩を叩いたら狼さんの鳴き真似をして。
When I touch your shoulder, howl like a wolf.
ワンワン
Woof woof?
ワオーンだ。
No, it's a woo.
ワオンね
A woo, okay.
そうしたらみんなびっくりするぞ。
Everyone will be very surprised.
よくわかんない
I don't get it.
じきにわかるさ。
You will soon.
さあ、みんなが来るのを待と
Now let's wait for
わ
everyone.
かった
Okay. They gathered.
う。ああ、本当に
Oh, perfect
ちょうど
timing.
いい頃合いだ。
The mist had passed the cliff and mixed with the evening sun. The northernmost part of the Yasumitsu settlement, bordering on the Bloodwater Rapids, the graveyard of the Hanging Pine. This was the scene of their original sin. It was a scene of necessary for their death.
そんなバカなことが。
This is absurd.
嘘だろ。
No way.
神様
God.
なんだそれ。
What's that?
わおすげえ
Whoa, awesome. They were scared. They were humbled. They knew. The God within them wouldn't allow them to look away.
てめえは てめえは何者だ
You, what the hell are you? Even so, some tried to resist. This was a very wrong thing to do, so they couldn't even begin to do that. Resisting was a bad thing.
狼来たの
Wolf came. Strangely enough, he ended up not being wrong.
連れてきました。
I brought them.
ありがと
Thank you. Now,
う。やあ、安水の皆さん。
hello people of Yasumitsu. I'd thought long and hard about this, but I decided to go with whatever felt natural.
僕は、よもつ狼です。
I'm a Yomotsu Okami. I spoke using more modern language. With the evening mist and sun behind me, I began talking while wearing the 6th century-old relic.
夕霧立つこの日、皆さんは、宴の支度をして眠る。
This is a day of mist. You would prepare for the feast and go to sleep.
そして明日より、皆さんの中に紛れた僕らを探して、くくろうとする。
Then, starting tomorrow, you would search for us hiding among you and try to hang us. Ah, woo! I lightly tapped Mako's shoulder. As expected, everyone shook like struck by lightning.
失礼。妻はちょっと別の用があって、後から来ます。この場は僕ら二人でご勘弁を。
Apologies, my wife currently has other business, so we two will be the only ones here.
そして、僕らは皆さんの先祖から受けた最古の恨みを晴らすため、一世に一人、血祭りにあげてゆく。
While you try to hang us, we would try to massacre you, one each night, to settle the score of an ancient grudge.
恐ろしい。
How dreadful.
そう皆さんは、先祖代々教わった。そう皆さんは、子々孫々、教えてゆく。
That is what you have been taught by your ancestors, and that is what you would teach your children.
それをね、
Now,
やめてもらいたいので、今日は来ました。
I came here because I want you to stop.
読み意味の宴は、もうしないでください。
Please never again hold a feast of the Yomi Purge. Oh, their faces were exactly what I expected.
そんな、絶望したような顔をなさらないで。
Please don't despair.
読み意味の宴なんて、僕らは初めから望んでなかった。ね。
We never actually wanted a feast of the Yomi Purge, did we?
わーん。望んでなかった。
We didn't. Ad-libbing it, hey?
狼様。
Okami-sama.
あたしゃ、名代の山脇と申します。
I am the representative, Yamawaki.
ええ。知っていますよ。はじめまして。山脇妙さん。
Yes, I know. Nice to meet you, Tei Yamawaki-san. She gasped so hard she forgot to breathe for a moment.
宴をするなと仰せじゃが、しかし、そりゃあ一体どうしてそんな。
You say we do not need to do the feast anymore, but why do we?
ごもっともです。
I see why you are curious.
それでは、語りましょう。
Allow me to speak
本当の、真実の昔を。
and tell you the truth. A long, long time ago, there lived a god here. It was a mischievous god who fooled people, picked on them, and sometimes even devoured them, starting with the head. Thus, the mountain was its sacred ground. It was a dreadful place where no human dared tread. However, humans grew in number and lived as they always did. Eventually, the mountain was visited by hunters who wanted to find a new home and a place to live. Soon enough, there was a small village here. Of course, the god didn't like that. It sent wild animals, mountain dogs, and even wolves that recently disappeared to torture them. That was when the humans sacrificed 3 of their own.
僕と、妻と、この子は、承知の上でした。
I, my wife, and our little girl here accepted it.
僕らの犠牲で、皆が末永く幸せに暮らせるなら、何もためらうことはない。
If everyone could live happily after our sacrifice, we had no reason to hesitate. That was the most painful lie. It couldn't have been true. the Okami-sama must have wanted to live too. They wanted to live alongside their family. But I would bear the sin of both using the dead as well as killing God.
だから、みんなと一緒に笑って、獅子と酒をたくさん飲んで、食べて。
Thus, all of us together laughed, ate lots of feast, and drank lots of sake.
最後の宴の後、この川を望む小さな洞穴に入りました。
And after the final feast, we entered a small cave next to this river.
知っていますか？今僕が立っているこの真下に僕ら3人の骨は眠っています。
Did you know that our bones are resting right under where I am standing right now? I mean, it sort of makes sense because they're in a graveyard, but
あの山を
what do I know?
今どう呼ばれてるか知りませんが、あれを望む社の中でね。
That mountain, I don't know what it is called these days, but it is a small shrine overlooking that.
何せ怖い神様はあっちの方から狼たちを送り込んできてたから。
After all, the fearful god sends the Okami-sama from there.
そんな。それは知りませんで。
No, we had no idea.
まあ、無理もないでしょ
Well, that is only natural, I suppose.
う。あれからもう600年かそこら経っていますから。
A whole 600 years had passed since then.
ちなみにこれは僕らが人柱になるとき被ったものです。
By the way, this is what we were wearing when we were
僕
sacrificed.
らは狼たちの神になることを期待されていた。
We were expected to become gods of wolves.
だから
That's why
人柱となった僕ら3人は狼様と呼ばれたんです。
the three of us ended up being called Okami-sama.
そう。僕らは600年前に生まれ、100年ほどの間ここを守ることになる神様になったんです。
Indeed, we were born 6 centuries ago and ascended as gods that ended up defending this place for about a century.
古い、恐ろしい神様になり変わってね。
We became ancient, fearsome gods.
ほうほう。ほうほうほう。
Oh my, my oh my oh my.
はるちゃん、今は。
Haru-chan, not now.
いいんだよ、鴨志田近持くん。
It's fine, Chikamochi Kamoshida-kun.
おお、僕も知ってるんだな。
Oh, you know my name too.
あとも、もっち。でも、この方には口を出す権利がある。
Of course, Mochi, understand that she has a right to comment.
でも、君はもう少し聞いてくれるかな。
But can you listen to me a bit more?
聞いてね。
Listen? Okay.
わかった。そっか。めいこちゃんも狼か。そりゃあ、サラナガから来るよね。
Okay, and man, so Meiko-chan was a wolf. That's why you came from Saranaka, huh? Yeah, perfect timing.
気にせず、お続けなさればよかろう。町のお方。いや、狼の親父殿。
Do not mind me and continue, city dweller. No, Father Wolf.
我を下し、はしために貶め、我が意をことごとく奪った。
You purged me.
憎みきれぬ、こわっぱめ。
You purged me, caused me to fall under the woman servant, and took all of my powers, you detestable brat. As Haru-chan's voice became more dense with rage, those who couldn't understand the situation shuddered.
まあまあ、神様も聞いてください。
No need for that, God. Please listen.
ここからは僕らにとっても面白くないお話だ。
This story upsets us as well. With our divine blessing, the village grew large. However, not everyone were happy. Those who were told to protect our grave were made to live here. There was a barren land with little light, lots of mist, and ground hard to traverse. It was made worse by a battle that happened then, and the blood spilt in the river. The place was fearsome, yet they continued to defend our divinity. It was an honor and a respectable cause. But eventually, There's an emotional distance between the people living on the mountain and those living here. Those who lived under harsh conditions and those who prospered began to fight and despise each other. After a long peace, they forgot to respect the ones living here. That was when it happened. The people up the mountain put poison in the waterways here. That made a lot of people here ill. And to get back at them for this, the people from here willingly changed themselves into something scary. They covered themselves in Saranaka mud and attacked those living up the mountain. I could still remember it. What a horrible event it was. Women, children, elders, everyone was stabbed, torn apart, or hanged. In the end, the victors were the people living up the mountains. They ate well and had greater numbers after all. However, they became afraid of the people here. They had reason to. We were at their side. They thought that the mud-covered attackers were our divine wrath. The anger of the Okami-sama, the gods they neglected, their priests treated as cruel. So they decided that they would steal God. After long plans and many conspiracies, they successfully stole our divinity. They took our appearance and even our name, and played with great god Okami to create the name Shinai. Then they created his servants, snake, monkey, crow, and spider, to split the divine powers among them. Though we couldn't complain much considering our own power was stolen from the old god. They began worshipping Shinai-sama, the false god, atop the mountain and made everyone know that they were the rulers of the mountain. They left the people here with the divine remains. We became simple servants. The old god had it even worse. It was called Mujina, badger, and was quickly forgotten completely. After all, the ones who benefited from this now were the families worshipping the four servants, the ancestors of the modern-day village heads. And once our divinity and powers were stolen from us, all that was left was the fear. They were still afraid of the god worshipped by the disgusting rebels. The fear was so significant that they couldn't wash it away. And we became the fearsome divinities you know as Yomotsu Okamo. It was a fear and reverence closely tied to this place. That's why I always was here. As a defeated god alongside the old god. We had no powers. Our powers were now being used by Shinai-sama. Shinai-sama from when he was wearing the disguise of the Wolf Guardian, and finally the other four guardians. I'll say it again. We had no powers.
僕らはこれまで一度も読み意味の宴で人を血祭りにしたことなどありません。
We haven't harmed a single person in any feast of the Yomi Purge.
僕らが守るはずだった人たちが死んでいくのをただただ悔しい思いで見殺しにしてきただけです。
We simply watched as people we were supposed to protect died. It was awful.
悔しかった。
Awful.
だから、わかりますね。
Do you understand yet?
読み意味の宴をやっていたのは、神ではなく、人です。
The feast of the Yomi Purge is caused by people, not gods.
そんな。
But that...
野里、清之助さん。
Kyonosuke Nosato-san.
あなたの家は、少なくとも、そのことに抗おうとしていましたよ。
Your family tried to resist this.
すべてが終わったら、蔵の地下を調べてください。
Once this is all over, please search beneath your storeroom.
野里の家の、先々先代から続く、戦いの記録を、読むことができますよ。
You will find records of the Nosato battle that began with your great-grandfather's generation.
本当なのですか?
Really?
野里には罪がないのですか?
The Nosato aren't at fault here?
もちろん、あります。
Not completely, of course.
ただ、幾度も宴を演出し、休みずの住人たちを殺し合わせた身車と、
Though, unlike the Mikuruma, who'd run many feasts and caused many inhabitants of Yasumitsu to kill each other,
それを知りながらも、実をとって見ぬふりをした樋口と比べれば、
and the Higuchi who acted like nothing happened,
野里の家にはまだ、咎を注ぐ余地があるかもしれない。
the Nosato can still wash away their sins.
それは、野里の名を背負うあなた自身の、これからの行いにより、決まることでしょ
That depend on what you do next. You bear the Nosato name, after all.
う。先達の足跡を追い、すべてのしがらみを解いてください。人が包み隠した歴史は、人の手で紐解かなければなりませんから。
Follow your predecessors and find everything out. A history hidden by human hands can only be revealed by human hands.
わかり
I
ました。
understand.
しかし、狼様。もう、こんなに霧が立っておる。
But Okami-sama, the mist is so dense now.
宴をせなんだら。
Can we really go without holding the feast?
せんでもいい。あたしゃ。恐ろしい。
I am fearful.
確かに、ここは危険です。身車の手の者が今に、宴をしようと。
I won't say it's not dangerous here. The Mikuruma people will try to make the feast happen.
いや、あなたたちを止めようとして、追いかけてくるでしょうから。
No, they will come after you to stop you.
でも、心配しないでください。
But don't worry.
僕の妻が、皿長を抜ける案内をしますから。
My wife is preparing a way out through Saranaka.
皿長を。恐ろしい。
Saranaka. Oh, how fearful.
大丈夫です。
It will be okay.
僕らは、よもつ狼ですよ。
We are the Yomotsu Okami.
ばあちゃん、待ってくれ。
Bachan, wait. Okay, Takumi-san.
あんたが普通じゃないことはわかる。俺のこの休みず生まれの体があんたのことを神だって認めてる。
Wait, what is... Wait, is he talking to Bachan or is he talking to me? Who is he talking to? I can tell you're not normal. My body's Yasumitsu grown, and it can tell that you're a god.
でもだからって信じられるかは別だ。
But that doesn't mean I can believe you.
わかっています。室匠さん。
I understand, Takumi Muru-san.
僕らがあなたたちを騙して、あなたたちを黄泉に連れて行くのではないと、どうして断言できるのか。
You can't be certain that we aren't deceiving you to steal you back to Yomi.
皆さんをまとめる若頭として、あなたがそれを心配するのは。
So, you are the young leader here after all. Of course you would be worried about that. For some reason I read that with like the Costco guys. We're the Costco guys. Of course we would be worried about that.
あんた、どこまで俺たちを。
How much do you...
すべて、知っています。
I know everything. Of course I did. I knew everyone here. I looped around here way too many times not to know. They were all just normal, good people. They bore their poverty and unfair circumstances while stressfully surviving their days like anyone else. That was why they always killed each other.
そうですね。
Okay.
最後に、皆さんそれぞれに言っておきたいことがあります。
Let me finish with some words for each of you. Now, Kami-sama, it was time for work. I needed your divinity to help me save your adherents.
室匠さん。
Takumi Muro-san.
僕らは知っています。
We know.
あなたが8年前の読み意味の宴の犠牲者たちをそうとは知らされずに埋葬する姿を。
We know how you buried the victims of the Feast of the Yomi Purge from 8 years ago without knowing they were such.
衝突しがちな小さな女の子、芹沢千恵美さんを何かにつけて守ってあげる姿を。
We know how you protected the problematic little girl, Chiemi Serizawa-san.
病で死に瀕し、虐げられながらも この休みずのために何度も戻ってきた、その力強く優しい姿を。
We know the strength and gentleness you portrayed by always returning here, even when you caught a disease that almost saw you killed.
他の誰が思わずとも伏吉の守り神だった僕らはあなたに深く感謝します。
Even if others don't share that sentiment, we, the ex-protectors of Fushiyoshi, thank you deeply.
俺は
いずれ里は開かれ、古きものと新しきものが混じり合うでしょう。そこには必ずすれ違いやいがみ合いが起きるでしょう。
Your homeland shall eventually develop, and the old will mix with the new. There will surely be problems between them.
そんな時、あなたは苦悩するでしょう。迷うでしょう。しかし、己を信じ、考え抜けば、きっと融和の道が開ける。
You will surely waver and be distressed then, but if you believe in yourself and think things through, you will surely find the right path.
あなたがそうある限り、神は、山は、あなたに報いるでしょう。
As long as you are the way you are, God and the mountain will reward you.
信じてください。
Please believe me.
わかった。
Alright.
牧島勘三さん。
Kanso Makishima-san.
僕らは
We
知ってい
know
ます。あなたがこれまで二つの宴を超え、その身に余る苦しみの記憶を持って、孫娘を黄泉の手から守ろうとする姿を。
We know how you survived 2 feasts and carry those painful memories with you as you protected your granddaughter from the dark hand of Yomi.
その重圧のために、孫娘にすら、まともに顔向けできなくなったことを。
We know how those memories rendered you unable to even face her.
やめてください。
Please stop, she doesn't
孫
know.
はそれを。
でも大丈夫。あなたの孫娘は、十分に、いや、100分、1000分に値するほど、強い。
But don't worry, your granddaughter is many, many times stronger than you realize.
そうだね。牧島春さん。
Right, Haru Makishima-san?
おじいちゃん、私知ってた。
Uji-chan, I knew.
父さんと母さんが宴で死んだって。おじいちゃんがそうしなきゃなんなかったって。
I knew that Dad and Mom died in the feast, that you didn't have a choice.
春、すまん。わしのせいですまん。
Haru, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I'm sorry.
いいのだから
It's okay. So,
一緒にお墓参りしよう。春はここにいるんだから。
let's go visit their grave together. I'm right here for you.
宴は僕が辞めさせます。だからあなたはこれからは光の中で孫娘とみんなの手を取ってあげてください。
I will stop the feast so you can stop hiding in the shadows and join hands with your granddaughter and everyone else here.
信じてください。
Please believe me.
山脇、
Tei Yamawaki-san.
あなたがこれまでとても真面目に真摯に信心を注いでこられたのを僕は見てきました。
I saw how serious, sincere, and devoted you were to your faith.
たとえ信内明神やお守りたちが虚像に過ぎないものだったとしても、
Even if Great Lord Shinai and his guardians were just an illusion,
僕は見てきました。
I saw it all.
あなたの人生はとても尊いものです。
Your life is a very precious thing.
おお、
Oh.
あたしはただそう言うてほしくて。
I just wanted to hear that once.
若い子たちのことは少しだけ多めに見てあげてください。
Please be more tolerant of the young ones.
そして正しい物語を伝えてあげてください。
Please pass on the true story.
そして 信じてください。
And please believe me.
当然ですわよ。
Of course I will.
野里清之助さん、
Kyonosuke no Sata-san.
あなたにはさっき言った通りだ。
I already gave some words to you.
付け加えるなら、あなたはできる人なんだから、あとは少し心を広くお持ちなさい。
But if I am to say anything more, you are a capable person, but you should become more open-minded.
上下関係ではなく、手を取り合って進むことを、あなたは大学時代に経験しているはずだ。
Ignore who is above and below. You know what it means to advance while holding each other's hands, don't you? You learned that in college.
安水の皆さんは、十分に認めるべき才能にあふれた方々です。
All in Yasumitsu have a number of talents.
そして、あなたと組んでいろいろするのは楽しかったですから、卑下することはない。
Also, it was fun to do all those things with you, so don't degrade yourself so much.
何のことですか？
What do you mean?
いえ、何でも。
Nothing.
ただ、信じてください。
Just, please believe me.
承知
Understood.
した。
織部香織さん、
Kaori Oribe-san.
あなたほど大変な目を見た母親を僕はこれまで知らない。
I don't know any mother who has suffered as much as you.
夫を読み意味の宴で亡くし、こんな場所に住まわされ、それでも立派に二人を育てた。
You lost your husband to the feast, then were made to live in a place like this. Yet you still raised your sons well.
あの人はやはり覚悟はありました。
So he really did, and I was prepared.
ただ、あなたはもっと自分を誇るべきだ。息子ではなく、自分をね。
Though you should really be more proud of yourself, not just your sons.
そもそも、あなたは息子だけじゃない。この場の全員を美味しい食事で幸せにしてきた。
Your sons aren't all that you are, of course. You made everyone here happy with your food.
それならば、あなた自身を幸せにすることだってできるし、
Then surely you can make yourself happy as well.
他のみんなも、あなたを幸せにしなきゃ公平じゃないんですから。
And it wouldn't be fair if the others didn't try to make you happy too.
ね、匠さん。
Right, Takumi-san?
ああ、その通りだ。
Yeah, that's right.
そしてあなたも、信じてください。香織さん。
Kaori-san, please believe me.
ええ、神様。
I will, God.
織部安永君。
Yasunaka Oribe-kun.
僕にはわかりません。あなたを信じるべきか、少なくとも合理性はない。
I don't know, should I believe you? At the very least, it doesn't seem rational.
ああ、君はそれでいい。
Good, that's how you should be.
最後まで考えて警戒していなさい。夜道を抜けて安全な場所に至る。その最後まで気を抜いちゃいけない。
Think and stay alert until the very end. You will pass the path of Yomi and arrive at a safe place. You can't rest easy all the way through.
ただ、それが終わったら少し力を抜いてみたらどうだい？
Though you should relax a bit once that's done.
君は若いのに気を張りすぎて生きてる。勉強とかも少しサボって本当にやりたいことってのを探してみたらどうだい？
You're too tense for someone so young. Try skipping a class or two and search for something that you really want to do.
そうすれば君のお母さんが自分のことをどれだけ愛しているか気づく余裕も生まれるさ。
If you do that, you might give yourself time to realize just how much your mother loves you.
安永。
Yasunaga.
お見通しですか。
So you see that too.
そして全てが終わった時には
And when it's all over,
改めて信じてください。
please believe me again.
わかりました。
Very well.
織部義嗣君。
Yoshisuku Oribe-kun.
俺は信じね
I ain't believing.
ああ、君もまたそれでいい。
Yes, and that's perfectly fine for you.
君も兄貴と同じだ。責任感が強くて、お母さんのことが大好きで、それらすべてに不安を持っている当たり前の少年。
You're like your brother. You have a strong sense of responsibility, love your mother, and are very anxious about everything. You're a normal boy, really.
そして、兄貴が頭で戦うのに対し、君は肝っ玉で戦うことができる男だ。
And while your brother fights with brains, you can fight with guts.
君は君で、もっと自由に暴れられる場所を探してみるといい。頭より根性がいる分野なんて、いくらでもある。
You need to find a place where you can go wild more freely. There's tons of professions that need guts instead of brains.
兄貴の背中じゃなく、未踏の道を追い求めなさい。
Instead of following your brother, try to chase untrodden land.
あと、お母さんを大事にな。確かな絆があっても、きつい言葉は少しずつ、それを弱らせるものだよ。
Also, treasure your mother. Though there's a clear bond between you and her, harsh words weaken it, little by little.
義継
Shizuku.
一般論として、信じなさい。
That's a fact. Believe it.
え。わかったよ。
Alright.
もっち、
Mochi,
待ちくたびれたぞ。
I've been waiting for this.
うん。君は別に、信じなくていいや。
Good, and honestly, you don't need to believe.
ほう。
Oh?
でも、面白そうだろ。この先、何が起きるか。
But you're interested in what's gonna happen next, right?
だな。
Yep.
オッケー。楽しみにしてなさい。ただあれだ。
Good, then look forward to it. Though,
自分が興味ないと思ってるものが、興味深いものにつながってるかもしれない。いつか、興味が湧くかもしれない。
the things you're not interested in might lead to something interesting, or just become interesting.
例えば、人の気持ちとか、恋心とかな。
It could be feelings like love.
恋ねえ。
Love, huh?
そういうのも、目を向けてみな。でないといずれ何かを失っても、痛みにすら気づけないぞ。
Try facing it head on, otherwise, if you end up losing something, you won't even notice the pain.
本当はもう、全部わかってるんだろ。
You already know everything, don't you?
わかんないけど、わかったよ。
I don't, but I do.
牧島、春ちゃん、
Haru Makishima-chan.
稲、
No,
神様。
God.
なんじゃ狼殿。
What is it, Okami Dono?
あ、ここで一つみんなの誤解を解こう。安永くん、もっち、この方は、本物の神様だ。
Let me start by clearing everyone's misunderstanding. Yasunaka-kun, Mochi, this is a real god. Huh?
そりゃあおかしい。僕らの秘密のスーパーハルちゃんなんだから。あ、やべ、言っちゃった。
That can't be right. She's our secret super Haru-chan. Oh no, I said it.
ああ、きっかけはそうだ。
Yes, that's how it started out.
両親を失い、祖父からも冷たくされ、大人の気を引きたくて、小さな春ちゃんが生み出した、稲。
After losing her parents and getting the cold shoulder from her grandfather, she wanted to get the adults' attention and created... No.
復活させてしまった、神様さ。
Resurrected this god.
なんじゃそれは。
What do you mean?
まあ、説明すると難しいんですが、
It's a bit hard to explain.
皆さん全員の中に神様はいます。
There's God inside of you all.
なぜなら、皆さんが不死吉という地で生まれ、育ってきたという厳然たる事実があるから。
After all, you all were born and grew up in Fushiyoshi, and that's a fact.
だからあなたたちは、僕らには逆らえない。
That is why you can't rebel against us.
かつて大昔、夕霧立つ日に、僕らを殺した後ろめたさが、神様の記憶として受け継がれてるから。
The guilt from killing us long ago on that misty day had been inherited by you as a memory of God.
それよりもさらに昔、山という闇に怯え暮らし、ひたすら安穏を願って祈りを捧げた記憶があるから。
You also have even older memories of fearing the dark mountain and praying for peace.
だから、ハルちゃんが嘘の仮面を作ろうとしたときに、
Thus, when Haruchan tried to create a false mask,
記憶の中の神様を完全な形で蘇らせることができてしまった。
God could resurrect from these memories in a perfectly stable form.
だからハルちゃんは
That was why Haruchan
神様であり、ハルちゃんなんです。
is both herself and God.
そうだね、ハルちゃん。
Right, Haruchan?
それを暴いてどうするの？
What's the point of revealing it?
人から見れば私はただ狂ってるだけよ。
People will still think I am simply insane.
そして貴様も狂っておられよう。幾千の落ちてここにいたり、神をも騙そうとするか、町のお方よ。
And you are insane yourself, no, city dweller? You rose thousands of times, arrived here, and are now trying to trick a god?
いいえ、ハルちゃん。そして、いいえ、神様。
No, Haruchan, and no god.
ハルちゃんは狂ってない。僕も神様の怖さはよく知ってる。
Haruchan isn't insane. I also know how scary God can be.
でも君にはそれすらも自分のものにしてしまえるとても強い心がある。
But you have a strong heart that lets you make even that your own.
いずれ神様が出てこなくなっても君の強さは残る。
Even if God stops appearing, your strength will never fade.
この先、休みずを救うのは君だと確信する。だから君は悪くなれ。
I am certain that only you can save Yasumitsu, so become a villain.
どんな他人の押し付けの正しさからも自由な美しい悪になって自由自在に羽ばたいてくれ。
Be an evil that's free from everyone's idea of what is right, and fly free as you wish.
その力強さがきっとこの地の人々すべてを引っ張り上げる原動力になるだろう。
That strength will surely become a driving force racing up everyone living in this land.
僕らは、いや、僕はそれが見てみたいんだ。
We? No, I want to see that.
できるかな？
Can I really do that?
ああ、千里眼でもう見たからね。
Yes, I saw it with my clairvoyance.
勝手なことを言うな。千里眼は蛇に奪われた。この娘の体は我のものじゃ。
Do not be so brazen before me. The clairvoyance was stolen by the snake. This girl's body is mine.
出てこなくなる。甘く見なさるな。山は読み、読みは闇じゃ。
Me? Stop appearing? Do not make light of me. The mountain is Yomi, and Yomi is
こ
darkness.
の地に人が絶えぬ限り、人から恐れが消えぬ限り、我は滅びぬ。
As long as people live here and continue to fear, I shall never fade.
ええ、知っています。
Yes, I know.
は？
Huh?
誰があなたを滅ぼそうなどと言いましたか？
Who said anything about making you fade? Huh?
あなたがいなかったら、僕らがいなくなった後、誰がこの場所の神になるんですか？
If you disappear, who will be the local god when we're gone?
まあ、昔のような好き放題はできないでしょうけどね。外はいろんな神やら概念やらで大騒ぎですから。
Well, I don't think you'll be able to do whatever you want, though. The outside world is full of various goods, concepts, and all that.
それでも、この場所はあなたの庭で、ここにいるみんながあなたの家族です。
But even so, this is your garden, and everyone here is your family.
もう、忘れられた神という孤独に生きなくてもいいでしょう？
You don't have to live as a lonely, forgotten god anymore, do you?
あなたは復権してください。
Please reinstate yourself.
待たれよ。その、
Wait, but huh?
皆さん、
Everyone?
僕ら狼は今日をもって休みずの、そして不死吉の神ではなくなります。
Starting today, we Okami will no longer be Yasumitsu's and Fushiyoshi's gods.
僕らも、僕らから生まれた神内明神も、お守りも、
We return our great Lord Shinai's and the Guardian's divinity.
すべての真意は、見事復活を果たされた、古の神へと
Back
返
to,
します。
back to the newly resurrected ancient god.
彼女の社を建て、祀ってください。
Please build her a shrine and worship her.
彼女の真意を恐れ敬ってください。
Please fear her and revere her divinity.
かつて人柱に意を奪われ、作り物の神に踏みつけられながらも、人柱と手を結び、神座に返り咲いた彼女の物語を。
She once lost her divinity to the sacrifices, then survived being trampled over by a fabricated god, then joined hands with the sacrifices and bloomed back into divinity.
そして、彼女の名前を語り始め、そして語り継いでください。
And please speak her name and make sure it is passed down.
ああ、ついでに、狼とか他のお守りとか、新内さんのことも、ちょろっと書き添えておいてくださいね。
Oh, and do mention the Okami, the Guardians, and Shinai every now and then.
歴史的経緯を残すことは大事ですし、忘れられたら、それはそれで困るんで。
It's important to know your history, and it'd be bad if people forgot.
お願いしましたよ、皆さん。
I'm counting on you, everyone. They nodded.
そうすれば、やがては滅びる人の器にこだわらずとも良いでしょ
Now you won't have to be so fixated on your fragile human
う。
body.
ね、神様。
Right, God?
我は
ああ、泣かないでください。はるちゃんが戸惑っちゃいますよ。
Please don't cry. Haru-chan will be uncomfortable.
すまぬな。
My apologies.
さっきああ言った手前、人には優しくしてやってくださいね。
Also, do be kind to the humans.
すむ。約束する。
Very well, I promise.
本当にありがとう。我は嬉しいぞ。町の
Thank you so
狼殿。
Thank you so much. I am so happy, City Jo. No, Okami Dono.
ああ、はるちゃんぐっしゃぐしゃだ。ほら、ハンカチとかないけど、この辺で拭くといい。
Oh man, Haru-chan's all teary. I don't have a handkerchief or anything, so use the edge of this dress.
もっちってば。なんか、本当に、ぶれないな。
Mochi, you literally never change, do you?
己だけは、最後まで、我を恐れまいな。
To the very end, you are the only one who does not fear me.
うん。はるちゃんははるちゃんだ。神様も含めて、はるちゃんだ。
Yeah, you're Haru-chan, even with God.
社ができるまで、我も守ってくれるか？
Could you protect me until I have a shrine?
はるちゃんのついでにね。
Along with Haru-chan?
やっすん、そういうことでいい？
Yes, and what do you say?
あ、
Yeah,
僕の妹をよろしく頼む。
she's like a little sister to me. Take care of
ちっ
her.
ちゃん、
Old man,
その格好をなんとかせ。
do something about those clothes.
チェ。はる
Shh.
ちゃんは？
Haru-chan?
これからのもっち次第。
Depends on what you're like.
オッケー。
Okay.
あと、
Also,
ここまで。ありがとう、春秋。
thanks for everything, Haruki.
ま、そういうことだから。
Yeah, anyway, that's how it is.
ああ、
Good. Goodbye, Haru-chan.
一つ連絡です。これが済んだら、皆さん10分以内に最低限の荷物をまとめて、サラナガに降りてください。
Another thing, once this is over, take whatever you can within 10 minutes and go to
そこ
Saranaka.
に、僕の妻がいます。彼女の指示に従って、脱出してください。
You'll find my wife there. Follow her directions and escape this place. Wait, no fucking way. Coincidentally, I think they didn't want you to notice this, but coincidentally, see, she's there, he's there, she was there, he was there, they are in there, but they never showed, or they didn't show up at this point. He was there. He was there. He did show up early on, but we didn't speak to him. He was there. So it's either her or it's Rikako. That's the wife. Find my wife there, follow her directions, and escape this place. Welcome, Pumph. Yeah, I am feeling better. I'm still, I mean, I'm still like a little bit sick, but like very, very, very little. Not noticeable. I am very okay now. Everyone complied. Welcome, Frosty. Welcome, Piranha. Allow me to add your image, but also allow me to take a very quick bathroom break, because I have been going for how long now? 7 hours without a single bathroom break. So I think maybe a singular bathroom break is in order, just so I don't suddenly piss all over the floor. It's definitely preferable to boredom. All right. Quick break. I'll put you on with some Maple Story music, because that's what I've got ready here. Let's do this one. Wait, this one? This one? Let's do this. And then let's do this. And I will be right back. Welcome back. So, for those of you who, because we've had a few new people here in the last 10 or so minutes. So for those of you who just tuned in, I will give you a quick recap of what has happened in the last 7 hours, because this is very close to the end of this game. So basically, we last time, or I think the time before that, we ended up in a situation where we won the game, or the feast, as a wolf, and we summoned some sort of a being, a creature, which basically caused the world to go under. And we had to go back into a bunch of different timelines on all of these, where we try to get more information about 3 things, because we had 3 goals basically. Goal number 1 was we wanted to stop the Feast of the Yomi Purge, or we wanted to stop people from killing each other in the Feast of the Yomi Purge, more specifically. The second one was that we had to stop the summoning of that big creature that I was talking about. And the third one was we had to stop the mastermind behind all of this, which we found was the Miguruma family. So we are currently in process of doing number 1, which is stop everyone from killing each other in the feast. And the way we've done that is that after we've traveled around, gotten a bunch of information about all the people who live here, their hardships and all that, we are now back in a final loop, basically. So we can no longer loop back. This is our last chance. If we die here, we die in real life. There's simply no chance for survival after this. So we have to do everything right first time. So our immediate goal was to go into a little cave we found underneath the graveyard, where we dug up a grave, which was the Okami-sama's grave, which is the big wolf god's grave. And we took on the outfit, and now we're pretending to be Okami-sama, and we've convinced the whole village to trust us. And yeah, so that's where we are now. We are currently in the process of step 1, which is convincing everyone to stop the Feast of the Yomi Purge. So far, it's going well, I imagine, because we have lied to people about it, but we've convinced everyone that we are the god, and everyone seems to be pretty satisfied with it, and they want to follow us. But that's only step 1, so there's still the 2 other steps left, which is what we are probably going to be doing now. And what Hauraki has in mind, I have absolutely zero idea, because I didn't anticipate this. Despite being here for the full thing, I didn't anticipate him digging up the grave, putting on the outfit, and pretending to be a god, and all that. So we'll see what else he has in mind. Everyone complied. So right now, we've just gone through every single person down the list, except for a couple of them. And we've told them, hey, listen, I need you to... Or we basically told them about their life, how hard it was, and now that if they stop the Yomi Purge, or the Feast of the Yomi Purge thing, that everything will be good again, and we will promise that. And now we've told everyone, okay, grab your things, come back here in 10 minutes, and we're gonna leave this place. And that's, everyone complied to that. Everyone's going back, getting their things, and coming back.
あと、狼じじいさん、あなただけ 広場に残っててください。
Also, this guy is a serial killer and an absolute mastermind, apparently. Not the mastermind behind all of this, but he is an absolute mastermind. Also, Old Man Who Cried Wolf, you stay in the plaza. Hold on, 1 second. I don't have my chat open. Oh,
さて、
now,
ごめんね。待たせて。
sorry for keeping you waiting.
芹沢千恵美さん。
Chiemi Serizawa-san. No,
君のこれまでは、神様の意を狩る、下道の悪意によって踏みにじられた人生だった。
your life was one of torment at the hands of malicious lowlifes who wielded the might of God.
嫌だって言ってるでしょ。
I said no.
君は恐れ、もだえ苦しみ、周りと衝突をしながらも、力を求めた。強くあるための力を求め続けた。
You feared and suffered while clashing with others and seeking more power. You spent your life wanting to be stronger.
その結果、君には僕らや神様が見えるようになった。
That's why you began to see us and God.
あなたは神様じゃない。
You're not God.
その結果、君は神を手にかける資格を得るに至った。
Because of this, you gained the right to harm God.
神様は殺せない。
God can't be killed.
普通はそうだ。でも、殺せないわけじゃない。
Normally, yes, but it's not unkillable.
名を与え、後継を廃し、その資格を受けし英雄が生まれ、そのための武器を手に取れば。
Give it a name, get rid of its successors, create a hero that qualifies for the cause, and give him or her the right weapon. Basically, make everyone agree.
神は殺せる。
And you can kill a god.
資格は他ならぬ僕が与えよう。
I myself give you the right. No.
僕の娘。
Come to me, my daughter. Okay.
あなたをやりたくなんかない。
I don't want to kill you. I called Mako over and hugged her. Tightly.
さあ、
Now,
構えなさい。
aim. A sort of shotgun slipped out of her sleeve. She couldn't resist at all.
ここまで本当によく頑張りました。
Well done on everything you did so far. At this moment, I felt like I was speaking for someone other than me.
これで最後のお願いです。
This is my last wish. No.
撃ちなさい。
Shoot. The barrel spewed fire, and my body, still holding Mako, soared into the air. Not like I could actually die, though. What?
すっごい。面白い。
Oh, whoa, this is so
マ
fun.
ジでどういう神経してんだ君は。一応聞こえたらまずいからしーね。
Seriously. Oh, did he buy a bulletproof vest or something? He did have one last time. And he probably gave her a blank, like, piece of ammo or something. Oh my god, he is so genius. Seriously, what's going on in that head of yours? It'd be bad if they heard us, so shh. Shh.
よしよし、いい子だ。
Good girl.
ちょっと悪い。
And a bit bad.
学習能力すごすぎるぞ。
Oh, you learned fast. Basically, I just bungee jumped backwards the moment Chiemi fired. The rope couldn't be too long because we could end up hitting the cliff, so it was only about 10 meters long, but it was bungee jumping nonetheless. I prepared the rope during the little time I had after getting the mask. I only had one shot at this, and it actually worked out. With this, God was dead. Great Lord Shinai Yomutsu Okami, the two-faced god of fear and oppression, was killed by a fitting stage and a decent plot. He spoke his last words for each of the weak, yet good people of Yasumitsu. He understood them well and encouraged them to follow a different path. Then he reconciled with the true god, the one given the dirty name of Badger, and passed on the rites. They no longer had a reason to fear the mist, blindly followed the fake laws of the mountain, or killed each other because of some legends. They would never hold the feast of the Yomi Purge again. So, Mission 1, stopping the people of Yasumitsu from killing each other in the feast, had been completed. Even Shiemi, who was so afraid of Great Lord Shinai and God, had literally defeated the source of her fear. I could only hope it fixed her murderous side too. Anyway, the sun had sunk and we had to move before it was completely dark. I switched to the other rope I had here and went down to Saranaka. Alright, we'd made it down, but what was I to do with Meiko? Considering the story I made up, I couldn't bring her with me. Alright, I'll just make her wait.
メイコちゃん、この後しばらくそこの岩の陰で待っててもらえるかい？
Meiko-chan, can you wait for me behind this rock?
どれくらい？
Yeah, how long?
2、3時間かな。寝ててもいいけど、他の人が来ても出てきちゃダメだよ。
2 or 3 hours. You can sleep if you want, but if someone comes out, don't come out. Or if someone comes, don't come out.
お腹すいた。
Okay, but I'm hungry.
岩陰のバッグにあるものは全部食べてよろしい。お菓子はまだたくさんあるぞ。いつもはダメだが、今日は特別だ。
You can eat anything in that bag there. There's still lots of sweets there. You can eat them normally. You can't eat them all normally, but I'll let you do it this time. Yay! She ran off. And I turned around.
来やがったか。
Oh my god, it is
なん
her.
つう霧だよ。10歩先も見えやしね
You're here. Man, this mist's crazy. Can't see anything 10 steps ahead.
羊さん。
Sheep.
茶番は終わりだっつったよな。あ？
You said the act's over, didn't you?
ああ、お待たせ、三辻。
Yeah, sorry for the wait, Misuchi.
なんだったんだよ。一連の茶番はよ。
What the hell were you trying with the act anyway? Wait, I want to check something. This is probably completely pointless and probably also... But this would be really cool. Aw, man. What the hell were you trying to... what the hell were you trying with the act anyway?
いや、別れた彼氏を謎の方法で追ってきたんだと思って、全力でスルーしようかと。
Well, I thought you missed your ex and tried to chase after me in a weird way, so I figured I'd just ignore you.
聞くだけ無駄だった。てめえはそういうやつだよ、春明。
No point in asking, huh? It's just the kind of guy you are, Haruaki.
君はいつも有言実行だよね。
Sure, you're as good as your word, huh?
こんなのは無理なんだいっつんだよ、バカ。
I'm saying it's a waste of effort. Behind her, there were 3 rubber boats with oars.
これからどうすんだっけ？
So what's next?
これから半ば放心状態の一団がやってくるから、適当に神様っぽいことを言って誘導して、適当な宿泊施設に保護。
A group acting all dazed is gonna come here soon. Tell them something godlike and keep them safe in some lodging place.
後半はいいけど、前半は何なんだよ。
What was the former? Oh.
まあ、迷
Um,
信とやり合うための方便ってやつさ。君だってある程度、ここがそういう場所だって分かってるんだろ。
the latter part's fine, but what's with the former? Just play along with their superstitions. You know a thing or two about what kind of place this is, right?
まあな。めんどくせえ。
Yeah, what a pain.
あのコンビニ店員のノリはやめときなよ。一応言っとくけど。
Just so you know, you shouldn't act like you did as a convenience store worker.
ありゃ相手がてめえだからやったんだからな。いくら俺でもあんな非常識じゃねえっての。
It's only like that because of you. Not even I'm that
プ
unreasonable.
レイだったのか。
So it's some kinky stuff, eh?
マジで殺すぞ。
I'll fucking kill you.
君の能力とか、バックグラウンドとか、後ろについてる組織だとか、そういうのは当然、聞いていいんだよね。
Can I ask you about your powers, background, and the organization backing you, yeah?
ああ、まあ、もう会うことはねえし、聞かなくても問題ねえだろ。
Well, we're never meeting each other again, so there's no point, really.
そう言って別れて2週間くらいで再会したでしょうが、あれ何なの？もしかして本気で偶然？
That's what you said the first time we broke up, and yet here we are. What was that? What was that anyway? An accident?
偶然だと言いたいとこだが、まあ縁ってやつかもしれねえな。
Yep, that's what I'd like to say. There's a bond between us and all that.
本気で言ってるのか？
You being serious?
ああ、世の中そういうもんだからな。
Yeah, that's how the world is.
本気の蜜汁ほど信じられるものはない。信じよう。
There's nothing more reliable than a serious Mitsuchi. I'll believe you.
本気っぽく見えるてめえほど信じられないものはねえけどな。
And nothing more unreliable than a serious-looking you. We laughed.
で、そろそろ真面目な話しよっか。
Anyway, let's get serious.
もうすぐ俺は黒幕に捕まるぞ。
We'll be caught by the loop's master soon.
まだ耐えてたの？
He was still bearing it?
まだってなんだおい。こっちは必死に時間稼いでるつもりなんだぞ。
What the hell? Of course I am. I'm working hard to buy you time.
なるほど。なるほど。だから何もなかったのか。オーケー。めちゃくちゃ助かった。
I see, I see. So that's why nothing happened. Thanks. You helped out a lot.
じゃあなおさら急がなきゃだ。
Guess I'll have all the more reason to hurry.
まあ一応気をつけろ。
Well, do be careful.
なんか君には父に赴く時を見送られてばかりだな。
It feels like all you do recently is send me to my death.
父って。
Death.
まあさっきは助かったから次も助かるな。うん。
Well, you helped me out just now, so I hope that doesn't
いい
change.
から無事に帰ってこい。別に迎えはしねえけど、死んだら後で寝覚めが悪い。
Just go back already. I'm not gonna welcome you, but if you die, I'll have trouble sleeping.
了解。まあ生きてたら一歩入れるよ。
Roger that. I'll try to survive.
いや、考えてみたら、てめえが死んだらどのみちゲームオーバーだから、別にいらねえ、連絡。
Welcome, Centricus. Now that I think about it, your death means game over for all of us, so I really don't need you to say anything.
ひどいな。やれやれ。まあ、行ってくる。
That's mean. Oh well, I'll just go.
まずは神様を殺したんだっけか？
You killed the god first, huh?
ああ、次こそ君の要件。
Yeah, now I'll be doing your job.
巻き戻りの黒幕とやり合ってくる。
I'll take on the master of the loop. Mission 2, I had to deal with the master of the loop who wanted the monster's resurrection. This one didn't need as much preparation or acting skill as the first one. All the info I'd gathered over the loops was enough to make me certain by now. I just had to face the person one-on-one and be completely honest. That was easy. But the person was the problem. I'd probably be walking on a fine line here. Had no idea how well my thoroughness, guts, and verbosity would hold up against the enemies. And once the final mystery was revealed, I wasn't sure I'd have what it took to properly retaliate. It was something I'd have to consider at that moment. I had to do it.
頼んだぜ、春明。
I'm counting on you, Haruaki. I got up on the cliff again and hid near the graveyard. The mist was dense and I couldn't see much. I was used to it, so straining my eyes helped a lot. I soon saw the people of Yasumitsu absent-mindedly making their way down Saranaka. Everyone besides the old wolf guy was there. Good. After confirming that, I went to the plaza. Oh, he was standing alone in there.
逃げも暴れもしないとは意外ですね。
You didn't run or go wild? I'm impressed. Huh?
いいですよ。そんなふりは
It's fine,
し
drop
なく
the
て
act.
本来あなたの仕事でしょう。こういう例外的な逃亡の阻止は
It's your job, isn't it? Taking care of such escapees, I mean.
てめえと話したくてな。
Wanted to talk to you.
ふりをやめてくれて助かります。手っ取り早く済ませましょう。
Please stop the act. It'll make things easier.
てめえ何者だ。俺と同類ってのは
The hell are you?
なんだけどよ。
The hell are you? I can tell you're like me.
荷車の手のもんにしちゃわけがわからねえ。
But it doesn't make sense to think you're with the Mikuruma.
じゃが
However, he was putting his hand into his clothes to take out a weapon, surely. Unfortunately for him, I already knew his cards.
俺の砦をようも崩してくれた。
You destroyed...
落とし前は てめえでつけっか。
You destroyed my fortress. I'll get even by killing you.
僕はあなたの弟子ですよ。
I'm your disciple.
はあ
Huh?
まあ面倒なので説明は省きますが、あなたがいなければ僕はみんなを助けることはできなかった。
Well, I won't get into the details, but basically, without you, I couldn't have saved them.
それに報いて生かしてやろうって言ってるんです。このクソじじい。
I'm saying I'll let you live because of that, you old fart. His eyes were filled with a silent anger.
まあ60年だか前の事件を今さら蒸し返しても警察も困るでしょうし、
Well, the police probably won't know what to think about an incident from 60
あ
years
なた
ago.
が心を入れ替えてちゃんと安水を守る気を持つなら、このまま生かしておいてもいいでしょう。
And if you have a change of heart and decide to protect Yasumitsu, there's really no problem in letting you live.
随分と大冗談じゃねえか。
Don't act big with me.
身車は廃れますよ。
Mikuruma will start to crumble.
は
Huh?
今日は何も起きない。今後霧が立っても一切何も起きない。なんならいいことがあるかもしれない。
Nothing will happen today on any of the missed appearance that follows. That means there might be something good in store for this place.
あなたの仕事も隠れ家ももうありません。水路もすべて表にさらされるから。
Your job and hideout will be gone. We'll find out about the waterway.
さらに安水の住人ももうあなたをただのボケ老人とは見なしません。
And the people of Yasumitsu won't ever see you as just senile.
何の証拠で。
What proof do you...
さっき気づきませんでしたか？あの場には銃を持った人間が2人いた。
You didn't realize? There were two people with guns back
ち
there.
えみ以外のもう1人はずっとあなたを狙っていた。あなたが暴れた時、至近距離からあなたを殺すために。
The one who's not Chiemi was aiming at you all this time so they could kill you from up close.
あなたは猛録した。あなたが人を殺せるのは霧の中で狼装束を着て神の意を借りてやっとだ。
You're old. You can only kill people in the mist while wearing a wolf outfit and using the authority of God.
たった今あなたが僕に切りかかっても僕はそれを余裕でかわし転ばせ踏みつけて殺すことができる。
If you charge at me, I can easily dodge, get you on the ground, step on you, and kill you.
そうなるとせいぜい不意打ちしかできなくなるって言うんですよ。しびれ薬でも飲ませるとかしないと。
You can only beat me with a surprise attack or by spiking my drink with a numbing drug.
でももうそれも無理です。あなたがここに居座っても住人たちはあなたに心を許さない。
But you can't do that now. Even if you stay here, the locals will be wary of you.
ここはもうあなたの砦じゃない。
This is no longer your
あ
fortress.
とは皆に頭を下げて死ぬまでかくまってもらうか、それとも東京のつて高を頼るなりどこへなり行くか。
Now you either have to bow to them and have them protect you until you die, or call your Tokyo contact and go
どっ
elsewhere.
ちかを選びなさい。
One of the two.
つまらねえことに。
This sure got boring.
十分楽しんだでしょう。あなたは。
You had plenty of fun, didn't you?
いや、最後にもう一人。
No, I'll have a bit more. He...
よけてみ。わけえの。
Dodge this, young'un. He raised his blade, took an unexpectedly fast step towards me, then tripped.
だから
I told
言
you.
わんこっちゃない。ああ、滑った担当が口から脳天に突き刺さって即死ですか。
Oh boy, his dagger went through his mouth and into his brain.
天網開会ってやつならもっと苦しい死に方にしてほしかったな。希代の悪人の最後としては。
If heaven's judgment is slow but sure, then I wanted him to die more painfully. This death doesn't suit a villain like,
草が結ばれてる？誰だ？
The
こんな
grass,
いたずらやったのは。
the grass is tied. Whose prank is this?
その誰かには一応感謝しておこう。罪悪感を持たれてもあれだからほどいておくか。
Whoever it was, they have my thanks. I don't want them to feel guilty though, so I'll undo it. Anyway, I was satisfied with the results. I thought about this and that, but as long as he was alive, he'd always have been a danger to someone's life. That was all he'd done his whole life, and it was best to accept his death for what it was. Leaving his corpse, I went back to where I had to. Of course, he wasn't the one in charge of the dream, so he wasn't my real target. Extra mission, get rid of the latent threat, the violent old man. Completed. Mission 2, dealing with the master of the loop who wanted the monster's resurrection, would begin now. Not in the dining hall or back home, huh? Then maybe here? The culprit's plans must have changed badly because of Misuchi's hard work.
こんばんは、リカコさん。
Good evening, Rikako-san. She was right there.
あなたはどなた？
Who are you?
いいですよ。
No need
そう
for
いうの
that.
は。ご存知なんでしょう？全部。
You know everything, don't you?
不妻子春明様、
Haraki Fusaishi-sama.
お待ちしておりました。
I have been waiting. The two acquaintances who'd never met exchange a greeting. It was a very normal greeting, but that was what made it warped and strange.
そりゃあ、光栄だな。
What an honor.
でもこんな形では望まなかった。
But I did not want this.
何も知らぬまま夢の中に遊んでおいていただきたかった。
I wanted us to play within the dream.
あの羊は仕留めました。
I caught the sheep.
ご心配なく。彼女はただ夢に触れる手立てを私に取り上げられた。
No need
た
to
だ
worry.
それだけのこと。
No need to worry. I simply took her ability to influence dreams. That is all.
再び蘇る円環の中では彼女は無力なる観客として指をくわえていただきましょう。
Welcome, Calfrin. I am still going. I am nearly up to 8 hours of playing this game. Hopefully beating it soon. I am feeling better. Still a little bit sick, but not nearly as much as I was the past few days. More like just, normal cold stuff, I guess. The racing loop, she will become nothing but a powerless observer.
否定はしないんですね。
You're not denying it.
あなたが全ての黒幕だということの。
That you're behind everything?
先ほど望まなかったと申しましたが、私は存外喜んでおります。
I just said I did not want this, but I am unexpectedly happy about this.
春明様がそこまで私を知り、幾万の夜と命を賭してこ
Haraki-sama.
の場に至ってくださったことに。
Haraki-sama, you know me so well and spent so many nights and lives just to get here.
長き宴の末にこのような日が来ようとは私も思いもしておりませんでした。
I had never expected for this eternal feast to bring me something like this.
なればこそ知りとう存じます。春明様、
Thus, I wish to ask you, Haruki-sama.
どのように知られたのですか？私がすべての糸を主会と。
How did you find out that I pull all the strings?
え？だってあなた、さっき全員が揃った場でいなかったじゃないですか。
Huh? Well, I mean, you weren't there when everyone came.
え？それだけですか？
Huh? Is that it?
いや、違いますけどね。
No, not really.
お聞かせください。どのように私を突き止めたのかを。
Please tell me, how did you discover me? Ah, she'd gone back to the heart of the matter. She'd probably punch me if I said something like, "You're a spider, of course you're pulling the strings." I take it seriously. Of course, there were things I didn't understand. Or more like, I understood because I didn't understand them, though that was kind of complex. It was the spider, the Uematsu guardian and symbol, the spider. Japan had no faiths that revered them. The other guardians had archetypes that were clearly related to mountain religions, even the wolves. The spider, however, wasn't. The Shinai faith was a religion created to control. Thus, there was no reason for it to include anything without a clear origin. In fact, it was completely unlikely to have a family of prostitutes would use the Yorogumu, a term for orb weavers, as their messenger. After all, that was a yokai, not a god. Though the difference between them was minimal, but gods still needed to gather faith. In other words, Yorogumu, Ogumu, and all that were just anomalies, strange incidences that could appear anywhere. Unless they garnered faith from the locals for many years, were accepted, and could live beyond just words, they weren't gods. However, the Uematsu actually had no divine authority despite controlling the most mystical section of the Shinai faith. This was strange. Of course, the Uematsu had a weakness in that people looked down on them because of their nature. However, the amount of suspicion, cruelty, and harshness directed at you was just unnatural. And that was despite being a good person most of the time, unlike Kiyonosuke-san. I wondered why. The Uematsu had divinity in the Shinai faith too. That was when the spider archetype came to mind and turned my question into suspicion. The Uematsu, the spider, might have been some sort of exception in the Shinai faith, an unnatural entity. It seemed to me that the spider's god could be an outsider that didn't fit with the mountain's faith. The ritual to take in the corruption could have easily been the secret centerpiece behind the whole faith, no? It was a miracle that could cure everything after all. It was something that any new religion would kill to have. Imagine all the adherents it could gain. And, if it was the real deal, any cult or dogma with weird origins would forcefully add it to their teachings. That wouldn't have been weird, right? The historical documents proved that many outsiders had come to help the Shinai faith. Some might have been people from some shrines that wanted to take the snake, monkey, or crow for themselves. Then they also might have given themselves authority by putting their symbols in their teachings. The current village heads might have been the descendants of such people, though that could have been a stretch. Now who was to say that the Uematsu ancestors didn't enter the settlement during this time and ram their symbols into the religion? Heretics who believed in a warped god. It was included in the religion, but only on a surface level. The truth behind it had been hidden by the Uematsu and wasn't included. That made everyone here unconsciously feel that there was something unnatural or something wrong about them. Thus, they were looked at with scorn, and was probably why they could take disorderly profession of prostitution as their family trade. Though that was just an assumption. You could tell me if I was wrong later. Next, it was time for doubts as her as a person. I'd experienced the looping phenomenon. At first, I'd thought it was something that happened once I died. But then I realized I wasn't right. I'd keep my bases a secret, but I'd realize a few things once I thought about the loops that happened without my death. For example, there were loops that happened without me having any memory of dying. I'd underestimated it, thinking that it was only because some memories, especially ones of your death, weren't saved properly. However, there were definitely loops that happened without me ever dying. It was just the general image of the loop that gave me the idea that the mist, death, and rebirth were linked, making me assume that I must have died. When I thought of it like that, I'd started thinking that the loop happened not with my death, but with my dream's master. That was the opposite of how it usually was in such scenarios. Normally, the master's death meant the end of the loop, but most people had died many times within all this looping. Looking at it that way, the loop should have stopped a long time ago. The master should have died, yet the loop didn't end. Thus, I began believing that the death of its master activated the loop. That would make sense after all. They could try again if they messed up. They could instantly take full advantage of the looping, as I'd first thought I had. Of course, it was possible that the culprit was in a safe spot far away, like Kami Fujiyoshi or just the mountains. That would make them impossible to reach, but they could reach this place all they wanted. Of course, the Mikuruma observed Yasumitsu from a distance, so they could have done that easily. However, there was something strange. I'd seen so many deaths, but there was one person whose corpse I'd never seen. It was Meiko. No matter the route, I hadn't seen her final moments. That made her really shady. She'd seen that ending once, though, so I figured it wasn't her. She didn't know of the conspiracy. But there was someone else who seemed shady. It was you, Rikaku Uematsu. I'd only seen your corpse once, when it was supposedly all over, but you were hanged in the hole. I'd looped soon after. Well, I tried killing myself then, but looking back at it, the mists were already there before I fell. The looping was strangely linked to the mist. For all I knew, I might have looped without actually dying. Die. I hope you feel better, Cow. I having just gotten over sickness, I do know how it feels. Besides that, I'd never seen... Hold on. Chat. Besides that, I'd never seen any of your corpses. You were the only one who'd left the game in unusual ways. The chief example of that was the Yumibito transformation. You'd gone insane and been locked in. But you'd stayed alive to be alive, right? Even if your madness was real, it should have been possible for you to survive inside your house for a few days. If that was just some sort of act, you could have drank some water or hidden some food for yourself to survive. Well, I didn't think it was a complete act, but even so, your actions were strange. The reality that you took in the corruption of the feast actually made my suspicion for you all the more certain. The Yumibito transformation was just you taking Chiemi Serizawa's murder penalty for her, right? That had to have been impossible. After all, the Feast of the Yomi Purge was an artificial killing spree run by the Mikuruma. It wasn't something that could be cured by your ability. However, if there was someone who knew about the cameras, the eye of the Mikuruma, and was capable of asking for something like that, someone who could bend the rules like that without undermining the Shinai faith, the Mikuruma would readily accept their wish to die instead of the actual rule breaker. There had also been the one time you told me to run. Had you expected for your desire to succeed for the same reasons? While thinking that you looked a bit shady, I'd found even more proof of that. If the culprits were really the Mikuruma, like I said before, they were surely observing this moment too. They could use their safe position to easily press their loot button or something. I consider that the culprit had watched it all from the mountain with clairvoyance or something, then reset everything at certain times. But the culprit seemed too naive for that. Loop. Anyone who watched enough would easily understand that I'd kept my memories. They would recognize me as dangerous and take care of me. That meant that the culprit had to have the perception of a normal human. Thus, to make something happen in Yasumitsu, it had to have been someone in Yasumitsu. You being the culprit will also explain why you'd prepared Meiku a separate place. After all, you knew that the mist was coming. And lastly, you'd said this.
もし明日会えずとも
Even if we don't meet again
い
tomorrow,
ずれまたいずれのせいでより穏やかなせいで
let us meet again in
巡り会えますよ
let us meet again in a different life, hopefully a more peaceful one. That wasn't right, was it? The Shinai faith either denied or forbid resurrection. That's why they said rise not. It was forbidden for something to go Yomi then come back. Someone who could say that was either part of a different faith or knew about the loops. I turned out to be right on that. One more thing. Just one more thing.
きっかけはわかりませんあの日墓毛越しに春明様を一目見たその時から
I do not know what started it, but after seeing you through the shadow of the leaves that day, this was a mistake I'd made several times myself. You'd said something based on memories of an event of a previous loop. I did think you were extremely careful in that regard, but you weren't above slipping up. You'd said those words in a timeline where I'd moved to Yasumitsu. When we'd first seen each other then, you were behind a rock, one of the Okiba at the entrance to Yasumitsu, not behind some leaves. And well, that was the day after I'd crashed and ended up in Chiemi-chan's room. Our very first meeting, right? You also had memory of the loops. From your perspective, did you have any other reason to hide that besides the fact that you were the one behind all of this?
以上ですか
Is that all?
ええ。不足ですか
Yes, not enough?
いいえ十分です
No, more than enough.
私は先ほどあなたがここに現れるまでは何が起きているやら混乱するばかりでありました
Up until you arrived here, I was very confused about what was happening.
私がずらした夢の始まりが私の許しなく二度も揺り戻されたその解決に躍起になっておりました
The start of the dream, which I had shifted twice, had been returned twice, without my permission, and I desperately wanted to fix that.
そもそもあなたや芹沢様が夢に変化をもたらす理由も確信は何もありませんでした
In fact, I did not know the reason why, or have certainty that you and Serizawa-sama had been changing the dream.
ただあなた様の僕がもうやったという お言葉から少しは考えていたのですよ。
Though I did consider the possibility when you said that you had already tried it. I knew I shouldn't have said that lightly.
もしそうならあなたがなぜか記憶を保っているならどれだけ素敵だろうと。
If it was true and you somehow retained your memories, I would have been really happy.
繰り返す宴の中、自分たちだけが思い出を分かち合えるとなればね。
We would repeat the feast while we continued to gain new memories.
女性はそういうのが好きですね。
Women like that kind of stuff, huh?
愛のみにて死ねる生き物ですから。
We are creatures that can only die for love.
特に植松の娘はね。
Especially us, the Uematsu. They sold love and lived by feeding off of it. That didn't make sense.
あなたが愛を語るのは奇妙だ。
It's strange to hear you speak of love.
なぜ
Why?
あなたの神は怨念の神だろ
Your god is one of
そ
grudges.
こまで知っておいでで。
You know that much?
う。消去法ですよ。
By a process of elimination, yeah.
あれだけの奇跡を起こせながら真意を感じさせないほど廃れた存在。忘れられた雲の神たり得るもの。
It created so many miracles, yet its divinity went unrecognized because it was wretched. The spider god is forgotten.
植松家は土雲だ。
The Uematsu are the Tsuchigumo.
この国の精神上の始祖である
Oh, not
天津
again.
神の血族に滅ぼされた
Oh, not again, man.
芦原の
What's
中津
going
国の
on?
土着の民の末裔があな
Why,
ただ。
why are they doing this? You are a descendant of the indigenous people of Ashihara no Nakatsukuni, who were destroyed by the ancestors of this country, the Amatsukami lineage.
その象徴するものは太古の現在。この国の民が心の底の底に秘めた最初の罪に対する罪悪感。
Its symbol is an ancient original sin. The guilt for this sin lies deep within everyone in this country.
今の自分たちの繁栄を大昔の虐殺の上に打ち立てておきながら、それさえ忘れていることへの危機感。
Our current prosperity was built on a huge massacre from long ago, and most have forgotten it, so they feel in
それは
danger.
この国全体を覆っている薄いしかし致命的な呪いめいた感情だ。そして感染者の母数が多すぎる。
It was a weak but fatal curse-like feeling that engulfs this whole country, and those infected by it are too
具
numerous.
現化すれば国を滅ぼすような天変地異を起こしかねないほどに。
If materialized, it could create a catastrophe that could destroy this whole country.
それが夢の中で抽象的に表現されたのがあの化け物ってところでしょうか。
In the dream, that was abstractly represented by that monster,
お見
right?
事ね。
Well done. She smiled bewitchingly and applauded me. This wasn't the silent, bashful Rikaku-san from before. This was an entrancing, shameless Uematsu, her mask as a prostitute. No, I didn't know which one was the mask at this point.
そう。私たちはその身に夢の土雲を宿した怨念の一族。
Indeed, we, are the grudge-soaked clan that let the Tsuchigumo of dreams inhabit this body. She'd been acting bashful while hiding this sentiment in her heart.
その悲願はヤマトの民の皆殺し。
Our desire is the death of all people Yamato. With that as her sole goal, she'd praise the devotion and sacrifice of the people of Yasumitsu and use them.
一度は叶ったその悲願を引き戻した。あの羊と春明様のことを。
You and the sheep. You and the sheep who'd once reversed this fulfillment of this desire are both detestable and lovable.
どういうことかわかりませんね。
I don't know what you mean.
憎みなさいよ。
Hate me.
あなたはすでにあそこにたどり着いた。
You'd already arrived there.
だからあなたの記憶をその時点で止めて、それ以上のことを思い出さないようにしてしまえば。
Thus, if I stop your memories at that point and make it so you don't remember anything
あ
else,
なたは確実に同じ結末にたどり着いてくれる。
you will surely reach the same ending. I couldn't deny that.
そうなれば、ああ、むしろ愛しくて愛しくてたまらない。
When that happens, oh, I actually love you so much I can't bear it.
愛しきあなたにこのように赤裸々に全てをさらけ出せる機会をくれて。
I have to thank you for giving me a chance to bare myself to you in such a way.
私の身も心も今とても喜んでおります。
My heart and mind are so happy now. The sudden switch in tone and the content of her words made me dizzy. To me, she was actually more enchanting, adorable, and beautiful than ever.
あなたが愛しいのは野望を叶えてくれる存在ってだけでしょ
You only love those who help you fulfill your desire.
いいえ、
No,
雲は貪欲よ。食べられるものはみんな愛おしいわ。
spiders are greedy. We love all that we can eat.
嫌味ではないの。本当に愛おしい。
Not being contradictory, I really do love you.
ヤマトの民は憎いけれど、それすらもはや愛おしい。
I hate the people of Yamato, but even that is lovable at this point.
彼らをすべて焼き滅ぼして、この腹の中に収めたり。
If I get to burn and consume them all, oh... She rubbed her abdomen.
そこで皆を地獄の気楽の夢へと誘いましょう。
I would call them all to a dream of hellish joys.
とこしえの官能に泣き叫ぶ一億の御霊を末永くとろかし慈しみお手遊びましょう。
I would melt love and play with the 100 million accompanying me without end.
だから私は本当に皆様を
So I really
愛し
do
ています。
So I really do love everyone. Spider's archetype was the Great Mother. That was what this reminded me of.
とりわ
Especially
けあなた
you.
様を
She suddenly looked away like she was bashful. The situation was abnormal, but the gesture was one that could shake the core of any man.
わからないですよ。理解できない。
I don't understand. This is beyond
わ
me.
かるわ。いずれ
You will understand eventually.
ご存知なのでしょう。
You are aware, aren't you?
夢の土雲が復活する条件。
Of the conditions to bring back the Tuchigumu of dreams.
わかりませんよ。
I don't.
あなたの目的はあの化け物の復活。
Your goal is the resurrection of that monster.
そのために読み意味の宴を繰り返す。意味不明だ。
But I have no idea why you have to repeat the feast for that.
事実、その二つには直接的な関係は全くない。
There's literally nothing linking the two.
ただ、怪物が復活したあの瞬間だけ、宴の結果に極めて特殊な条件が発生していたのはわかる。
All I know is that the moment the monster awakened happened under very special circumstances.
それは、霧が出た時点で休みずにいた藤吉村10人の全員があなたを除き死亡していたということ。
By that I mean that all the Fujiyoshi people who were in Yasumitsu when the mists were out had died, except for you.
ああ、
Oh,
そこまで。
you noticed that much. I knew it.
もしこれがあなたの目的なら、あなたがこんな異様で持って回った陰謀を起としたことには、なるほど、合点がいく。
If that was your goal, I could understand why you planned this complicated roundabout event.
植松家には大量殺人を行える権能など存在しない。
The Uematsu have no way of killing that many
よ
people.
しんば、一人や二人殺せても、あなたの細腕では絶対に目的を遂げることはできない。
Even if you killed one or two, you couldn't complete the job with your frail arms.
その上、植松家は安水で敬遠、または剣をされている。あなたは宴を生き残れない。
There's also the fact that the Uematsu are shunned, so you can't survive the feast. Yes, yes.
だから殺し合いの機会を利用する。うまくいかなければ何度でもやり直す。
That's why you use the time period in which they kill each other, and if you fail, you restart.
ああ、そこまでは分かりましたとも。
Yes, I know that much. That was where the final secret lay. It pissed me off, but I had to ask her directly.
しかし、分からない。土蜘蛛の復活に関わる伝説上の根拠なんて、安水にも上藤吉にもどこにも転がってない。
But I don't understand. There's nothing in the legend linking the Tsuchigumo's revival with Yasumitsu or
そも
Kamifujiyoshi.
そも、狼と土蜘蛛は無関係だ。である以上、陰謀の正体とは、宴を利用した大量殺人と考えるしかない。
There's no relation between the Okami and the Tsuchigumo either. All I can think of is that this is a massacre that utilized the
しかし
feast.
それでも、藤吉村の人間がなぜ犠牲になるべきなのかわからない。
However, even so, I don't understand why the people of Fujiyoshi had to be
黄
sacrificed.
泉の民として安水の住人が何人死ねばいいとかそんな話かもしれないと思わなくもなかった。でもおかしい。
I thought it might have something to do with the amount of Yasumitsu, Yomi, people who died, but that didn't add up.
上藤吉の人間である野里清之助氏が宴に招かれた理由がわからないからだ。
That doesn't explain why Kiyonosuke no Satoshi had been invited to the
な
feast.
ぜ彼だったのか。彼の属性ゆえか、ただの頭数なのか、それとも彼という個人が必要だったのか。
Why him? His nature? Because of numbers? Was he necessary as a person?
少なくとも彼がここに投留することは実家に命じられた意図的なものだ。誰かの意図でそうなったんだ。
At the very least, he'd been ordered to live here by his family. It was someone's intent, clearly. But whose?
それはあなたなのか。だとすればどうしてこの奇妙な取り合わせを犠牲として必要とした。
Yours? Then why did you need to sacrifice such a strange group?
それが奇妙で奇怪でいびつで不気味で岩で理不尽で不可解で怖くて怖くて怖くてたまらない。
It's weird, mysterious, warped, unnerving, unsettling, unreasonable, incomprehensible, and so scary. I can't bear it.
最後の謎だ。なぜあなたは彼らを殺す。
It's the last mystery. Why do you have to kill them?
みんな
What the fuck?
かつて愛したから。
Because I'd made love to each of them once. That voice, that smile, they were both those of a monster.
植松とは下方の民。
The Uematsu are a warped people.
一族の怨念は深い。しかし生き延びるために先祖の怨念を、それがもたらす下方の権能を利用してきた。
The grudge of the clan is profound, but we had to use it and its warped practices to laugh, to survive.
それこそ
I'm still streaming? Good laugh?
忌々しき
What do you mean? Can you laugh again? I didn't laugh. It was in the game, Choco. She laughed in the game. This character, she was laughing. Please laugh. That's what you know as our ability to take in.
植松の闘士たる女がそのうちに宿す
Don't you reread the text? No, I specifically skipped that one
夢の土蜘蛛
because she laughed very strangely. The Tsuchigumo of dreams living within we heads of the Uematsu is the manifestation of this grudge.
怨念の成就のためこの世のあらゆる害悪在業を、お愛を奪い、貪り、
蓄えんとする。
To gather more grudge and make it swell, we reap and consume all the evil sin
大
and
いなる
filth.
汚れの雲をだまくらかして
We trick the great spider of corruption.
奪った疫病を遮血して排出し雲の復活を防ぐ。
Bleeding out and getting rid of diseases we take to prevent the spider's resurrection. So that was why she was covered in blood after taking something in.
そうして植松の闘士たる女を万能の厄払いの装置として乱用し、この国で生き続ける。
Thus, the head women of Uematsu continued to live on in this country as useful tools that healed everything.
そうやって植松家は堕落した。
And that is how the family declined.
使命を悲願を忘れ神の力を全く逆の方向に利用したのか。
You forgot your mission and desire and used the divine power in a completely opposite way?
ええ、その通り。しかし大いなる雲がそのような小賢しき企みに気づかぬはずがありますまい。
Yes, I did, but there was no way the great spider would notice such trickery.
密かに少しずつ疫病をためやや子を産んでは逃がす。それを再び集めては蓄え。
It secretly, slowly gathered disease and birthed its children, then let them escape. Then it would gather them again and repeat.
夢の土雲は植松の代々の当主はそうやって一族の目と灼血を逃れ汚れをためてきた。
The Tsuchigumo of Dreams, the heads of the Uematsu family, used this to get around the bleeding and the clan's eye to gather corruption.
そして植松の命脈がいざ絶えんとする当世においてついに復活に足る汚れが集まった。
And now, right as the family is about to die out, it finally gathered enough to come
あ
back.
とそれを回収するだけ。
All that's left is retrieving
み
it.
んなを愛したというのはじゃあ
So when you say you made love to them,
文字通り愛したわ。そしてやや子を宿させた。
I mean it literally, and I put my children in them. Oh man. What a disgusting truth.
この集落でコレラが発生した時浄化のため植松家が献身的に働いたと聞いた。
I heard that the Uematsu worked hard at purification when there was a cholera outbreak here in the
し
settlement.
かしあなたなら死ぬわけがない。あなたの力は本物だから。
But there was no way you could die assuming your power is
当
real.
時あなたはとても幼かったはずだが
And you had to be very young back then.
そう。この村の長者がそんなこと気にするはずもない。
Indeed, don't expect the heads of this village to care about something like that. Shit.
香織さんは義継君を産んだ時難産だったと言っていた。死にかけたと。
Heard that Kaori-san was very sick when she birthed Yutsitsuku-kun, that she almost died.
私が苦しみを血の汚れを引き取った。口を使って全部。
I used my mouth to take in all the pain and corruption in her blood. Shit.
はるちゃんについては狼付き騒動の時にあなたが引き取りをしたんだったな。
So you also took it from Haru-chan when she was going through the wolf possession.
ええ、ムジナ様はとても可愛らしかった。あの方とは利害が一致したから雲の復活には黙認をいただいたわ。
Yes, Mujina-sama was very adorable. She benefited from what I was doing, so she silently allowed the spider's resurrection.
天津神の秩序が滅びれば再び山の闇黄泉の闇の権勢が戻る。
If the law of the
素晴らしい。
If the law of the Amatsukami is broken, the mountain's darkness and the Yomi's darkness would rule again. Oh, how wonderful. Shit!
狼じじい氏はあんな非道な人間だ。無理やりどうにかしたってことがあるかもしれない。
The wolf guy is a huge scumbag. He might have done something by force.
あれは思い出したくない。
I don't want to remember that.
鴨志田近持については
Chikamochi
も
Kamoshida.
ちろん桔梗の振る舞いの相談で引き取りもしたし、彼は可愛いから上藤吉では仲良くしていたわ。
Of course, I took in from him when his family were worried about his eccentricity. He was cute, so we got along well in Kamifujiyoshi, if you understand my meaning. That little...
安永君はどうだって言うんだ。
What about Yasunaka-kun?
あの子はちょっと可愛かったから合宿の時に寝てあげたの。
He was a bit cute. I slept with him when he was visiting Kamifujiyoshi.
最低だ。
You're the
あ
lowest.
の子は夢だと思っているから大丈夫よ。
Don't worry, he thinks it was all a dream.
最後、
Last one.
芹沢千恵美。身車千恵美は
Chiemi Sarusawa, Chiemi Mikuruma.
身車が飼っている狂犬病にかかった犬に噛まれた時、引き取りを行った。そうだな。
You took in from her when she was bitten by the rabid dogs they kept, didn't you?
ええ、その通りよ。
Yes, indeed.
なぜ彼女の汚れを引き取れなかったことにした？
Why did you hide that from
だ
her?
ってそれが大昔新内様の軍門に下る上での約束だったんだもの。
Because that was the promise I made when I came under Shinai-sama's rule.
新内様の汚れは神の罰。おいそれと引き取ってもらっては困る。
Shinai-sama's corruption is divine punishment. We cannot allow you to take it.
だから引き取れない。いいえ、引き取らない。
So I couldn't, or I just didn't.
当然。あなたはそれを知っていた。千恵美はそれを覚えてないようだったが。
You knew this, of course. Chiemi doesn't remember it, though.
びっくりしすぎて細かいことは忘れちゃったみたいね。
She was so surprised she forgot it all, it seems.
当然。あの首飾りの存在も知っていたはずで。
Of course, you knew about the necklace, too.
あの時、あなたが初めて見たようなことを口にしたのは芝居だったってことになる。
So that means that when you said something like you'd seen it for the first time, it was just an act.
ええ、それであなたを助けた。
Yes, an act that saved you.
そうやって僕と千恵美を断るごとに助けたのも全て意図があってのことだろう。
So all the help you gave me and Chiemi had an ulterior motive.
僕らが特別だと薄々気づいていたから。
You felt that we were special.
ええ、理由は知らなかったけど、あなたたちが円環の流れを変える力を持っているのは明白だったもの。
Yes, yes. I didn't know the reason, but I could clearly see that you had the power to change the flow of the loop.
最初、あなたがいなかった時、あの子を味方につければ望む結末が見えるかと思ったの。
Before you came, I thought that I could reach the ending I wanted by making her an ally. As a result, she'd continuously given Chiemi a good impression, making her less suspicious. If Chiemi, someone who could keep her memories, found out that she was the bad guy, her conspiracy would become impossible to
し
achieve.
かし、そこにはたどり着けなかった。
But she didn't get there.
あの子はうまくなかった。
Yes, she wasn't good
だ
enough.
から今度は僕に親切にしたのか。
That's why you were nice to me instead.
それはだから
As I already said,
あなた特別愛おしいからよ。
it's because I find you lovable.
ただただ好奇心の赴くままにやや子を一人一人解き放ち我が元へ送ってくれた。
You released my children and sent them to me out of simple curiosity.
聡明で淡麗でこの上なく歪んだ心をお持ちの最もまがまがしい狼。
You're a wise, gracious, sinister wolf with a worked heart.
共に
Come with me.
大いなる雲の体の上で果てなき閲楽とともに夜道を渡る旅へ。
Let us enjoy endless pleasure on the path to Yomi atop the great spider.
夜道。
Path to Yomi.
山は闇。闇は読み。読みは夢。夢は山。
What the hell did she just say? Yami wa yomi. Yimi wa yomi. Yomi wa yumi. Yumi wa yomi. The mountains is Yomi, the darkness is Yomi. Yomi is dreams, dreams of the mountain.
とこしえの夢。無限の快楽。それは幸せな。とても幸せな地獄。
An endless dream and limitless pleasure. A happy, blissful hell.
それをこの国のすべての民の屍の上で共に貪るなら
Let us enjoy it together atop the corpses of all the people of this country.
私はあなたと一緒がいい。
I want to be with you,
最も愛おしい
for you are the most lovable.
あなたが
She said that with a serious tone. Apparently, a devil had just confessed to me. Oh man, I was actually interested and honored. But
それ以上喋んなくていいや、リカコさん。
don't say anything more, Rikaku-san. Someone got in the way.
ちえみちゃん
Chiemi-chan. She broke her promise to God? She didn't think I was dead? Several questions came to mind.
どうしてここに
Why are you here? But that was the first one I could say.
私は4番手よ。残念ながら。
I'm the fourth here, sadly.
なんだって
What?
みんな、
Guys? A moment later, they entered. Haru-chan, Mochi, and Yunosuke Nosato-san.
リカコさん
Rikako-san.
随分とゾロゾロ来たもんですね
Well, what a crowd. Mission 2 had an unexpected development.
野里さんが最初よ。植松さんを置いていけるかって。
Nosato-san was all about not leaving Uematsu-san here.
そんでボートを降りて戻ってきたおっちゃんをなぜかハルちゃんが追ったからそりゃあ僕は追うよね。
So he got off the boat and Haru-chan followed for some reason. So I followed her, of course.
仕事を一つ忘れたことを思い出しての
I forgot some unfinished
それ
business.
でようやく私も呪縛が解けた。
And that was when I was freed from the curse.
みんなが動き出してるのに、全部知ってる私が神様殺しの余韻に浸ってる場合じゃないよねって。
They were doing something, so I, who knew everything, couldn't let myself enjoy the afterglow of killing God. So she really had realized my plan. But even so, she couldn't resist God.
ヤス君や匠兄ちゃんに後のことを頼んで、私がしんがり。
I left the rest to Yasukun and Takumi Nichan.
というわけで、
Oops.
最終局面乱入部隊の隊長はあなたよ、野里さん。
And became the rear guard. That means that the leader of this invasion into the final encounter is you, Nosato-san.
正直、同情するけど。
Honestly, I feel for you.
リカコさん、さっき言っていたことは全て事実なのか？
Rikako-san, was everything you said true?
道すがら芹沢千恵美が言った巻き戻りは我々の殺害はその果ての化け物云々は事実なのか？
The looping Chiemi Sarasawa told us about our murder and the monster. Is it all true?
はい。野里様、
Yes, Nosato-sama.
今まで騙していて
My apologies for fooling you all this time.
申し訳ありませんでした。
Rikako-san used her usual voice, but that just made it stand out more. She bowed her head.
あなた
I was actually quite happy that you had feelings for me.
があまり
It was simply too comical.
そんなお顔はなさら
Don't
ない。
make that face, you're still more lovable than
春
most.
秋様との永遠の
I do not mind making you
信
the
頼
bed
くら
in
いに
which
はして差し上げましょう。
Haraki-sama and I eternally intertwine.
黙れっつってんですよ、リカコさん。
I'm telling you to shut up.
撃つの撃ってそれで完全な最後の円環が完成する。
You'll shoot me? Shoot! That will complete the final loop.
幸せな夢、かつてなりかけた最上の地獄を完成させるのはあなたがふさわしい。
You are the most fitting person to complete the pleasant dream, the perfect hell.
愛しい 愛しい春明様を奪ってゆく私を憎みながら撃って
Hate me for taking your beloved and shoot me.
それをことほぎとして夢をなすわ
I will take that as congratulations and create my dream.
そっか。神様は殺せたけど、死んで完成する神様はどうしようもないのか。
I see, so you killed God, but you can't do anything about a God that reaches completion when it
どう
dies.
すんの春明。
What are you gonna do, Haruaki?
我はもう土雲殿の企みからは手を引くが、それでも難敵ですぞ。
I will no longer support Tsuchigumo Dono's plans, but she's still a mighty foe. Man, this was troublesome. I would have liked this to be finished in secret. Mission 2 become unexpectedly lively.
皆さん、せっかく集まってもらって悪いんですが、
Now, I'm sorry you all had to gather here to hear this, but I still had to say it.
僕は彼女と共に行きますよ。
I'm thinking of going with her. Oh shit, I dropped my thing. That was insane. He just said that. He just said that. He just said that. He just said that. Alright. What? Is that my Discord? What do you mean, was that my Discord? Is what my Discord? The sound? No, that was... no, not the Ice Barrage. What do you mean the sound? No, that was me. So I have this a little thing. That was me dropping that little thing. I didn't. No, that wasn't a Discord noise. No, that wasn't a Discord noise. Hold on. Hold on. Where did it go? I'll repeat it. Hold on. You get to hear it again. You get to hear it again. Hopefully, maybe. Wait, that wasn't it. It needs to hit the metal bit of my table. Oh, that wasn't it either. Well, I have like Discord. I have all Discord notifications turned off, so I literally cannot get Discord notifications. I've had them turned off for like 3 years or something. I don't like when I hear Discord notifications, it's sort of like surprising because I don't actually have them on. I can play one of them though. What's it called? If I search Discord, this one. Yeah, I haven't heard that in like mute unmute noise. Oh wait, okay. Wait, that you can hear that? Oh yeah, okay. Well, that's when I mute and unmute. But I don't have Discord notification sounds on. That one I have. That's when I mute and unmute. If I have to like cough and I don't want you guys to hear it, because like it's probably sort of annoying. I cough into the mic, so I mute and then I unmute. Well, okay. Wolfie, basically what's happened is we've sat on this screen for 8 hours, and we've been deciding what the next action is, because it just says ... We're trying to decipher this. So it's like what does the first dot mean? There's so many planks here as well. And Choco has been like going crazy on it. She's been pointing out like the lines in the planks and stuff like that. Like Choco's really been going wild. She was saying that like we were talking about like, okay, which plank, if you guys were one of these planks, which one would you be? And Choco was over here saying like, oh, she'd be this plank right here. Like I was like, what, this plank, Choco? Of all the planks, you'd be this one? I was like, come on, Choco, get a grip. This one? No, Wolfie, it's not true. We've been on this screen for 8 hours. 8 hours, 30 minutes. And Choco wanting to be this plank is still crazy to me. Tell him, Choco. Tell him why you want to be this plank right here. Give us the rundown. Right, hold on, let me pull up my chat again. I lost my chat. We're gonna continue now. We've had our 8-hour, 30 minutes break. Let's continue, guys. Everyone loves their expressions. Only Rikaku-san looked at me with an ecstatic expression. No way. I'm not lying. This is the truth. Wolfie, you have to believe me. Why? That joke's too far, even for you.
まあ気持ちはわかるかな。りっちゃん可愛いし、
I'm not-
しかも魔王とか面白すぎるからな。
I'm not lying. I mean, I get him though. Richon's cute and a goddamn demon lord. That's way too interesting.
リカコさん、もうやめてくれ。すべてが事実だとして、死んで手に入る幸せなんてあるはずがない。
Yeah, Mochi goes hard. Rikaku-san, please stop. Even if everything is true, there are no joys worth dying for.
お医者様らしいお言葉。
My, such considerate words befitting a doctor.
あなたの人生は確かに辛いものだっただろう。あなたの一族が味わったのは確かに比類なき苦難だっただろう。
43. I will read you instruction 43. Let's have a gander. 43 is one of the earlier ones. 43 says, and I quote, it doesn't say that. It says, write thank you notes promptly. I shall type it in chat. In 43. Write thank, and I am writing it exactly as it says. Notes promptly. Like so. That is exactly how it says in chat. In the book, rather. It also says that in the chat now. I need my chat. Here. Your life must have been painful and your clan must have experienced great hardships.
だからといって、それをすべて放り投げて、修羅に走るなど。
But I don't see the reason to throw it all away and walk the path of chaos.
まだずれているの。私は完全に落ち戻り、永遠の幸せな地獄を作るのよ。
You haven't heard me? I will rise again, complete and create an eternal blissful hell for myself.
そんなもの、幸せではないと言っている。
That's not true happiness.
あの日、私を救ってくれたあなたは、私が幸せにするのだと言っているのだ。
I'm saying that I can make you happy for saving me back then.
ああ、
Oh,
あの時の坊やが。
the boy from back then sure has grown.
でも、心は純真なまま。初めての女に入れ込んで。
But it really is comical how you are so invested in your first woman.
本当に滑稽だわ。
And how you still have feelings for her.
そういうわけで。
Anyway,
すみませんね。
sorry.
この人は、僕がもらいます。
I'll take her. She jumped at me and embraced me with the innocence of a child.
好き、好き、愛してる。
I love, 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 love you.
ようやく、
Like the song?
ようやくあの時の賭けを生産することができるのね。
You'll finally fulfill the gamble from back then.
賭けって
Gamble? Gamble?
賭けって何？
What gamble, Haraki-san? Oh, how pitiful.
もしあなたが、他にもうこんな不愉快な秘密を溜め込まないでいいというならば、夫妻子春明は、植松里香子を信じます。
What is this? If you cut it out with the unpleasant secret, the man called Haraki Fushaishi will trust Rikaku Uematsu.
夫妻子春明は、植松里香子を信じる。
Haraki Fushaishi will believe Rikaku Uematsu.
そして、僕は植松里香子のために、あなたは房石春明のために生き残る。
I will survive for Rikaku Uematsu's sake, while you will survive for Haruaki Fushaishi's sake.
僕は植松里香子のために、彼女は房石春明のために生き残る。
I will survive for Rikaku Uematsu's sake, while she will survive for Haruaki Fushaishi's sake.
それで、もし生き残ったら、
And if we both survive,
あなたは房石春明に、僕は植松里香子に、何でも好きなことを望んでよい。
you can ask Haruaki Fushishi for whatever you want, and I can do the same with Rikaku Uematsu.
それで、生き残ったら、
And if we both survive,
彼女は房石春明に、僕は植松里香子に、何でも好きなことを望んでよい。
she can ask anything from Haruaki Fushishi, and I can ask anything from Rikaku Uematsu.
そして、生き残りました。春明様。
And we both survived, Haruaki-sama.
そして、これからも生き残ってゆく。
And you will continue to survive.
あの時の植松里香子を救うための方便とは言わせません。この耳でしかと聞き、覚えていますから。
I will not let you say that it was just a line to save the Rikaku Uematsu from back then. I remember those words clearly. I know.
大いなる雲の前での誓いとみなしますから。
I will consider it a promise made before the great spider.
それは、そんなに大事なんですか？
Was it that big of a deal?
もちろん。破れば、滅びあるのみです。
Yes, of course. Break it, and all that awaits you is destruction.
そりゃ、仕方ないな。
Guess I have no choice then.
房石春明様は、夢の土雲のもとに下り、私と定めを共にする。
Haruaki Fushaisi-sama will join the Tsuchigumo of dreams and join fates with mine.
それが、私の望み。
That is my desire.
さあ、お望みください、春明様。
Now ask what you want, Haruaki-sama.
どのような悪行も、宝刀も、快楽も、私が叶えて差し上げるから。
I will grant you whatever wickedness, debauchery, or pleasure you desire. Oh, what a wonderful offer. That's just...
優しすぎるんだよ、春明さんは。どの女の子も救おうとして、その場限りで適当なこと言って。
Haraki-san, you're too nice. Why do you try to save every girl by just saying whatever comes to mind?
それで水戸国が滅びるなら、もうしょうがないね。
I guess it doesn't matter if it destroys your body and country,
あ
huh?
なたに救われた私は文句言えない。リカ子さんが救われるのに、文句なんて言えない。
I can't even complain. You saved me too. I can't say anything against Rikaku-san being saved.
バカ！春明さんのバカ！
You idiot, you dumbass!
落ち着きなよ。
Chine, calm down.
春ちゃんはなんで落ち着けるの？春ちゃんだって春明さんと。
Why are you so calm? You and he also.
まあ、我の場合は、このお方の心を読んで知ったことじゃから、少々ずるいがの。
Well, it is a bit unfair since I can read his mind and know what shall happen now, but
私が教わったのは悪だし、
he only taught me of evil.
春明がいなくても好きにするし、気に入らなかったら勝手に奪うし。
I will do what I want without him, and I will just take whatever I want.
ただね、
But Chine,
いたいけない田舎娘に悪を教え込むようなひねくれた腐れ下道の春明が。
Haraki is the type of man who'd teach an innocent country girl about evil. Do you seriously believe that a warped scumbag like
そん
him
な約束すると思う？
would make such a promise? Huh? Rikako-san hesitantly loosened her grip. Then she took a step back. Her eyebrows were furrowed in suspicion. Oh, how pitiful.
名前は房石春明。東京で大学院生やってます。
I'm Haraki Fushaisi, a graduate student in a Tokyo college.
房石春明って誰ですか？
Who's Haraki Fushaisi? I really didn't expect to be caught doing marriage fraud.
え
What?
そんな名前の人間、この世にいませんよ。
A guy like that doesn't exist.
というのは言い過ぎかな。
Yo, wait, it's a remix of the original
そ
theme.
んな名前の方がいるかもしれませんね。
Though I can't be sure, maybe you'll find one that looks hard enough. If you look hard enough.
夫妻師春明様、夢の土雲のもとに下り、
Haraki
私と
Fushaishi
定めを共にする。
Haraki Fushaishi-sama will join the Tsuchikumo of Dreams and join fates with mine.
かわいそうに。そのなんとか春明さんは、夢の土雲と定めを共にすることが決定してしまった。
Poor guy, I made this Haraki something-san share his fate with someone.
彼女は夫妻師春明に、僕は植松里香子に、何でも好きなことを望んでよい。
She can ask anything from Haraki Fushaishi, and I can ask anything from Rikaku Uematsu.
まあ、それとは全然関係なく、僕は植松里香子に好きなことを望んでいいわけですが。
Well, that doesn't matter right now. I guess it's my turn to ask you what I want from you.
タク。
Oh, man.
おお
Oh.
なんだなんだ
What?
500
500. Hahaha. She suddenly took out a dagger from her sleeve.
やはりあなたは最高ね。最高で最悪の七種のゴンベイさん。
You really are the best and the worst nameless soldier.
駆け引きは次に持ち越しましょう。あなたが覚えていたら。だけど。
I will take this gamble to the next time, if you remember it anyway. The dagger went to her throat. Crap, I had to make it in time. I had to tell her to stop this conspiracy. At that moment, all light vanished. In the midst of that, I'm not making that noise, was a scream. It was a scream so scary it seemed inhumane.
何
What?
何にも見えないぞ。
I can't see anything.
おのれもっち、どこを触っておるのじゃ。
Hey, Mochi, where are you touching?
何をしてる電源はどこだ
What are you doing? Where are the lights? This was unexpected. What happened? But going at someone with a knife in the dark was just... Well, I, all talk that I was, couldn't even force myself to act. I heard something heavy drop on the floor, then something metallic. The next moment, the lights came back. Before me, I saw Rikaku Uematsu lying on the floor. She wasn't moving at all. Was she dead? The planks come back. Oh, there's a pin here. What the hell? Why? What is this? Why is there transformers now? Is there a transformer on my screen? What the hell is that? Get that transformer out of here. Put that there. There you go. It's now been pinned. 500. No, the dagger was clean and still in her hands.
取り押さえて。
Hold her down. Chiemi moved first, then Kiona Tsukishi. One took the knife, the other held her hands behind her back. She was unconscious.
何があったのかな
What happened?
リカコさん大丈夫ですか
Rikaku-san, are you okay?
つくづくぶれないな。今気づかれたら困るっての。春明さん、どうする？
You don't change, do you? It'll be bad if she wakes up now. Haruki-san, what do we do?
踏んじばってすっ転がしておこう。縄は確か奥に。
Let's tie her up and leave her. There was a rope deeper in.
ひどい。
That's mean.
血も涙もないな。
You're
おっ
heartless,
ちゃん
old man.
おっちゃんじゃない。ハッサンだ。なぜみんな引く？
I'm not old. Call me Hassan. And why are you all freaked out?
言い方はともかく、拘束は賛成。
I don't know about the way you said it, but I agree that we should tie her up. We went and did just that.
私は。
I am
目覚ましたけど、舌とか噛まれたらやばくない？
She woke up. What if she bites her tongue or
なん
something?
か布をかませようよ。
Let's gag her.
頼む。彼女にはひどいことをしないでやってくれ。
Please don't be cruel to her.
だから自殺させないようにしなきゃ大変なことになるんだって。
Hey, if we don't prevent her committing suicide, it's going to be bad for all of us.
そうやって物や災害みたいに彼女を扱うから、彼女はそこまで思い詰めるに至ったんじゃないのかね。
Like going crazy. What the hell? Don't you think that she might have been pushed to this point because of this? Because people treat her like an object or a disaster?
おっちゃんがなんかまともっぽいこと言ってる。
Wow, Uncle's actually saying something good for once.
リカ子さん、どうか今しばらく。
Rikako-san, can you give me some time?
私は確かにあなたに勝手に惚れた身だ。
I will admit I have fallen for you. Hard,
横
I
連
may
合と言っ
add.
てもいい。
Yeah, I bet.
しかし、あの日のあなたの乾ききった瞳を見た時から、それを潤すことのできぬ無力を味わってきた。
What's wrong, Joho? But ever since I saw your dry eyes on that day, I've been haunted by an urge to make them wet.
しかし、それでもこの後に及んであなたを諦めることなどできない。
But even so, I can't give up on you at this point.
どうかどうか私にあなたを幸せにすることを試みさせていただきたい。
Please, please, please let me try to make you happy. He was really straightforward, but that didn't really matter to her. The spider,
夢の土雲がなくなって
the Tsuchigumo of dreams, is
しま
gone.
われました。
She said something we didn't
あ
understand.
れ、
Huh? Huh? Huh?
どこへ行ったの？土雲。私の、
Where are you, my Tsuchigumo, my everything?
私に愛しいということを
The God who taught me of
教え
love.
てくれた。
I had no idea why, but I could tell she no longer had any divine powers or scary conspiracies left. All that the Uematsu family, Rikaku Uematsu, ever had vanished all at once. But even so,
僕は
I ask,
植松里香子が土雲の復活を放棄し、
that you, Rikaku Uematsu, abandoned the Tsuchigumo's revival
ただの人として、女性として、まっとうに幸せになることを。
and live out a normal, happy life as an ordinary woman, a person. I gave her those cruel words. I am not making that noise. She began crying. I did feel bad. I considered taking responsibility for her and taking her with me. But the one to embrace her and console her as she cried was Kiyonosuke no Satoshi, not me. If he chose to take that role, I had no business stopping him. I would just let him have it.
これで解決いたしましたの。
Everything is solved now, it seems.
それでいいの？神様が言うなら信じるけど。
Is that good enough? I'll believe you if you say it is, God.
己がいただく神に誓った約定じゃ。違えることは生涯できまいて。
A contract made for a God you would accept takes more than a lifetime to break.
まあ、我らの中には未だ土雲殿がやや子と称した汚れの種が埋まっておろうが、
Well,
我が力を取り戻しし暁には造作もなくほじくり出して苦労って信ぜようぞ。
well, Tsuchigumo Dono's seeds of corruption, children, are still within us. But now that I have my powers back, I shall have no problem removing and consuming them.
はよ社を建てるんじゃぞ、モッチーよ。
Build me a shrine as quickly as possible, Mochi.
オッケー。
Okay.
やあみんな。夫妻春明です。
Hey everyone, I'm Haraki Fushaishi.
うわ、詐欺師の人だ。
Look at that, the swindler.
ひで。
Ouch.
一応不便だから春明さんって呼ぶけどさ。
I'll still call you Haraki-san out of convenience.
おうとも。
Good.
女としてあれはないわ。
But as a woman, I gotta say that's a huge
上
no.
松里香子にちょっと同情した。
I feel a bit bad for her.
じゃあ、少しもしてやったりって思わなかった？
You can't tell me you didn't think you felt she deserved it.
思った。
I did.
思った。
I did. Such honesty.
ま、そういうことで。
Well, anyway.
ごめんね、里香子さん。
Sorry, Rikako-san.
さよなら。
Goodbye.
春明様の
Haraki-sama. You dummy. Mission 2. Dealing with the Master of the Loop who wanted the monster's resurrection had been completed. Nothing more needed to be said, even if it gave me things to think about.
君には何をどういったものかまだわからんが。
I still don't know what to say to you.
気にしないでください。僕もです。
Don't worry, me neither.
それでもおそらく君は彼女とそして我々すべての恩人ということになるのだろうな。
Even so, I believe you might have saved her, as well as the rest of us.
いや、本当気にしないでください。もうちょっとうまいやり方があったかもしれませんから。
Seriously, don't worry about it. I probably had better ways to do this.
まあそうかもしれんね。いずれ君とは再び話し合う機会を持ちたいものだ。
Well, probably. I hope I can talk to you again sometime.
顔も見たくない。
I don't want to see his face. Rikako-san.
バカ。バカ。
Dummy, dummy, Haraki-sama, you dummy.
困ったことにこんな状態でも私にとっては愛おしいのだよ。
Unfortunately, I find her lovable even when she's like this. Same actually, but I wouldn't admit it out loud.
彼女のことは私が守らせてもらう。
I shall protect her.
僕にそれを止める権利はありません。
I have no right to stop you.
あなたが彼女を根気よく説得しようとすることはね。
Patiently and thoroughly convince her to change her mind.
一応筋は通してくださいね。
Talk it out with her.
当たり前だ。一方的にどうこうしたりなどせん。ただ生活上必要な手伝いくらいはさせてもらおう。
Of course, I shall not do anything one-sided though. I shall not do anything one-sided, though I will help her survive.
了解です。
Good.
説得などされません。野里様など噛みちぎります。
I won't let Nosato-sama convince me. I'll bite him to pieces. Rikako-san had become a completely different character.
これで撤収していいものかね。
I suppose we can withdraw now?
少し待っててください。最後の片付けがありますから。
Wait a bit, there's one last thing I have to clean up.
それにはちょっと歩かなきゃならない。
We have to walk a bit for that though.
そうだな。野里さんとモッチー、それにはるちゃんはここに残って。
As much as I'd like to continue, I feel like if this part takes any semblance of the amount of time that the other parts took, I would be sitting here for another like 3 or 4 hours. So I'm gonna have to finish this probably tomorrow, rather than now. Else it's gonna end up being very, very late, because it already is quite late. So I have saved, and I'm gonna quickly jump back and go to the album. What the? Wait, so we still haven't gotten this one, or these two. I guess this is the true ending then. I thought this was more like a, we're getting to the true ending. Let's check the gallery here. There's the guy Choco. The pose. With his beer belly. Beer gut there. Are any of these new? This one's new. So this was Haru-chan, huh? This is new. I guess we sort of looked at this, huh? And this. It's the creature. Creature, but time is paused. Sabersour cries. It's her eating a burger. Me pretending to be God. It's her being absolutely crazy. Her almost killing herself. Her almost killing herself with us as the audience going crazy. And these two must be the endings, I guess. These two. Sort of like how these are like the ending death photos or something. Maybe it's one that I'm missing as well. Since I am missing... So these are the bad endings. So I'm missing 2 bad endings. Which is 24 and 27. Which I'll have to go back and get later. I don't really want to get them now. And I didn't really want to get them during this stream either, because it took a while to go there. Kind of crazy. I haven't unlocked extra yet, but we'll see what extra is all about when we get there. I am going to jump to this and be like, hello there. And then I'm gonna quickly, before I say my goodbyes and stuff, I'm gonna pop some music on. Some Maple Story music. I'm gonna jump forward a bit because we've heard a few of these. Here. I really like this song. This song is really good. I'm gonna find someone to rate. Someone to send you guys onwards to. Let me find someone. I need to remember who I actually have rated. So I don't want to be an embarrassment and rate someone that I've rated like very recently. I think I have to do this. Man, how long was that stream? 9 hours? Me over here being like, yeah, I can do this in like 4 hours. This will be like one stream. I said to myself. I was like, yeah, well, it's one stream and I'll be done. That's not what it turned out to be. So I ended up streaming for basically significantly longer than I intended. I thought. Let's see, who have we rated? We have rated. So I'm gonna count the raids during my holiday. So that's Sam, Kaguya, Choco, Wolfie, Ember, Mordecai, Shuski. Wait, I haven't rated Pocky during my holiday? Last I rated Pocky was 2 months ago. Yeah, there's Corpse. But I am going to raid Pocky this time, because I didn't realize I didn't raid her during my holiday. And she is a good friend of mine. So I'm gonna rate her. If you don't know Pocky, you will, because we're going there. Pucky's like I guess she's like a rabbit or a bunny. I guess those are the same things. A hare, maybe. But she plays a lot of shooters and different games. I'm sure you will enjoy her. A jackalope, yeah, jackalope. And she has a high redeem. Like you redeem it and it goes like high or something, and one of them is like aimed at me. So we'll see if we can get it. When we get over there, we can draw the high gotcha, and we'll see if we can get the one that's targeted at me. But thank you all for coming today for the 9 hours. I'm starving, so I'm gonna get something to eat before bed, and then I hope you all enjoyed. I'm gonna try to stream again tomorrow. I'm gonna try to finally finish this game. It's been going for quite a while. I expected it to end today, but then, like I said, ended up going for 9 hours. Still going. Yeah, thank you all for dropping by, and I hope you all had a lot of fun. And the raid is about to go, so I'll be saying my final goodbyes for you guys. Hope you have fun over at Pucky's. Bye bye.